This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
what I was feeling was burning from inside out.
the wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
It's an earthquake.
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, a record-breaking cyclone wrecks Fiji.
This was a natural disaster of epic proportion that we were right in the middle of.
Leaving people on the islands with nowhere to run.
Really kicking our ass.
A pleasure cruise ends in disaster. As catastrophic engine failure leaves it stranded in a storm.
The thought Titanic came into my head. It was all unbelievable.
And a kite surfer pushes his luck during Storm Callum.
Glad to be alive.
Fiji, a collection of over 300 tropical islands in the South Pacific, and destination for travelers searching for crystal clear waters and idyllic white sandy beaches. British backpackers George Burke and Maddie Fry visited the Fijian island of Koro in January 2016 to work on a volunteering project.
I first decided to go to Fiji at the end of school on a gap year. I wasn't disappointed when I got there. I thought it was amazing. The country's absolutely stunning.
If you literally imagine paradise, that's what it was like. And everyone there is so friendly, and it was such a cool experience.
We were teaching in the schools, we were playing sports, the weather was absolutely amazing.
They were on the island for just 4 weeks when a tropical cyclone named Winston begins to loom in the South Pacific Ocean.
That day was completely different. It was dark and it was cold. I'd see men boarding up their windows. They were hammering planks of wood to their windows. That made me a bit alarmed. I realised it's going to be pretty big.
On a hotel resort in neighbouring island Gamia is scuba diving instructor Chad Sinden.
Part of our job is to monitor the weather, as any good dive operation does, and we knew the storm was incoming. It was classified as a Category 4, and it was just due to miss us, and then overnight it was upgraded to a Category 5. We were just completely unprepared for how quickly the storm would arrive and the intensity in which it would arrive.
The cyclone gathers strength over the warm waters of the South Pacific and is now on a direct path towards the islands of Fiji. On Koro, George and Maddie take refuge in one of the few brick houses on the island, praying that its solid walls will keep them safe.
There were about 20 people in the room that was no bigger than the standard size living room in a UK house. I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I don't think it's that bad, man.
This was a natural disaster of epic proportion that we were right in the middle of. Literally nothing could be done to help us in that scenario.
It was kind of getting progressively worse. The noise was getting a lot louder. We just remember seeing a lot of flooding. The wind was actually picking up seawater. Outside, you couldn't really see anything. It was really hazy. You could just hear this loud whistle of winds going past.
Also on Coral, seasoned travellers Mike and Samantha Mudd take shelter in a house they believe is built to withstand cyclones.
People kept telling us that Coral Island was the safest area for cyclones. We got a phone call about 6 a.m. from our neighbor, and she was crying, and she was saying, we're gonna be hit by this huge storm, and there's nowhere to run.
Figured it's not gonna get much worse than this. And then the wind just kept getting heavier and heavier and heavier.
Meanwhile, Chad and his mate Sammy are enjoying their close encounter with a tropical cyclone.
I've never ever seen wind as strong as this. The door is getting smashed.
We thought this is quite a unique experience, this will be fun. And we started to run around with our cameras.
Winston's really kicking our asses now. The door is absolutely chaos.
We were kind of having fun running around in our flip-flops with a hard hat on, of course. Safety first all the time, you must wear a hard hat.
The noise was just like this massive, like, howling wind. Things getting thrown about, and I don't know what was going on, but obviously everything was just getting torn apart, so you could kind of hear like bangs and crashes.
I just couldn't get over how loud the whole thing was. Like a jet engine was, was just outside the door. You start seeing things large and things that shouldn't be flying. It was apocalyptic. Everyone in the group was worried, panicked. We were thinking, what do we do? Some of the girls were crying, some of the boys were crying. Anxiety was just gripping at us, and we just wanted to be safe.
Mike and Samantha Mudd's cyclone-proof house is being tested by wind speeds of around 185 miles per hour and a lethal build-up of pressure.
The wind was blowing in such a way that we could feel it in our spines, vibrating every part of your body.
And the air pressure, it's like when you go in an airplane and your ears start hurting and you feel like your head is going to explode.
The house fills up with pressure. The wind blows in and it's not able to escape. So it felt as if the house was a balloon that was filling with pressure until walls started popping.
It was literally just rattling the entire house. And that was when I started feeling really afraid. That's the wind ready to pull the roof off. What are we gonna do? The roof is gonna come off.
Back at his resort, Chad throws caution to the wind and makes the disastrous decision to head out into Cyclone Winston for one last time.
The storm's really intensifying now.
Really bad idea being outside.
Probably not good staying under a coconut tree.
We'll do one more lap of the resort, just to make sure the guests are there.
No damage to the resort.
To make sure there are no locals that are also injured or caught under trees or anything like that.
Just walking round to see if anybody's been injured. Really kicking our ass.
So we were walking around, spinning around wildly, looking at trees sort of blowing over, branches flying through the sky.
Little does Chad know, he's about to become Winston's next target.
A huge branch landed directly on my head and knocked me out to the floor. I remember going down with a sickening thud.
Also feeling the full effects of Winston's wrath, the roof of Mike and Samantha's safe house.
When the roof came down, we all dove into the bathroom. I just kind of got into fetal position. The cyclone is not outside anymore, it's inside. We felt completely helpless. My biggest fear was how much it would hurt. If I'm gonna die, I hope this is a painless death and a fast one.
Later, we see how Cyclone Winston became the biggest storm ever to make landfall in the southern hemisphere.
As soon as those waves take you, you all got.
We need a chopper, mate. We need a helicopter. This is ridiculous.
We're not going to get out of this alive, surely.
March 2019. The Viking Sky cruise ship is heading towards London after visiting the northern tip of Norway. The ship is carrying almost 500 crew members and over 900 passengers. On board are friends Mark and Angie from the UK.
I've been on 62 cruises, including Viking. Throughout most of the cruise, the weather was wonderful.
We'd been on the ship for 10 days and been on some amazing tours.
Also on board is Californian Alexis Shepherd with her wife and friends.
The purpose of this Viking Sky cruise was to go see the Northern Lights. We noticed that the seas were getting high enough that we could actually see them out the window. And so we commented that, gosh, the waves are getting pretty big.
The ship is sailing through a storm along the Harstad-Vika coast, a notoriously dangerous stretch of Norwegian coastline with shallow water and many reefs and little islands.
The seas, they were quite dramatic. And it started getting rough, or rougher, I should say, fairly quickly. It was shortly after that that the ship lost power. Then, of course, it was at the mercy of the wind and the seas. So it was then being pushed towards shore and pushed towards the rocks.
With all 4 engines shut down, the ship is now dead in the water.
Everything started sliding about. The ship made this 40-degree roll. I knew this is not normal. I was hanging on like grim death to a glass balcony beside my chair.
Oh my goodness! People were being knocked down by the furniture and the ceiling was falling down. It immediately went from being fun and being funny to, oh my goodness, this is serious. The seas were about 30 feet. That's the height of like a 3-story building. People were crying because some people were injured or been tossed against a piece of furniture, or the piece of furniture came after them.
Lifeboat station.
The general alarm went off, and it was lifeboat stations. It's something that you never actually expect to be said to you. We can't be going in the boats, surely not in this weather. They wouldn't try to launch the boat.
The ship was coming apart at the seams in places. The captain announced that he had actually issued a mayday. That means the ship is in danger of sinking. Mayday is like, help, we can't help ourselves.
We had no power. We'd lost power to all 4 engines and we were drifting towards the rocks. And if we hit them, there was nothing anybody could do to save us.
The captain drops the anchors, but 15-foot waves are forcing the rescue boats back to shore and rendering the lifeboats useless.
They couldn't launch the lifeboats. And I moved further down, but a huge wave just smashed in the door. 30 of us were just underneath this wave. The lights on the jackets were flashing and we were just surging en masse forward along with all the furniture, just scrambling, trying to make sense of what had happened. The thought Titanic came into my head. I'm in a ship, I know I'm still in the ship, but I'm underwater, or what's going on? And one of the crew started shouting, "Get up onto a higher deck, get up onto a higher deck."
With lifeboats no longer an option, Norway sent 6 of their 14 rescue helicopters to evacuate passengers. Helicopter rescue swimmer Alvin Finn is one of many flying in to help.
My first thought was, wow, is this for real or is it an exercise? The wind speed was about 50 knots when we arrived, which is a full storm. It's like thousands of reefs there. Some you see and some you don't see, they're just under the surface. It's the worst area where something like this can happen. My biggest worry was that the anchors would not hold and the boat would drift onto a reef and maybe tip to a side. The main challenge was the amount of people. Also, a lot of them were old.
Alexis is hunkering down in the forward muster station, the ship's theatre.
You got 500 people-ish sitting in these seats with life jackets on with nowhere to go. Worst case scenario was that we were going to die. You know what? We're not that far from the rocks, and the wind and the waves are still pushing, and if those anchors break loose, we're going to be in trouble. You're literally completely helpless.
On the top deck, helicopter rescue operations continue.
If the helicopter is not in place, where it has to be relative to the boat, the person can either hit the wall or the fence on the other side.
After encountering water inside the ship, Angie is next in line for a helicopter rescue.
I was just so cold, just couldn't stop shivering. I was just shaking because I was just dripping wet. The helicopter winch was so noisy, and as we stepped out onto the deck, I just thought, I don't want to do this because it was very windy, it was so cold. We couldn't hear anything, but it was indicated to us very clearly that you hang on tight, you keep your elbows in and shut your eyes. And after a while, I thought, we're not moving up anymore. I want to be there now. We seem to be dangling on this rope a long time. So I opened my eyes, which was not a good thing to do because I could then see we were spinning round and round and round and also swaying a lot. So I shut my eyes again and shortly after that I just remember feeling the back of the helicopter underneath me. I was just numb and it was all unbelievable.
After 5 hours, 100 passengers have been evacuated. But back in the theatre, there are still hundreds of passengers waiting for rescue.
There were some people that were just, I want to go next, I want to go next, I want off this ship, get me off this ship. And then there were people like us who said, nope, we don't want to go for a helicopter ride.
After over 16 hours in the theatre, the tide turns and the storm starts easing off.
In the morning, we had been successfully attached to the tugboats. That was probably the first time that there was this collective sigh of, it was emotionally and physically exhausting.
Helicopter rescue operations were suspended after airlifting 479 people. And the ship was towed to the port of Molde, where 16 people were taken to hospital for treatment.
In 35 years of cruising, I've never experienced anything quite like this.
We worked for 10 hours and then I rescued 42 people. We just do our job like everyone else. We are no heroes.
The sea is powerful. You can't argue with the sea.
The weather doesn't care what the forecast was. The weather is going to do what it's going to do, when it's going to do it. The fact that a ship as big as that could get in trouble from the weather as quickly as it did just reasserted that Murphy's Law still works. That if it can go wrong, it will go wrong.
Still to come. In Fiji, Cyclone Winston gets too close for comfort.
You realise how much you want to live in these situations.
And destroys everything in its path.
We said our goodbyes and, said I love you and, this is it.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
Plus a deadly avalanche spells disaster in Spain. Mother Nature can be a brutal, unforgiving force. But some clever folk have learned to embrace the elements and use the weather to their advantage. It's 35 degrees in New South Wales, Australia, and this science-mad dad is using the sun to cook his breakfast.
Look at that. Wow.
It takes no time for the blazing sun to take effect.
Oh. It's hot.
Served on a slice of bread, sunny side up with a pinch of salt, and voila, breakfast is served. In Cape Town, South Africa, this ecstatic woman is welcoming the rain after a drought by washing herself, her driveway, and her car. In Dallas, Texas, professional skydiver Michelle Niramandrad is harnessing the wind's power to create awesome aerial art. Free-falling from 13,000 feet, with canvases strapped to her arms and leg, she releases the paint to create abstract artwork, which she calls Captured Sky. After deploying her canopy, she floats back down to land with some new masterpieces to proudly display on her wall. One man who relies on the awesome power of the wind is three-time European kitesurfing champion Ollie Bridge from Exmouth in the UK.
Kitesurfing is a wind-related sport, so the weather is really important. When we're looking at the weather forecast and we see that there's a storm on the way, we always get quite excited about that because it means it's going to be really windy and rough. There's nothing quite like it.
And for Ollie, the windier the better. So when Storm Callum hit in October 2018, he and his brothers decide they have to take it on.
We woke up on the day of Storm Callum and it was high tide and the waves were crashing over the seafront wall, which doesn't happen often. So we loaded the cars and headed straight down to the beach. I just think excited.
With winds of up to 76 miles per hour, Callum is battering Britain.
Day one, Storm Callum, blowing a gale, 30 to 40 knots.
Whilst most Brits are hunkering down at home to avoid the storm, Ollie does the opposite, despite the dangers.
Worst case scenario is if your kite deflates on the water or you snap a line and then you're stuck out at sea. The weather can change instantly and it would be dangerous. If we're high up in the air and something breaks, it's going to lead to injury, and there is a possibility that something serious could happen and maybe that I could drown.
Regardless of the risks, Ollie and his brothers are still going head-to-head with the storm. But Mother Nature is wildly unpredictable, and a sudden change in wind direction could slam Ollie into the water, causing serious injury.
The adrenaline is quite different when there's a storm. A lot of wind and a lot of rain hitting you. Sometimes the rain really hurts because it's coming so hard against the side of your face. I think the wind was 40 plus knots. It gets crazy rough.
Ollie wants to use the 40-knot winds to propel him up to 80 feet into the air. Miraculously, he escapes the wrath of the storm unscathed.
Glad to be alive. All I can say.
And if he can survive Storm Callum, Ollie can use the power of the wind to do anything. Like taking on the European record for the highest jump just 4 months later.
I jumped 28.5 metres, and that's the European record at the moment. It makes me feel proud of myself.
Next stop, the world.
Hopefully, in 2024, I'll be able to represent Great Britain at the Olympics.
And it all comes down to just one thing.
You can't underestimate the sheer power of the storms and the weather we get, but it has made myself a career in professional kite surfing, and I'm really grateful for it.
When wind and pressure are combined, they create a weather system capable of catastrophic destruction. Earlier, we saw brutal 185-mile-per-hour winds pummeling the islands of Fiji, with a fierce Cat 5 storm named Cyclone Winston.
Really kicking our ass.
Despite the grave danger, diving instructor Chad Sinden is outside in the cyclone's eye wall, and he soon finds himself on the direct firing line of an 8-foot-long tree branch.
I remember a moment of blackness. The tree branch actually split the hard hat, cracked it, and also split my forehead open. I could feel the blood trickling down my brow. I realised that I had been ridiculously naive at running around in a storm in the first place. Realised that I'd been completely irresponsible as far as my family at home was concerned. There was definitely a doubt whether I'd survive, whether I'd see another day. And it's really quite a sombering thought. You realise how much you want to live in these situations.
Husband and wife, Mike and Samantha, prepare for the worst as Cyclone Winston fully engulfs their home.
We had a very intimate moment where we said our goodbyes and, said I love you and, this is it. And however it happens, it's been good. It's been a good life together.
But suddenly, their luck changes. With the arrival of the calm eye of Winston.
Suddenly, the wind just stopped, and it was sunny. And so we stepped outside, and this was the eye of the cyclone.
The calm eye is also a brief respite for George and Maddie and their fellow volunteers. But with a deadly storm surge and second eye wall almost upon them, they have to act fast.
It was in the eye of the storm, in the calmest moment, that we made the decision to leave the house and get to higher ground.
So we all decided to go to the church because that was the main building in the village. That was probably going to be the most sturdiest. We could see what had happened outside, what all those noises meant. The first time I saw how much had been destroyed in such a short space of time, it just broke me.
Winston's winds unleash lethal waves up to 40 feet high, threatening to crash into coastal villages and destroy everything in its path.
It was just a case of run from the waves. We were looking over our shoulder and just charging away from them. because as soon as those waves take you, you're gone.
We need a chopper, mate. We need a helicopter. This is ridiculous.
We all congregated outside the church, and it was just a mass panic. Where do we go? What do we do?
And that's when I remember turning towards the sea and seeing these huge waves. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And I genuinely remember thinking in that moment that this isn't, like, we're not going to get out of this alive, surely.
Up hill.
Everyone just kind of shouted, like, right, just run, and just run for higher ground. And luckily behind the village was like a huge hill.
Okay, watch it. You're under, you're good. Watch it, Maddie. There you go.
Either you deal with what's in front of you, or you collapse under the weight of all the pressure.
You're going to be absolutely fine, Matt, honestly. You're going to be fine.
George was very calm. He kind of took my hand and was like, okay, Mads, you can do this, come on. I just froze, I just completely panicked. I couldn't think straight.
You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
They finally find sanctuary in a house on higher ground. But the danger is far from over, as now they must wait out the second eye wall.
We took shelter in the house overnight. There were about 70 to 80 of us hunched up. The storm continued to intensify, and the sounds and objects flying past the window were just the same as they were before. But it wasn't until I woke up the next morning that I went out the door. Literally, it's no longer anything recognisable. And I just saw complete destruction and silence, eeriness. There wasn't a bird in the sky, there was nothing. It was just complete paradox from the night before.
Destruction to the once lush green islands of Fiji is widespread and devastating.
It looked like a nuclear bomb or something like that. It went from a lush green island to just desert.
I remember walking outside the next day, head on my hands, staring at disbelief, bewilderment at all the chaos, the trees. Once was an idyllic Fijian resort, just smashed to pieces. It was like a naked hill, and I remember feeling an immense sense of sadness.
And the effects aren't just felt on land. They are also disastrous for marine life.
Fiji is famous for its soft corals. It's the soft coral capital of the world, and I was very keen to see what happened to our local reefs. There was a small path under the direct storm which was absolutely destroyed. For me, that was very emotional, seeing this marine life completely eradicated. It was gone. It was just a sheer, bald rock.
Volunteers George and Maddie returned to the island of Koru 1 year later.
Thankfully, we had the opportunity to go back and help rebuild. And honestly, that was one of the best feelings ever.
It was closure. Being able to go back and actually contribute to helping them to rebuild the village was such a nice feeling.
All the problems we have in modern day life are entirely constructed and don't really matter. Now, I don't really get worried when I'm stuck in traffic or things don't go my way, because in the bigger picture, does it really matter? Not really.
Cyclone Winston is the biggest storm ever to make landfall in the southern hemisphere. 44 people lost their lives. Entire villages were destroyed. And Winston caused $2.5 billion worth of damage.
I did not expect to have a Cat 5 come through. I did not expect to get hit by a tree. I didn't expect to have this new lease of life that I've had since then. I think on a different day, in different circumstances, if I'd been hit by a tree branch that size without a hard hat, I think my days would have been numbered for sure.
We did not expect to go out to this island in the middle of the Pacific and face death. Nature is not something to mess with. You have to take nature seriously.
You just realize in those moments that you're completely out of control, and if Mother Nature wants to take you away, you have absolutely no power over that.
Bordering France and Spain are the Pyrenees. Extending for 300 miles, with peaks of over 10,000 feet, and a vast array of off-piste slopes, they are the perfect playground for skiers. And for Spanish friends Aran and Alès, it's all about getting off the beaten track.
Yo desde pequeño he empezado con la tabla, empiezas a descubrir lo que es el fuera pistas. La primera vez que pruebas la nieve polvo es como una pequeña droga.
Cuando estás deslizando por un terreno que es como que no ha tocado nadie aún, que está virgen, pues es como una sensación súper bonita.
Craving that off-piste excitement, in February 2019, Aran and Elise, along with friend Tommy, headed to one of their favorite mountains, Two de la Llanca.
Estar ahí arriba viendo todo el paisaje es espectacular. Te empequeñece, es muy pequeñito al lado de todas las montañas.
Watching on from an adjacent peak is mountain guide Roger.
That day I had a large group to guide. We decided to go for a southern slope, and I spotted 3 skiers, and they were ready to drop in and ski a really steep slope.
Unaware of their audience, the friends begin their run, with Aran leading the way.
Dropping. No había muy buena sensación, la nieve no reaccionaba como debería.
Ya bajó Aran, haciendo sus curvas y así, y luego ya...
Me giré para mirar a ver a Tommy, empecé a hablar con él de bueno, aquí no estamos seguros, mejor salir rápido de aquí.
Be careful, up. No, it's not good.
A recent storm has dumped 20 inches of snow, disguising the weakness of the snowpack underneath, meaning it can break away easily.
Y luego bajé yo y ya vi que se me abría toda la montaña por delante.
Y nada, fue girarme y en cuestión de segundos ya se veía que, por ejemplo, la nieve ya desprenderse por encima del precipicio, por detrás nuestro. Fue cuestión de nada, 3 segundos, ya teníamos la nieve encima. Nos golpeó brutalmente.
Avalanche.
Esto de estar tragando nieve, de ver solo blanco y negro.
Te cubre, bueno, es como una ola del mar, ¿no? Como si estuvieras en el... Entonces no te desubicas, sabes que estás bajando porque es la única dirección en la que puedes ir.
Que no me pasa por la cabeza, era intentar sobrevivir.
Y al final es tan rápido que con solo un pensamiento ya ocupa todo el tiempo. No puedo morir. Hoy no.
Apenas paró la avalancha, que ya estaba pensando la suerte que había tenido de que estaba todo bien. Yo estaba enterrado por la cintura.
Incredibly, despite being caught in the tidal wave of snow, both Elise and Tommy are able to claw their way free of the deadly avalanche. But Aran is not so lucky. For many skiers, the lure of going off-piste is irresistible. In Colorado, the US, this group are halfway down a regular run when they decide to explore the neighboring forest instead. They take their time and plot out a potential route before setting off into the unknown.
Holy!
And straight into danger. Despite the scare, the man navigates his way down to safety, unhurt. Going off-piste means greater risk of unknown snow conditions. This snowmobiler is heading up a steep slope in Montana, the US, when a huge section of snow shears off, sending him and his snowmobile tumbling down the mountain. Thankfully, he was unhurt. In the Czech Republic, a man and his girlfriend are enjoying some off-piste skiing. When suddenly the snow gives way beneath his skis. The man acts quickly, inflating an emergency airbag, which helps keep him above the torrent. He grabs a passing tree and manages to cling on, and survives the ordeal without being buried beneath the avalanche.
Avalanche!
But back in the Pyrenees, snowboarder Aran is in grave danger.
Una vez ya sepultado por la nieve, aprieta, te aprieta, te aprieta hasta que no puedes respirar bien, no quieres morir y esperar y confiar en tu compañero. En este caso era Lace y Tommy, confiar en que no estuvieran sepultados y de que te iban a salir.
Aless and Tommy have freed themselves, but have no idea where their friend is.
Pongo el DBA, que es el detector de víctima de avalanchas, en modo búsqueda. Y ya me pongo de pie y empiezo a hacer como unas zetas para intentar encontrar la señal de Aran.
As Aless frantically searches for Aran, Tommy tries to get in touch with the rescue services.
Y hablamos con Tommy, fue él el que fue a buscar señal con su móvil, intentando llamar al helicóptero, pero no teníamos señal de cobertura.
En el que estoy en el agujero, yo de ninguna manera soy consciente de si alguien me está buscando o no. A los 4 minutos me quedo inconsciente.
Witnessing the horrific events unfolding, Roger realizes it's up to him to get help.
My first thought was to take my radio, call the rescue.
With the rescue team notified, but still at least 20 minutes away, Aless and Tommy continue their search for Aran, but time is quickly running out.
Una víctima, si está enterrada, son unos 15 minutos que tiene posibilidades de salir con vida, luego ya baja muy rápido.
It was very, very frustrating because I was just looking at them and just counting up the minutes, how the time was going.
Here. 1. Yeah, 1.6. 1.5. 1.4. 1.2. Here. Probe here. Must be here.
Y empezamos a cavar.
Aran.
Vimos la cara y al principio parecía que estaba inconsciente.
Aran, respira.
No sabíamos si respiraba, pero ya le puse la mano cerca de la boca y ya noté que estaba respirando muy flojito. Yo le decía que fuera haciendo ruido y así para yo darme cuenta de que estaba consciente.
Molt bé.
Y luego, intentamos, yo calmarle lo máximo que podía.
Perfecte, Aran.
Aleix y Tommy me sacaron, Aleix todo el rato apoyándome de vale, están aquí los bomberos, no sé qué, hablándome todo el rato. Recuerdo eso, el sonido del helicóptero.
Thanks to Tommy and Aless's furious digging and Roger's SOS call, disaster was averted.
Si Roger no hubiera llamado, los bomberos hubieran tardado mucho más en llegar y la cosa habría acabado un poco diferente.
I was very happy I could help.
Aran was flown to the nearest hospital where he was treated for hypothermia and was released the next day.
Es algo que en cierto modo sí que he aprendido bastante de esto. Hacerle un poco caso al instinto que diría instinto animal.
Hemos vuelto a esquiar los tres ya, pero a la vez me pone muy nervioso porque si pasa otra vez no sé si vamos a tener la misma suerte.
We've seen how powerful the weather can be. But it can also be weird and wonderful. Like this supercell cloud in Texas, with its persistently rotating updraft, sweeping across the sky over several hours. Its huge disk formation has drawn comparisons with an alien spaceship. As the storm passed near cities and towns, pictures of the supercell mothership soon flooded social media. Clearly, they want to believe. There's Instagram-worthy skies in Virginia too. The colors of a sunset or a sunrise are the result of a phenomenon known as scattering. The sun's rays change direction by small particles in the atmosphere. The shorter wavelengths, such as blue, are scattered, whilst red, with its longer wavelengths, enter our eyes. Hashtag no filter. From pink skies to pink lakes. No need to adjust your TV. This is Hutt Lagoon in Western Australia. The pink hue is caused by a certain type of algae, which is also used as a natural food colour. And it's only one of many amazing natural occurrences in our planet's lakes and seas. When the sun goes down in North Wales in the UK, there's a light show in the water. The bright blue glow is caused by billions of bioluminescent plankton. The tranquility of the water means we can see the light produced through chemical reactions occurring in the plankton's bodies. And the attention-seeking chemical reaction is actually a defense mechanism to attract bigger predators to eat whatever may be eating the plankton. It's an incredible display of nature's weird and wonderful side. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature show no mercy. We've been exposed to the elements. We've been beaten, battered, and bruised. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
An earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode. Hurricane Florence crashes across North Carolina.
I realized we had to get out immediately.
Creating catastrophic flash flooding.
There's no control, it's just floating at that point.
In Portugal, a top surfer is determined to take on 100-foot waves and win.
I was like, wow, is this thing going to land on my head or am I going to outrun it?
And in Anchorage, Alaska, a magnitude 7 monster rips up roads as it tears across town.
The only thing I could describe it as like a train coming. And I was like, wow, this is huge.
September 2018, and a threatening Category 4 hurricane named Florence is barreling towards the east coast of the USA. In the firing line is the city of Wilmington, North Carolina. Watching the hurricane closely are storm chasers Gabe Cox and Jeff Mangum, otherwise known as the Tornado Trackers.
We grew up loving tornadoes and decided one day to go out storm chasing.
We started to talk about storms and watch videos of storms, and then eventually started to chase storms together.
Storm chasing is a dangerous pursuit. But while most residents prepare to evacuate, the Tornado Trackers head to North Carolina to document Florence's arrival.
We knew as it approached land that with its sheer size and power, that not only North and South Carolina, but all the states around it were going to feel significant impacts.
As the hurricane approaches land, its power lessens, and Florence becomes a Category 1. Ready and waiting, the Tornado Trackers brace themselves for impact.
There starts to be that excitement, like, okay, it's happening now, let's get into game mode. And it wasn't until the eye wall moved into Wilmington, it ramped up almost instantly, and that's when things started to go flying.
911, what is the emergency?
Do not go outside.
Right now, due to the weather, our units are on lockdown.
As Florence slams into North Carolina, its downgrading lulls the storm chasers into a false sense of security.
I think we expected the winds to be a lot less because it had been a Category 1, but we realized as we positioned ourselves downtown that the wind was actually funneling through the buildings and creating a wind tunnel effect.
The howling of the wind, just the pure, terrifying sound that I had not heard before with a hurricane, and it's unrelenting.
That's when we realized that this wasn't going to be the typical Category 1 that we had experienced in the past, and it was turning into a dangerous situation to be out in.
This is what a Category 1 looks like, everyone.
Amazed by the fearsome strength of Florence, Gabe ventures inside the hurricane's eye wall.
Okay, there's a massive gust up here. I'm gonna take you up to this street, get a good view.
You had these areas where the wind was coming from one direction, but it was shooting through the alley in another direction, and you would have winds well over 100 miles an hour.
Now you know why I'm staying behind this wall.
I was still in the car, and about 5-6 feet to my right, this large beam that was on the roof of this 8 or 9 story building came straight down. And it was the loudest, most frightening sound. It didn't just catch me off guard, it immediately let me know. All it takes is one piece of debris and your life is gone.
As night falls, the Tornado Trackers move from the city streets to an unattended gas station.
To watch something so heavy and so big look like just a little toy that was being tossed aside by the wind, it was not just frightening, but it's humbling. You're also wondering, why am I out here right now? Is this worth it?
I realized, okay, now we're in a really vulnerable situation, and we had to get out immediately.
But the next morning, as they try to make their escape,
oh my God,
Florence unleashes a dangerous sting in her tail. Torrential rain.
It was flooding areas that had never been flooded before. The people were caught off guard. It was a massive natural disaster.
Unprecedented rainfall brings catastrophic flooding across the Carolinas. As residents become trapped in water levels as high as 10 feet in some areas, emergency rescue efforts get underway. Responding to the scene is the US Coast Guard and helicopter pilot Rick Williams.
As soon as the storm began to hit landfall, calls started coming in, we immediately launched and headed down south. There was massive amounts of turbulence. We were facing winds from 40 to 70 knots. We started just conducting an overhead search, flying over the houses that looked like they were taking the worst damage and trying to see if anybody needed assistance.
Also helping with the response are mother and son, Chris and Gail Rogers, who drive 200 miles with a rental truck full of supplies.
We saw that Wilmington had gotten hit really hard, that it had flooded around the city. We thought it might be a little adventurous on the way. We would get to see the damage that had been caused by the hurricane. On the way up, we saw plenty of trees down, houses with the water up to their porches.
As they reach Wilmington, Gail and Chris suddenly realize they're driving into danger.
As I got into the water a little bit, I realized that I can't see the road. All I can see is glimpses of yellow lines here and there.
See that yellow line right there?
Yep, that's the right line. I got the left one right here on my other tire. I got them right there in front of me. She was freaking out a little bit, and so I'm trying to make sure that she knows that it's okay.
Oh my God. Christopher!
Mom, calm down.
You could hear the force of the water going across the road. It was very loud.
Oh my God.
By this point, it was pretty high on the truck then, and we thought something was probably going to go wrong.
It's just water as far as you can see, and trucks as far as you can see going, and an 18-wheeler coming the other way just pushed us off the road with their wave.
Go, 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 go. It's lifting us up.
Once that wave of water had hit the truck, there was no wheels on the ground anymore, so there's no control. It's just floating at that point.
You could feel the truck starting to float, start thinking about exit strategy very, very fast.
Later, Carolina residents fight for survival as they become trapped in Florence's floodwaters.
1, 2, 3.
And rescuers brave the most challenging of missions.
You can't train hard enough to prepare yourself to face what Mother Nature is going to throw at you.
Home to some of the biggest waves on the planet is surfing mecca Nazaré in Portugal. With an underwater canyon funneling record-breaking swells towards the beach, Nazaré is an irresistible playground for big wave surfers like England's Tom Butler.
I won my first English title when I was 11, and then around the age of 21 I really got the bug for big wave surfing. I'm now 30, so I've been riding big waves for like the last 9 years. And when I was 23, I went to Nazaré for the first time. In Nazaré, you've got like deep water, so the waves just come in and unload on the beach and nothing's stopping it. It's just absolute raw power. Just a freak of nature. It's become a surfing mecca because the biggest waves in the world break there. It's that simple. It's just so exhilarating. You're on a knife's edge, you're holding on as tight as you can with your toes, and then surviving it and pulling out to safety. It's just like absolutely euphoric.
But Nazaré's waves are unpredictable and can turn deadly at any moment.
The bigger the wave, the more power it has, the more weight is behind it. So you've got one of them waves landing on top of you, it can cause severe damage to your body or fatality, so there is a lot of risk involved. You're surfing in water, and ultimately water can drown you, you know? Things change very fast in the ocean. You are at the mercy of Mother Nature. It is so damn scary.
It's 2016, and Tom is in Nazaré making his debut in a big wave surfing contest.
I had loads of confidence, I had a good surfboard under my feet, well trained, it felt really good. The heats last 45 minutes, so you're under pressure with timing. 10 or 15 minutes had gone by and I hadn't caught a wave. Other competitors around me had just positioned themselves slightly better. Almost been like 25 minutes without a wave. And I was just so hyped up for the occasion, I just said to myself, right, the next big wave what comes, it's like a statement thing, I'm just going to throw it to the wind and I'm going to send it. And a big wave came, I just went straight on it. The wind gust at the wrong moment, it got underneath the front of my board and just held me up for a split second. The whole descent down the wave got slowed down and then the wave was just on top of me and just landed square on my back. That was it, game over.
The ocean can be a formidable force, even for the experts. The power of Nazaré's colossal waves is too much for this surfer to handle. Tumbling into the water at 50 miles per hour, he's engulfed by a monster swell. Resurfacing to catch a breath, he's near rocks, and a second wave is closing in. A daring jet ski driver swoops in, and it's full throttle as they race to outrun the wave. But Mother Nature is ruthless, and they're eventually swallowed up. Finally, the duo are able to swim to safety, and amazingly, the surfers and their jet ski are in one piece. Western Australia. And this group of reckless surfers are riding dangerous swells created by stormy conditions and winds of up to 60 miles per hour. Jumping into the waves, the daredevils cling onto wakeboard cables which are tied onto the bridge. And one surfer even brings an inflatable shark to the party. They make it out unscathed, but their dangerous exploits could have had potentially fatal consequences. This pair of surfers in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, have found a novel way of launching themselves into the ocean. But things take a disastrous turn as the second surfer finds himself falling into the swell. And slamming against the rocks. Using all his strength, he's finally able to paddle away to his friend. But it's another reminder that you underestimate the ocean at your peril. Back in Nazaré, Portugal, a monster 30-foot wave is causing surfer Tom Butler to wipe out.
I just go down like a sack of spuds straight onto my side and just take all the impact. And when you're hitting water at that speed and with that mass coming down on top of you, water feels like concrete. So underwater, I'm like, right, I've got to get back to the surface. Get to the surface, and then I'm looking for someone to hopefully come and rescue me on the jet ski, and there's no one around. And then the next wave what landed on my head, that probably held me under for like another 10 seconds, and then another 4 or 5 waves on the head. So by the time I'd hit the beach, I'd probably spent like about 40, 50 seconds underwater. I couldn't get my breath back. It felt like someone had hit me around the ribs with a baseball bat. So I knew at that point it was serious. My lung was starting to collapse and I got part of my ear ripped off. So I was carted off into the ambulance, put on morphine, and then I had 4 days in hospital in Portugal.
Tom may have been battered by Nazare's waves, but he refuses to be beaten by them.
I was on the hospital bed, I gave myself a bit of a pat on the back. I was like, yeah, you didn't do great in the competition, but you sort of shown to the world you're not scared. A lesson learned, you know, you've got to be hungry for competition. You've got to give it your all, but also you have to be calculated. But it gave me more confidence, and it was just like, yeah, come on, Nazare.
And in December 2018, Tom takes on Nazare once again.
It was right in the middle of winter. That's when you're generally going to get the biggest waves in the Atlantic. We seen the storm come in, and we knew it was going to be good. This swell was a freak wave of that session, just one what was a lot bigger than the other waves. Rode the wave like as perfectly as I could, and it was just nuts. Shadow came over me, it went quite dark, and I was like, wow, is this thing going to land on my head or am I going to outrun it? And I was like, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, and then seen the light and it let me go, and that was it. I was in the channel and just, yeah, the glory.
At around 100 feet tall, it was one of the biggest waves ever surfed.
Riding the wave in 2018, put a little bit of closure onto my wipeout from 2016. It's one of them, you know, I'm never going to get one up on nature, but for sure it was like, yes, like you beat me 2 years ago, Nazare, I've kind of clawed my way back at you.
Still to come. It's a race to rescue people and animals.
There's only so much time you have.
From Hurricane Florence's catastrophic flooding.
There's wind damage, there's down power lines, there's swift water situations.
And a skiing trip nearly turns to tragedy for two friends in France. Alaska, in the US, is one of the most active seismic zones on the planet. Due to its location on the northern corner of the Pacific Rim, it's home to 11% of the world's recorded earthquakes. On November 30th, 2018, in the city of Anchorage, the day started like any other day for 16-year-old student Kira Slama.
I was between first and second period. The morning was completely normal. It just felt like any other school day.
Across town, father of three, Jesse Elmore, is getting his children ready for the day.
It was a Friday morning. My wife, she was getting to sleep in, and I was getting my oldest daughter ready for school.
I was just in the hallway with my friends, and we were just like smiling, goofing around. All of a sudden, you just felt this rumble in the ground.
I was standing in my kitchen, and I felt just a small vibration. Whoa, earthquake. And then I heard a loud noise. Only thing I could describe it as like a train coming. That's when I was like, wow, this is huge.
I thought it was a generator at first that was like going crazy. I didn't know what it was. When the lights were out, you could just hear this loud, like stuff was falling, and you didn't really know what it was because you couldn't see it. And then I heard people yell, "It's an earthquake."
It's an earthquake! It's an earthquake!
Anchorage is taking a heavy beating from a magnitude 7 quake. As the tectonic rumblings below reverberate around the city, it causes widespread panic.
Earthquake! Earthquake!
At the airport, flights are grounded as the control center is evacuated. Schools full of terrified teachers and pupils take cover. But for Kira, who's stuck in the hallway, there's nowhere to hide.
We've had earthquake drills in the past where they say to get under your desk and cover your head, but no one knew what to do because we were all in the hallway.
Get on the ground! Oh my gosh!
My friends were saying, Kira, get down. And my sister, who was with us, she thought that a piece of ceiling was going to fall on my head, so she told me to get on the ground. And there was like ceiling falling and lights.
I'm on the ground! Get on the ground!
As Kira braces herself, Jesse's priority is his family.
My first thought was, whoa, that's a big earthquake. Second, I was like, where are my children? And I immediately started scrambling, trying to find them, and I hollered for my wife for help.
There are more than 3 million earthquakes every year. Their sheer power can cause colossal damage to buildings and roads and trigger deadly landslides and tsunamis. In Indonesia, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake has rocked Sulawesi Island. Shop CCTV footage shows the moment the earthquake hits. As people run for their lives, the building violently shakes around them. The deadly quake triggered a tsunami and tragically killed more than 2,000 people. Also in Indonesia, a powerful earthquake has struck the island of Lombok. An 18-year-old high school student has been trapped under the rubble for 3 days. A rescue mission is assembled, and using grinding machines, they're able to cut through the concrete and metal. Finally, after 3 hours, the rescuers are able to glimpse the girl in the ruins and miraculously pull her to safety. She is rushed to hospital and unbelievably went on to make a full recovery. In the Philippines, dangerous aftershocks from an earthquake have ruptured a rooftop swimming pool. Water gushes from the pool down onto the street below. And terrified residents, fearing its collapse, run from the 53-floor apartment block. Thankfully, the building remains standing, but it serves as a sobering reminder of the damage natural disasters can cause. Back in Anchorage, Alaska, Kira Slama is stuck in her school corridor at the mercy of a magnitude 7 quake.
The earthquake felt like you were on a roller coaster. The hallway was going like this. There was lots of panic. Teachers had looks of like shock on their face, and there were kids screaming.
Dad of 3, Jesse Elmore, is trying to protect his children.
Initially, when I turned around and I saw the other 2 children, I was worried about my other daughter, Hazel. She was downstairs, but I didn't 100% know where she was downstairs. So that was the first time I've truly experienced like a sheer panic for where's my child. And then the feeling of I can't stop this, I can't control this. The girls were terrified. The baby starts screaming. Worst case scenario for me with this earthquake was the house falling on us.
Back at Kira's school, the students are still in a state of panic.
After the lights had turned back on, it was like all the drills went out the window and everyone just rushed out.
Oh my gosh, guys! Go! Outside! Let's go! Get out!
There was no like order to anything. It was just chaos.
Oh my gosh, guys!
There were pieces of ceiling on the ground and some lights with glass. I was shocked. You could just see the destruction.
As the terrified students make a run for the playground, the enormity of the situation dawns.
I'm scared. Oh my god.
I was shaking so much, I couldn't stop shaking.
Are you shaking? I'm shaking.
There were people like crying and hugging each other. There were people texting their parents and calling them. I was just thinking about the damage inside the school and what our homes would look like when we went home.
Kira heads back to her house, but the carnage is worse than expected.
It was very shocking. The most shocking part, I think, was just seeing the destruction that was caused by the earthquake. All the shelves had broken and stuff had fallen everywhere. It was like walking through a maze.
The earthquake ruptured 25 miles below ground and caused significant damage to buildings and roads. But fortunately, there were no fatalities.
I would definitely say the November 30th earthquake was the scariest day of my life.
Should we go to Mr. Smith?
The whole earthquake it made me think more about natural disasters, how scary they are, and that they are out there.
We were very fortunate with how things turned out. Having seen what occurred to other parts of the town or to what happened to other people, we were very fortunate, we were very blessed, we're very thankful that nothing major happened to us and to our home. And so that was a major relief.
Back in North Carolina, and Hurricane Florence has ravaged the coastline and brought with it biblical flooding, putting many lives at risk. Rescuers are out in full force, including Jess Crampton and Chad Gard from the Humane Society of Missouri, who are on a mission to rescue stranded pets.
There's only so much time you have that a dog or cat can survive in flood water, so we have to get in and get them out as quickly as possible.
Jess and Chad receive a desperate plea for help.
We received a phone call from an owner who was frantic that her dog had been left in the trailer because she was stranded in another town affected by the hurricane. The house was in the floodwaters and it was, from what we heard, completely submerged.
They spring into action, but the widespread flooding makes navigating the streets almost impossible.
The entire neighborhood is underwater, and the water is deeper than all the street signs.
The homes were flooded. The devastation was awful.
All you see is the rooftops. Hundreds of homes, it's all gone.
By a stroke of luck, they chance upon an abandoned property matching the description of the dog owner's home.
As we paddled closer to the house, we heard the dog bark inside. We were very excited because we knew we had finally found her and that she was alive. Then it was just a matter of how we were going to get in there and rescue her.
With the home almost completely submerged, it's now a race against time to find a way in.
We attempted entry through the windows first, but there was absolutely no removing the windows. Next, we went for the door. It was our only option.
Whilst delivering aid to those in need, mother and son, Gail and Chris, fall victim to Florence's deadly floodwaters.
It seemed like time kind of slowed down for a second. I kind of had the feeling, you know, is this really happening to us right now? It was very surreal.
I was in fight or flight. I mean, at that point, it was get out of this truck and go.
I immediately went under and was just trying to grab anything that would help me pull up.
It was very helpless, being sucked under the water like that. You're just gone.
Meanwhile, animal rescuers Jess and Chad are desperately trying to save a stricken dog trapped in a flooded home.
1, 2, 3. The door had swollen, so the only way we could do it was we grabbed the rafters on the front porch and we started kicking. For the split second that she went inside the door and I lost visual contact of her, it's nerve-wracking because I don't know what's going on inside the home. I know I have to keep the door open so that she can get back out of the door. I got it. Coming out the front of the boat.
She was sitting on a couch on the other side of the living room, about 6 inches from touching the ceiling.
When we got her in the boat, she was just as sweet as she could be, and she was loving on everybody that was in the boat, and she was very excited. She knew we were there to help her.
But there are still others trapped in the raging floodwaters, as Chris and Gail are now clinging to the back of their truck. Fortunately, 2 people stopped to help.
A couple of trucks had stopped to help us, and the 2 guys were out in the water trying to sling a rope to us.
I tied the rope off to the truck, and she pulled herself back. Seeing my mom crossing the river, I was very anxious. There was a point where she wasn't strong enough to pull herself any farther with this water rushing head towards her.
I could hear him in the background, you know, Mom, keep your head up, keep your head up. You know, keep your face out of the water and everything. So I was trying really hard to concentrate on just staying above water.
As soon as one of the other fellows got in the water and actually grabbed her and pulled her out, that's whenever it was. And now y'all can just pull me out.
Chris and Gail make it to safety thanks to the kindness of strangers. But their terrifying close call leaves them in shock.
I didn't start crying about it until later that evening. That was when it really sunk in that what we had been through and how close we had come to, you know, probably dying.
You always think it can happen to other people, but you never think it's going to happen to you.
Hundreds of residents are still trapped in their homes. So the US Coast Guard carry out crucial search and rescue missions.
There's multiple different fronts happening simultaneously. There's wind damage, there's down power lines, there's swift water situations. We're also working with people who may have not had food or water for several days, could be extremely weak. There are babies, there are elderly people, there are people who are in different kind of situations that make each rescue a little different. It's an extremely challenging environment with a lot of things happening at one time.
Florence dumped 8 trillion gallons of rain in North Carolina alone, the equivalent of 12 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. It caused $24 billion of damage, and tragically, 52 people lost their lives. But despite the devastation, there are many heroes of the hurricane.
The helicopters and the fixed-wing aircraft flew 338 search and rescue missions. We saved 284 lives. Seeing all the people, both in the Coast Guard and in the communities around, that come together to help people, you still see the best in people following these storms. And to see that firsthand is extremely satisfying to me.
Animal rescuers Jess and Chad have saved the life of Soshi the dog and head back to dry land to reunite her with her owner.
It's a miracle that dog was alive.
Dogs and cats, animals they're just like family. They're just like your own kids. That's why we do what we do.
Having such a wonderful ending with this one made it very special to us.
And it's also an experience that mother and son, Gail and Chris, will never forget.
I've definitely learned water's nothing to mess around with. It's much more powerful than you ever think it's going to be. It was very frightening.
We got really lucky. Really lucky.
Due to its record-breaking flood levels, Florence was a once-in-a-thousand-year event.
To see Mother Nature in its truest form and its raw power is really an amazing thing to witness.
But it's a stark reminder that you should never underestimate the power of the weather.
Mother Nature's unforgiving. The sea is unforgiving, the wind's unforgiving. It's extremely powerful, and it's often underestimated. You can't train hard enough to prepare yourself to face what Mother Nature's going to throw at you.
Châtel, a bustling ski resort in the French Alps. In January 2015, ski buddies Dennis Corbett and Colin Gomez take a trip to the pretty alpine village. But unfortunately, they aren't blessed with good weather.
It had snowed maybe like 1.5 meters. It was always like bad weather.
It was snowing like hell. It was just every day it was snowing.
For off-piste skiing, we were looking for a lot of powder. So we were all really happy having these kind of conditions.
But as every experienced skier knows, the bigger the snowfall, the bigger the risk.
It was snowing so much that we knew that the avalanche risk was getting higher and higher every day.
Dennis and Colin have all but given up hope of hitting the off-piste slopes when the weather takes a turn.
When we woke up, it was really blue sky and everything. So we were kind of in a hurry to go skiing and to be able to enjoy the snow. But at the same time, we knew that it was going to be a really dangerous day.
We know that for the first sunny day, we will want to go in half-piste and to try something cool, but we have to keep focused.
Eager to make the most of the good weather, Dennis and Colin make their way up the mountains. But just as they're about to tackle their first off-piste slope, they begin to have second thoughts.
It's like really serious time. Like, we are here to have fun, but you got to get serious at some point because it's a risky kind of activity. And we had to choose whether we want to ski it or if we just want to go back and leave the place.
We looked at the snow, we looked at how the slope was, so the steepness.
At the end of the day, after debating and trying to see all the hints we could have about the snow, we decided to go down.
Having just seen a group of skiers tackle the slope without incident, the friends decide to take the risk. And Colin is the first to take the plunge.
I'm skiing down the face. I'm taking my time because I want to test the snow. I want to see if it's safe or not. I just decided I'm gonna stop in this place because I'm safe, and I'm just gonna watch Dennis skiing to make sure that nothing will happen to him.
I started to ride quite fast at the top to not put too much pressure on the snow so that I don't trigger anything. And then I arrived in the steepest part of the face where I had to jump a little rock, and I decided to go for it. And when I landed is where it all went wrong. I had this line, like this snow line in front of me, and the moment I understood it was the track of the avalanche, I was already skiing on it.
When I saw the big track, I told to myself, I hope Dennis, you will just go straight and jump this little bump, this track, and you will be able to escape the avalanche.
At that point, I knew that I was gonna get buried by the avalanche, and then I fell. It's like the washing machine thing. You don't know if your face is up or down. I was pulled for maybe, I guess it was something like 200 meters.
When he was under the snow and then the snow covered him. At this moment I knew that it was a serious avalanche.
Avalanches kill more than 150 people every year. If you're buried under snow, on average, you can only survive for 18 minutes. In Utah,
Oh my God! No way, yo, that just broke on me. Woo, that was so sketchy!
luckily for him, he avoids being buried.
Witness Avalanche season. Be careful. Powder Mountain. We're alive and well. It's all good. Oh my gosh.
At the foot of Mount Elbrus, Russia, a massive avalanche bears down on a car park. The onlookers witness the sheer power of Mother Nature as cars are pushed back with terrifying ease. Trapped beneath the sheer weight of the snow, the cars are damaged, but luckily there were no reported injuries. In Vasilitsa, Greece, a skier is enjoying the snow when he happens to glance behind him. Avalanches can reach 80 miles per hour in under 5 seconds, giving very little reaction time. But this skier thinks fast and grabs a nearby tree. Helping him survive the snow tsunami. Back in the French Alps, off-piste skier Dennis has just been struck by the full fury of an avalanche.
Once everything stops, you get really compacted in the snow. You're trapped. You can't move a finger. It's like in a concrete coffin.
Buried beneath the snow, Dennis's only hope is friend Colin.
I had to act fast. I passed my transceiver into search mode in order to be able to capture the signal from Dennis' transceiver. And then you have to do what we call a zigzag search to find the exact spot where your friend is.
Luckily, some nearby skiers stop to help, but it's a race against time to save him.
I thought, okay, you might die here. I got a bit dizzy by the lack of oxygen and I kind of fell asleep under the snow.
A few minutes, like a very long time, because I was just yelling at Dennis, hoping he will be able to answer me.
Denis, est-ce que tu m'entends? Denis, est-ce que tu m'entends?
But then when I had the first signal, everything went super fast.
Ramenez-vous, ramenez-vous! Il est là, il est là!
We were able to find his leg and then we started to shovel and to find his head.
And the next thing I know is that I feel the snow moving above me. That's the moment when I realized, okay, maybe I'm gonna get out of here.
Colin and a group of fellow skiers managed to dig a dazed Dennis out of the snow. And incredibly, apart from a torn ligament in his knee, Dennis walks away unscathed. But both men have learned a valuable lesson from the experience.
When you have a super day with super conditions, but you know there's a part of risk, and so you have to take the right decisions.
In the mountains, you got to stay really humble because no matter how much safety equipment you have, how much skills, how much knowledge, at the end of the day, it's always the mountain that is going to win if something goes wrong.
Extreme weather can keep us on our toes, but not always on our feet. In Beijing, China, heavy snow and ice along the Great Wall are making it a pretty tricky trek for these tourists. Even those who hold the handrail are struggling to stay standing, thanks to a particularly freezing February. And though the tourist attraction might be a man-made construct, Mother Nature's showing everyone who's boss by ensuring the temperature isn't the only thing falling. Even professionals struggle to keep on top of things from time to time, like this daredevil snowboarder in Finland. After losing his balance, there's only one way he's heading. At least it's a soft landing. In Colorado, the US, This woman desperately struggles against strong winds to shut the lid of her hot tub. She's nothing but persistent. And it looks like her hard work has paid off. Only for Mother Nature to put our hot tub heroine in her place, squashed inside the lid. Finally, she admits defeat and calls time on her epic battle. In this episode, we've seen the full force of Mother Nature's fury. We've seen her give it everything she's got.
Oh my gosh, guys! Go! Outside! Let's go! Get out!
We've watched her tear down, rip up, and destroy everything in sight.
Oh my God.
And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme,
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
more terrifying,
Avalanche! Avalanche!
and even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage
I thought Titanic came into my head.
from the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
the wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
earth-shattering natural disasters,
It's an earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
and stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face
We're not going to get out of this alive.
and survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, horrific wildfires driven by gale-force winds devastate the east coast of Greece.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
A tornado rips off roofs and catapults cars in Canada.
Oh my God, this is gonna hit hard. I need to duck.
And in Turkey, it's a desperate battle for survival for three friends trapped in a flash flood.
We're actually in real trouble now.
July 23rd, 2018. The Attica region of the eastern Greek peninsula is the setting for some of the most savage wildfires in living memory. Nikos Verikokides was at his home near the popular resort town of Mati, 18 miles east of Athens, when the fires began.
Είχε καλοκαίρι, ζέστη, είχε αέρα
γύρω στις 4 η ώρα, άρχισα να μυρίζω καπνό. Αμέσως αντιλαμβάνομαι ότι κάπου υπάρχει φωτιά, πυρκαγιά.
Wildfires have broken out in dry scrublands just 12 miles west of Mati. The strong winds are rapidly spreading the flames towards Nikos, so he heads straight to the nearest body of water, Mati Beach.
Η κατάσταση είναι φιαλτική. Έφτασα κι εγώ με το μηχανάκι εδώ πέρα και βλέπω την εικόνα εδώ στο λιμάνι να είναι περίπου συνοστισμένοι 300 άνθρωποι, μαζί όμως με τα αυτοκίνητά τους. Λέγονται αυτοκίνητα, σπίτια. Ένιωσα σε κάποια φάση μια σχετική ασφάλεια. Εδώ είσαστε ασφαλείς, μη φοβάστε. Και στη χειρότερη περίπτωση στο νερό μέσα. Ούτως ώστε, εάν οι φλόγες φτάνανε και σε αυτό το χώρο, να μπορέσουμε να μπούμε μέσα στο νερό και με αυτόν τον τρόπο να έχουμε ελπίδες να σωθούμε.
Kali Anagostou and her 6-year-old son are napping at her in-laws' house when flames suddenly engulf their home.
I remember waking up because of the smell, the smoke. The wind was extreme. The only thing that we could think of is to start running towards the sea.
Mati resident Kostas Gikas is at work when the fire creeps towards his house.
My wife, she called me and she told me he see the smoke. So I ran in, I take the car and I come home. Call this time my friend Yusuf and I say I coming because it's big traffic this time.
Yusuf is at Kostas's house, trying to defend it from the fire.
Emocionet në kohën që u përfshin çatia nga flakat, çatia u nes, varanta jashtë u ndes.
When I come home, the police take out my wife and my children. So I say, okay, go to the beach and I see you there. Yusuf is here, but we can do nothing. The fire is next to my house. I have the idea how can I save the house. Stupid idea, because you can save the house when the fires come like this. I go the first floor, down, but I don't take the correct key.
Unë për momentin nuk e shikova duke dalë jashtë. Për momentin, se ta kisha po, zor se kisha lanë për dalë. Doli jashta, në momentin që doli jashta Kosta, ju mbyll dera.
Whilst Kostas is trapped outside with the flames, on Mati Beach, Nikos is beginning to grasp the sheer horror of the fires.
Εκεί συνάντησα και είδα για πρώτη φορά και τους πρώτους εγκαυματίες, ανθρώπους με εγκαύματα. Μια γυναίκα σε μια γωνιά με το παιδί.
That woman is Kali with her 6-year-old son. Both are in desperate need of medical treatment. The air is so hot, it is burning not only their skin, but also their lungs.
I remember hearing people screaming, shouting, people diving into the sea, even people who did not know how to swim, and they were screaming that I cannot swim, but I have to be inside. The wind coming right on us, very hot, along with ashes, along with salt from the sea.
Kali's husband Fanny is in Dubai on business.
I was just following the news minute by minute. I was feeling a bit numb. So I called my father trying to get a little bit more details.
Δεν ξέρω τι έχει γίνει, Ραφάνη, είμαι στο λιμάνι τώρα. Φύγαμε, τα παραδείσαμε όλα, έχουμε τα ήθελα. Θα σε πάρω μακιάνα στο μέλλον.
I could hear my son shouting, crying.
Local resident Nikos is trying to help Kali and her son, unaware of the horrifying extent of their injuries.
Θέλετε να βρούμε καμιά λυφή, να βρούμε να βάλετε κάτι. Όταν το είδα στην αρχή, δεν μου φάνηκε τόσο ότι ήταν τόσο έντονο. ήταν πολύ πιο ύπουλα.
After we went to the port, and for a couple of hours, I could feel that I wasn't well. I couldn't breathe. I felt exhausted because of the heat that burned us, which were more than 800 degrees. The 40% of my body was extensively burned. What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
Meanwhile, flames are surging through the town's dry woodland, fanned by 60-mile-an-hour winds. As they take over the home of Kostas Gikas, he's locked outside with them.
The fire is so strong, and I started coughing. I cannot believe this, what I see in my eyes.
Nuk ishe qa bëj, se u s'kishe, këto mbrojt për momentin nuk e disha akua.
Can't believe what you see because the fire is so strong, you don't know what you do.
Kostas's cries for help are lost in the deafening roar of the fire.
Slowly I go back, and when I go around the corner and I see the fire is come very near, and I say, now what the hell can I do? Fire is coming from one way, fire is coming for the other way, and I'm in the center.
Kostas is surrounded, with nothing between him and the raging flames.
You imagine when it's come next to you, you can do nothing. I want to see my children, my family again. I say, oh, God help me. We have the water for the cat there, so I throw the water on myself. So I go to the corner, I pray. I started feeling the fire in my back. You know, I'm sorry. I pray.
Later, we'll see how the Attica wildfires grew to become the second deadliest wildfire of the 21st century.
We were thinking that we were gonna die.
Spreading flames in a wildfire is only part of the wind's destructive power. Tornadoes, a vortex of violently circulating winds that can travel at speeds of up to 195 miles per hour. In Canada, a tornado is about to strike. A woman and her child desperately run for cover at a convenience store as the manager fights against the power of the wind to open the door. With the woman safe inside, the guys have no choice but to hold on for dear life.
Oh my God.
In Canterbury, New Zealand, Mother Nature is making the mother of all tornadoes.
Coming towards us.
Thankfully, they're safe to carry on their journey after their impromptu drag race with a twist.
Oh my God, we do not hear these here. Oh my goodness.
Trapped in a tornado on a highway in Quebec, this woman is feeling the full force of the storm. Her terrifying close encounter showers her in broken glass, leaving her with cuts and bruises. Tornadoes wreak havoc on everything in their path. In Gatineau, Canada, the 21st September 2018 began like any other day for car salesman Eric Parquet.
We were washing cars outside. We got a tornado alert on our cell phones, so we just started to ignore it. Because 3 weeks before, we got the same thing, well, it was a test. So we didn't take it seriously. around 5 o'clock, the wind started to pick up a little bit more, right? So we said to our team, okay, we need to move and get inside because I think it's going to rain.
On the other side of Gatineau is Vincent Carl Lariche.
I was living on the third floor of my building. Just listening to the latest news with this emergency alert about the tornado. So I was quite surprised because I was not expecting a tornado. If you have told me a snowstorm will hit Gatineau, I would have more believed you than that. And then the electricity just went out. So I thought maybe, a tree just fell on a line. But a few seconds afterward, there was those very strong noise coming from the outside. So I decided to have a peek out in my window.
Outside, an EF3 tornado is traveling at 165 miles per hour.
And it was going very, very fast. And if I were standing on my balcony at that moment, I would probably have been, killed or crushed by a debris flying.
When we got back in the dealership, one of my colleagues said, hey, look at this, look at the wind. So I just put my head up and I saw, that's a lot of wind, right? Then I go, look at the roof. So when I saw the bits of roof coming off, I was thinking to myself, like, literally, this is not normal. Like in that fraction of a second, not only little parts of the roof was coming off, the whole friggin' roof was coming off. And I said to myself, oh my God, this is gonna hit hard, I need to duck. I had cars actually moved and smashing, like clapping together. So that was like kind of a car accident.
Of course, you don't realize the danger of what's happening because it's very, really fast. The noise I heard was, of course, very unusual noise. It was just this rumbling sounds of all the debris coming up, from everywhere. At the peak of the tornado, it's just a very big rumbling sound that just never ends. The event is so fast, it's so quick that you don't have time to react, you don't have time to be scared.
We started running to take cover. Your adrenaline starts to pump it. The windows are 25 feet high and about literally 45 feet long. So if that was smashing, I was more concerned about our glass hitting us. I don't know if you watched the movie Superman, but I did exactly Superman under your desk.
After the tornado passed through my neighborhood, there was a moment of silence. 30 seconds of pure silence, something that I never encountered before. You don't realize the sheer destruction power that it has on the ground. It's afterwards when it's been passing through and you saw the damage. And that's that point that I understood there was something very, very dangerous that passed through my neighborhood.
There was no wind, like let's say no wind at all. It was just calm, calm, calm. It was weird. And then we just started to say, oh my God, we just got hit by a tornado.
The first image that I saw was a car that was flipped, turned over just in front of me. And I saw countless windows that had been smashed, balconies that were crushed, trees that have been thrown apart by the tornado. My car windows were smashed, but I was very lucky because there were people that had lost everything.
We lost a total of 45 cars, and I lost about $500,000 in inventory just on that day. We couldn't operate for about a week. And then after the week, we started to get the electricity back.
The Gatineau tornado lasted 40 minutes, covered 25 miles, and was the strongest to hit the region in over 100 years. 25 people were injured and over 200 buildings were damaged.
I never experienced a tornado before. After that event, I can tell you that when there's a weather alert, I take it seriously now. Mother Nature can't change anything in a matter of few seconds.
I am more cautious about the weather. Yes, I am. I realized since that day that anything in life can change quickly.
Still to come. Wildfires surging across the Attica region of Greece surround a homeowner, leaving him nowhere to run.
You close your eyes for a few seconds, you black out.
And in Colorado, supersized hailstones pummel tourists and animals at the zoo. January 2015 in Antalya, Turkey. Friends David Mackey, Friso de Vries and Mariah de Groot set off for a one-day hike along the Lycian Way, a picturesque trail promising Mediterranean views and mountainous hinterland.
So you arrived at noon. I mean, it was like sunny. You're walking around in just t-shirt, jeans.
Because it was only meant to be a short hike, we didn't really bring that many provisions.
We were just going very slow, just going into caves and sort of messing around a bit.
I looked at the clock and I think it was like 3 in the afternoon. And that was when I started to become a bit worried because I knew the sun would go down in an hour.
When it got dark, we were assessing what we should do, and we looked at the path and tried to look in the distance, but we couldn't see anything. So we went off the path and started following an empty riverbed down because we thought that ends up at the sea.
That was a big mistake.
After a couple of hours trying to navigate in the dark, the trio are now lost in the depths of the valley.
Because we already followed that riverbed for quite a long time, so then it was like, we're probably not going to make it tonight, at least not safely. And so we decided, okay, we're going to stay here for the night.
Vastly underprepared, with no food or shelter, they bed down for the night. And the next morning, Mother Nature gives them a rude awakening.
When we woke up, it was kind of the beginning of the rain.
This is where we slept.
The dry riverbed got really deep and really fast flowing. Everything around us that was normally dry, all of a sudden all these rivers had been created.
But then when the real trouble hit was that river ended up in a canyon.
Oh, this is bad. That way is you'll die.
There was a big drop, like a waterfall, and then we knew, like, okay, this is going to be impossible.
Oh. No. It's like a complete vertical drop, and then at the bottom it's like this.
All of a sudden you're like, oh, there's actually a possibility that it's not going to work. And yeah, that's just a scary thought.
Can you try and call 911? Seriously, I mean, we're not going to get back.
Mariah was feeling a bit more scared.
Well, what do we do when they get here? Like, how do they know where we are?
For me, it was more a case of trying to remain calm or get her to calm down a bit.
Oh, Mary. Oh, maybe.
How can it get even worse?
We initially tried to get signal on our phones, but at that point, 2 of the phones were water damaged, so we only had 1 phone left. But we tried a few times, but we never managed to put a call through.
Defeated by tough terrain and no phone signal, things go from bad to worse.
It was an incredible amount of rain. Everything was becoming really slippery and a lot less easy to navigate. We decided, okay, let's try to find some shelter for the night. And we passed this cave, but it was just like 2 boulders. It was just continuous pouring, just hitting the stone over our heads. And then outside it would be just hell.
Southern Turkey is being pummeled by a severe storm. Wind speeds reach 90 miles an hour, and heavy rainfall causes considerable damage in the area.
When it rains, you become more desperate.
We were getting really scared at this point.
The whole river that we had followed was flooded. Like there was just water everywhere. We can't cross the river because it had risen by maybe even like 2-3 meters or something. We're actually in real trouble now.
Being stranded by rapidly rising water can cause fatal consequences. In Hyderabad, southern India, a flash flood has trapped a man in his car. The narrow road is causing the water level to rise quickly. Despite onlookers trying to help, it's impossible for the driver to turn in any direction. In Western Australia, Cyclone Veronica has caused catastrophic flooding, forcing these Aussie blokes to put out an SOS. Proving that even in an emergency, they've still got their priorities straight. In this Indian village, Cyclone Gaja has dropped 20 inches of rain, causing a destructive deluge. A man is trapped underneath the bridge and is desperately trying to avoid being swept away by the strong current. Luckily for him, the villagers above throw him a lifeline as he's hoisted up to safety. But back in Turkey, there's no such lifeline, as a severe storm has stranded hikers David, Mariah, and Frizo.
So we actually spent 3 nights in that cave. I was scared that one of us would get hypothermia.
Today, we're making our way back up the mountain, and tomorrow we will be back home.
On day 5, the storm passes, but extreme hunger sets in.
So we had a tube of toothpaste that we rationed every day, and any small insects we could find, like ants and spiders.
In a last-ditch attempt for survival, they scrambled to higher ground to call for help.
So we kind of warmed up my battery and put it back in my phone, and it had 1% power or 2% power.
Well, we called the Turkish emergency services. When we finally got someone on the phone that could speak English, they responded with, have you tried the main road or asked some people? And then we were just like yelling, like, no, we've been walking around for 5 days in the wilderness, like we aren't on the track anymore, there are no people.
I was really trying to explain the severity of our situation, and then my phone died. 16 hours after making the initial call, no signs of anybody actually coming. I really thought that we were gonna die there.
A day after their SOS call, there's a glimmer of hope.
That was when a helicopter just passed right over us. But it didn't see us.
We thought, if they haven't seen us now, when will they?
On the morning of the 8th day, I was incredibly weak. I was really struggling to stand up. I was seeing a lot of black spots and tunnel vision, hallucinating. I was really worried that it would have lasted another 24 hours.
Unbeknownst to the hikers, over 100 people are involved in the search for them. The army, stationed in Istanbul 300 miles away, fly in, and using thermal imaging, finally manage to locate them.
I actually realized, like, okay, they've seen us now, and that was just such a moment of relief.
You felt lonely and abandoned, but there was actually like this incredible team of people looking for us. I think also in that regard we were crazy lucky.
Thank you. Thank you.
Exhausted, malnourished and dehydrated, they are immediately taken to hospital to recover.
I heard that it's quite unusual after so many days to still be found alive. So I think we're really lucky.
July 23rd, 2018. Wildfires are raging through the eastern Greek peninsula. On Mati Beach, Callie and her family are trapped between the raging fires and the sea. They are slowly suffocating and don't know when or if help will arrive.
The only thing that I kept thinking of was taking my son out of it, because he was shouting at me. I need a hug. Are we gonna be saved? Are we gonna be okay? The only thing that I kept saying to my son, we're gonna have to wait and pretend to him also that we are okay. We didn't understand what was happening. We were thinking that we were gonna die.
Across town, Kostas Gikas is locked out of his house, and with flames all around him, he has nowhere left to run.
Everything is happening so fast. I see the fire is coming to me. You close your eyes for a few seconds and you don't think nothing. You black out.
Kostas's friend Yosef is fighting the fire from inside the house.
Na ko I bie deres Kosta. Që tapin, unë nuk dëgjova të merrem telefon. Yosef tha po djegëm tha, ku je?
I started feeling the fire to my body, and the wind changed, and I don't feel any more heat. Something like stop the fire, like an angel, I don't know. They call Yusuf, and come Yusuf, he opened the door.
Ika jama, në kohën kishte lëshu një kovuj sipër në kokë, e që në kovën ujt I thatë ishte.
If Yusuf no opened the door, I don't know, I'm in death now, I believe.
Edhe shpëtova një jetë robi.
Back at the beach, medical help finally arrives for Callie's son.
After about an hour or so, a jeep arrived in order to get my son to a hospital. Being separated from my son was probably one of the worst times. I did not know if he would make it. I did not know if he was scared or if he felt safe. And I did not even know that if I would be able to see him again.
Later that evening, Nikos and hundreds of others are still waiting for information.
Καθίσαμε σε αυτά τα βράχια μέχρι τις 4 περίπου το πρωί, που η πυροσβεστική μας είπε υπάρχει ασφάλεια και ότι ελέγχεται πια η κατάσταση και ότι είναι ανοιχτοί οι δρόμοι και ότι θα μπορέσουμε επιτέλους να πάμε στα σπίτια μας. Προφανώς βέβαια λέω ότι θα άλλαξε η ζωή σε πολλούς ανθρώπους. Θα το κάνει και το σπίτι τους όταν άνθρωποι είναι αναγκασμένοι να μένουν ακόμα σε κατασκηνώσεις του στρατού. Για αυτούς τους ανθρώπους ήταν καταστροφή. Δεν έχουν σπίτι να μείνουνε. Τρομερό.
As the fire dies down, rescue efforts ramp up. After watching the tragedy unfold, hundreds volunteer to help. Artemis Kyriakopoulos travels from Athens to sift through the ashes.
The day after, it was like a ghost town. Everything was dust. And then I started feeling so emotional, and we just started looking around for animals or people. They were needing help. All the buildings were burned, and burned animals around us, everywhere. Nothing alive. We were looking at the backyard of an empty building, and I thought I heard something. He was injured and burned all over his body. So that's why I called him Lukmakis. It's the Greek translate of marshmallow. We put some food and water, and I started gaining his trust. He started smelling me, and he started wagging his tail, but I could see the pain, that he was in intense pain, because his body was burned and his paws.
For Callie's husband Fanny, it was a long journey back.
I was lucky to find the first flight out of Dubai. The trip back was, for me, something like autopilot, actually.
His family are safe, but they face a long road to recovery.
I still have surgeries to do, and I have a lot of scars and burns right now on my body that unfortunately remind me of what has happened. And for my son, the only way that we are gonna see everything go away is as he grows, so it's a long process.
The emotions when you see the people that you love that burn, it's overwhelming, actually. They were just a couple of minutes away of getting suffocated in the street. The fire destroyed many houses here. Some houses destroyed completely, 100%. The Red Cross helped us to give money, we fixed the house. People come from Australia, from America, from Austria, from Germany, from Cyprus, and help me fix the house. You believe this? If I don't have these people, I don't know what I do.
Disasters like this always bring people closer. They make us all humans. Lukmakis recovered after almost 1 week. When he saw us, he jumped on us, he started wagging his tail and kissing us. It was amazing. Now he's doing great, and we found his forever family.
The Attica wildfires claimed 100 lives, and Greece entered a 3-day period of national mourning. For the residents of Mati, it's something that will stay with them forever.
Οι μνήμες, η θλίψη για αυτό που έγινε εδώ πέρα και αν θέλετε μας έχει σημαδέψει.
I don't know my angel, the God, something to protect me, and I'm still today alive. I don't know what is this, what power this, but I'm sure something protect me.
August 2018.
We are here at the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo. That is Cheyenne Mountain.
Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, near Colorado Springs. 6,700 feet above sea level, it's the highest zoo in North America. Douglas Higley from Seattle is here on vacation with his wife Stacy and their 3 children.
The whole family was very excited about going.
All right, Mom, what was your first pick?
My first pick? I think orangutan.
So the weather forecast for that day was sunny, mid-80s, beautiful blue skies throughout the morning.
Giraffes are right next to your head.
Just waiting to be fed. Look at this guy.
For my kids, I knew that they would love it.
Also at the zoo, Colorado local Vanessa Brock is with her family.
We had the best time. We actually had to put sunscreen on because we were getting a little bit too much sun.
But all good things must come to an end.
We did notice some clouds off in the distance. We got the weather alarm on our phones.
They just released a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 p.m. for our entire area. See, it's blue sky and sunny that direction.
And then you have your darkness.
And thunder.
And we kind of chuckled because we thought those clouds aren't coming near us.
Vanessa and her family are about to head home when the weather warning comes through.
My husband, Scott, he pulled me aside and just told me, I just don't think we should get in our car. And he didn't say why. He just said, you know, I think we should wait this one out. And I listened to him, so we decided to stay.
I heard one of the staff members say, "Get everybody inside, get everybody inside." And I looked at him and I thought, what's going on? It's a little bit of rain, a little bit of thunder. That's not that bad. And then about a minute after that, it started hailing.
All right, so we are here in the sand until there's thunder, lightning, and golf ball size hail. I've never been in weather like this before.
The hail that was coming down was the biggest hail I've ever seen. It was so immense and golf ball to softball size. It was incredibly loud. You couldn't really hear each other talking to each other. People were shouting over each other.
And it was coming down so hard that the tree branches were breaking like twigs. And people had to duck for cover. So it was pretty powerful.
As people and animals run for cover amongst the chaos, Douglas is separated from his wife and children.
It was absolutely terrifying trying to figure out what was going on, how this happened so suddenly, and were my kids okay? Was my wife okay? Who do I try to find first?
Douglas is right to find shelter.
We're under fire. Ow, that one hurt me.
Hail bigger than an inch or the size of a quarter can cause serious injury. And for these guys stuck in a boat in California, there's nowhere to run. In fact, across North America, hailstorms cause more than $10 billion in damages every year.
Just busted my window!
This woman in Colorado reported hail the size of golf balls crashing through her window.
Oh my God, that means my car.
Her car probably looks something like this one. Stuck on a highway in what's known as Hail Alley, an area which extends from Texas and Oklahoma up into the Dakotas. The driver of this car is on his way across Colorado when he gets stranded by a severe storm. As the hail relentlessly pummels his car, he waits it out on the back seat, praying that his windshield doesn't cave in.
I don't know what to do.
All he can do is wait. Violent hail has stopped play at this golf course in Colorado. As the golfers make a desperate dash for safety, golf ball-sized hail crashes all around them, ruining their game and any chance of finding lost balls. So when hail hits, be prepared to run. Back at the zoo, Stacy Higley is taking refuge by the entrance, but now she's separated from her family.
We've watched it get bigger and start to do damage, and we just watched the big, huge hail balls just destroy everything in the parking lot. Just lots of shattering glass. Windows getting busted out. Like, that's the sound that stuck out to me, I think, the most.
The director of the zoo, Bob Chastain, is in a meeting when the storm hits.
We're used to severe weather. We practice for that, and we run drills every month for different emergencies. And then baseball-sized hail, of course, caught us off guard.
Back outside the gift shop, Stacy's husband, Doug, has lost their children.
I instantly ran into the gift shop and was searching all over for them. There were people crying, people screaming. One lady had a broken arm. I finally found my kid standing, watching people outside getting pelted by the hail.
All right, I found Cheyenne, Caleb, and Emmett, but I have not found Stacy.
It was very scary to know that she could be just down there getting hurt just as bad as some of the other folks in the zoo.
So when the hail had slowed down enough, I decided to head back up to the gift shop and find my kids. They were scared.
The storm might be over, but for some guests, the worst is yet to come.
The hailstorm stopped and we saw our car, everybody's cars, and they were destroyed. I mean, it was a war zone of just hail and glass and car parts.
The amount of damage was quite impressive. I've never seen that much catastrophic damage in one setting.
Smashed out windows, mirrors busted, bumpers smashed. Got to be freaking kidding me, man.
Literally every employee car and every guest car was severely damaged in some way, many to the point where they were undrivable that night.
The total cost of the damage was $4.5 million. 14 people were injured by the hailstones, and 5 of the animals were killed.
Well, I know we are very blessed, and I am thankful that we were somewhere that we had cover that day.
You have to respect Mother Nature, and you're like, wow, this is pretty powerful. I'm really glad that my husband stopped us and said, hey, I don't have a good feeling about this. Let's stay.
To see Mother Nature be able to change so quickly and just be so dramatic, it was unbelievable and magnificent all at the same time.
Weather can strike without warning, but sometimes it's completely and utterly unexpected. In Commerce City, Colorado, these people are enjoying a sunny afternoon in the park when suddenly it starts peeing it down. Next up is the canopy, leaving the poor park goers with no shelter and no relief, literally. Henan Province, China. And this young man has really put his foot in it. When temperatures suddenly soared to 37 degrees Celsius, the road surface started to melt, resulting in a rather sticky situation. But the plucky pedestrian keeps his cool and eventually hot-foots it to the other side. In Finland, one young man is about to take the plunge, but instead sprints across a 4-inch thick layer of ice. And with no way of knowing if it will break, this should not be attempted. In Malta, it's raining cats and dogs, and fish.
So this is what you're seeing in front of me right now. One of the fish farms must have broke open, and there's hundreds and hundreds of fish being washed ashore. And these people are here picking up the fish from the middle of the street. Look at this.
Unexpected gale force winds and torrential rain cause a sudden surge in the river, leaving the fish high and dry. In this episode, we've seen how man is no match for Mother Nature. We've seen her brutal force bully us into submission. We've seen her tear down, whip up, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
The thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
It's an earthquake.
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, Hurricane Michael rips across the Florida Panhandle, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake.
I hope I make this out alive.
It went downhill pretty quick and it really started showing some muscle.
Britain's Coast Guard battles near gale force winds as fishermen fight for survival.
The fear of knowing that if I don't cling onto that vessel, there's a high likelihood I'm going to die.
And the desert turns deadly for one man in Mongolia.
No one was going to come and help me.
Florida is well known for its beautiful sunshine, warm ocean, and mile upon mile of pristine sandy beaches. But on the 10th of October 2018, Hurricane Michael, which became one of the most severe hurricanes ever to hit the United States, is brewing off Florida's west coast. Storm chaser Derek Sibley and his friend Tim have their sights set on chasing it.
I was just saying to Derek that I looked at the visible as the sun was rising here, and it was just like Michael saying, "Good morning," just over and over again as the loop was going through. "Good morning."
The day the storm was arriving, we first headed out to Panama City Beach.
The radar showing another solid band, probably about 4.5 miles out.
We knew it was going to make landfall somewhere along the Florida Panhandle. We just didn't know exactly how strong the storm was going to be. We check our radars on our phones. We use an app to constantly check where the center of the storm is. Tim had his laptop open with a satellite view of Michael. The storm just looked so beautiful. Once we saw that the eye on radar was jogging further and further east, we decided that we needed to go more east, so that way we can actually get into the center of the hurricane. That's always the goal, is to get into the eye.
17 miles inland, Steve Young is preparing for what he thinks will be a relatively small-scale storm.
We're hoping it's going to die off here, by the time it comes inland. Normally the storms drop off pretty quickly when they reach the coast, and that's what everybody thought was going to happen with Michael. Just waiting on the hurricane. This is an unusual sight. Shuttering in this area is unheard of because we're so far inland. It was originally forecast to be just a strong tropical storm, maybe a Category 1 hurricane, but that was enough to get me started in making preparations.
Meanwhile, storm chaser Derek is continuing to track Michael's eye. The hurricane is gathering intensity, much to Derek's delight.
Yeah, you're not kidding. There really is nothing over here.
As new information came in, we realized that Michael was going to be a lot stronger than what we thought it to be. It looked like it was going to be something more significant.
Good thing we went this way. We got hit with the
hotel we were at. We felt that it was the most sturdy building possible, and a lot of other storm chasers probably felt the same way, as they didn't really move.
guts like this can't tree just came apart.
But I didn't want to get the same video that everybody else was filming from the hotel. I wanted to get a different vantage point and different perspective. So I saw a store that was across the street, and so I decided that, hey, you know, I think this is a good spot for me. Nobody else is here.
Eager to catch unique footage of the incoming eye wall, Derek heads out alone.
The store was completely locked down. I think they even had a sign on the window that said the store is closed due to Hurricane Michael.
Along the coast in Port St. Joe, Brenda and Chuck Griffiths and their son Judson are watching the storm approach.
We talked about evacuating, and at the last minute, we decided to stay.
We're all out watching.
We saw the neighbor's roof blow off.
I watched a huge oak tree fall into his front yard.
Trees are flying. I mean, right in front of them is a huge oak tree uprooted.
They had never had a storm of that magnitude here, so no one really was prepared for it. The wind never let up.
It was surreal, and it kind of scared us all.
They're gone, y'all. They are running through the storm.
Michael is feeding off the moist air of Florida's warm waters. As the hurricane makes landfall, it causes widespread panic and destruction.
911, where's the emergency?
Nobody's able to respond to any calls.
Stay where you are until the storm passes because it is very unsafe outside.
Just shelter in place and survive.
Wind speeds have now reached 155 miles per hour. And storm chaser Derek is trapped outside, exposed to Michael's full force.
I was facing downwind, away from the wind hitting my back, and the wind was not hitting me. And I was seeing lots of debris just flying around everywhere. I heard cracks, I heard screams from the wind. Being that eye wall of Hurricane Michael was absolutely unbelievable. Just watching basically whiteout conditions, meaning that you couldn't see barely maybe like 50 feet in front of you. It was just intense whiteout from the rain and the wind. Watching and hearing trees come apart and debris just flying around and sometimes hitting you. Just a very scary and very crazy experience.
Having ripped apart the coastline, Hurricane Michael begins barreling inland towards Steve with terrifying speed.
It went downhill pretty quick and it really started showing some muscle. I mean, it was very impressive looking at the live camera feeds that were on my backyard. And all the trees went down pretty much at the same time. All the oak trees went down within about a 30-second period, both in the front and the backyard. I definitely would not recommend going outside in that situation.
I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. I couldn't believe what was happening around me. My heart was racing. I was shaking. I had metal objects tearing off of buildings and nearby stores that were just flying around in the eye wall.
I hope I make this out alive.
I felt like it wasn't going to end. I felt that literally I was in a place where it was just never endless wind, and I felt like I was being punished. The winds were too strong for me to run out back to the hotel. I couldn't get inside to the pharmacy store because it was completely locked down. I had to just hope and pray that, everything would be okay. I knew that I was stuck there.
Later, we see how Michael grew to become the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the US in 26 years.
We found these people on the roof.
And witness its terrifying power of destruction.
The sound outside was just like an F-22 fighter jet at full throttle, like it was sitting out in my backyard.
Extreme weather waits for no one. And for the brave rescuers of Her Majesty's Coast Guard, there is no respite. Stationed in Kent, southeast England, Captain Delhi Kukanu and winchman Rob Chalmers respond to around 200 call-outs a year.
On a map, the English Channel does look tiny. It looks like a small piece of water, but it's very much not the case. It's still a large expanse. We do an awful lot of searches out in the English Channel, and unfortunately, many of them we don't find the person we're sent out to look for.
On November 7th, 2018, Belgian brothers Guy and Claude Hollebecke and 2 crew members are fishing in the English Channel around 15 miles offshore on the edge of the Dover Strait.
Yeah, the plan was to fish and then go home the morning after. We were working on the gear and we were drifting. It was just a day at the office.
But when your office is the open sea, anything can happen.
It was a particularly windy day that day. The channel's very prone to actually drive a southwesterly wind through the channel, and it almost funnels the wind through the channel between the UK and Europe. It was incredibly rough. It was rougher than we normally see the channels.
As near gale force winds bear down on Guy and Claude's boat, their routine fishing trip turns deadly.
The first warning was just a big wave that came on the ship. And before we could do anything or say anything, the second wave hit us, and then it was already too late for the boat. I instantly hit the water. The water was cold. They think about being rescued.
Back at the Coast Guard base, Captain Delhi and winchman Rob are alerted to the incident.
A call coming on the scramble phone. The initial details of this was it's 4 people in the water from a capsized fishing vessel.
We immediately went to the aircraft. We were airborne at 1600 with further details coming in on the radio.
A passing shipping vessel puts out a mayday call and manages to pull Claude and shipmate Kevin to safety. But Guy and James are left stranded on top of the hull.
People in the water, particularly the waters around the UK, have such a low survivability time, so it's essential you get there as fast as possible.
On identifying the capsized vessel, we saw 2 guys clinging on to the upturned hull in a heavy sea state. Our main concern was that the sea would wash them off the capsized hull, so speed was of the essence. There was quite strong weather approaching from the southwest with a thunderstorm cell.
The lightning was approaching, and we were very aware we needed to get this wrapped up quickly and get them to safety.
Conditions at sea can change in a heartbeat, often with terrifying consequences. Huge waves are hitting a fishing trawler in the Barents Sea, off the northern coasts of Norway and Russia. The sea is battering the boat, flooding the top deck, and swamping everything below. The ship is taking on a worrying amount of water. But the capable crew soon have it in hand, proving for them it's all in a day's work. The seafaring folk aboard this vessel from Virginia are hoping to stay out of the water. But Mother Nature has other ideas. These terrified tourists in Thailand are being forced to face a perilous plunge into stormy seas in order to be rescued from their broken-down boat. Failed mechanics mean calling the Coast Guard. So all 14 tourists can finally swim to safety. Around 15 miles off the coast of Dover, Guy and Claude's fishing boat has capsized in the rough seas of the English Channel.
The helicopter arrived, the winchman came down.
This situation was made more difficult than normal due to the strong winds and heavy sea state. Maintaining the aircraft in a steady position when I'm blind to the vessel, which is directly beneath us, was a little tricky.
I cannot begin to comprehend how terrifying it must be, the fear of knowing that if I don't cling onto that vessel, there's a high likelihood I'm going to die. The winch we use on the helicopter for me to go down and get them, it's only rated to carry 2 people. That's usually myself and one other survivor. So we had the dilemma of leaving a guy in that predicament down there.
As waves continue to batter the boat, Guy is left clinging to the hull, while Rob hoists crewmate James to safety.
Leaving one person behind is very rare. I don't think I've ever left just a single person on his own on a deck in them conditions, particularly as it was getting dark by then, and finding people in the sea at night is incredibly difficult. But I think under those circumstances, we were left with no other choice.
It happened so fast, everything goes through your mind. I was clinging on till the helicopter winchman came back to put me secure in the helicopter.
You're so focused on getting the guys, that's the only thing going through your mind, and for that few minutes of your life, that's the most important thing in the world.
Despite battling high winds and huge waves, the Coast Guard manages to bring everyone safely back to land.
After the mission, we were relieved that we'd recovered the full crew successfully. A lot of the situations we deal with in these type of environments, we do not always recover the casualty with a happy ending. So on this occasion, it was good news.
I was relieved to see all of the crew and my brother. We are very grateful that they are doing that job.
I think these fishermen will have a greater respect for the weather and the sea after this experience. It can bite you so quickly and so easily. Things change from a normal situation to suddenly being in a situation where your life's in extreme danger.
Still to come. In Florida, a storm chaser is trapped outside as Hurricane Michael tears through town.
I was scared that maybe the building would fail, maybe the roof would come down on me.
And in Utah, heavy snowfall in the canyon causes catastrophe.
My worst fear was that I was going to find a dead body.
One of your officers has been hit by a car.
Mongolia, home to the Gobi Desert, one of the harshest landscapes on Earth. Covering 500,000 square miles, it's the 5th largest desert in the world. And the lack of rain makes the vast expanse virtually uninhabitable. But try telling that to 28-year-old explorer Ash Dykes.
I wanted to test myself in an extreme country that I was completely unfamiliar with. Mongolia for me stood out as I'd never been to the desert before, and I'd never done a solo expedition previously.
For Ash's first solo venture, he wanted to be the first recorded person to walk across Mongolia. His route would take him from the Altai Mountains in the west, across the scorching Gobi Desert, and finally through the vast grasslands of the eastern steppe, a total distance of 1,500 miles, completely on his own, with just an 18-stone trailer for company.
I felt as prepared as I could have been, but there's only so much you can prepare for something that hasn't been done before.
Ash's journey begins in the freezing Altai Mountains.
Whew! The Altai Mountains. I faced extremely cold conditions, so I was looking forward to actually the heat of the Gobi Desert because I'd faced such harsh and cold conditions.
The Gobi Desert can see temperatures soar to over 50 degrees Celsius, but the heat is not the only threat.
When that sandstorm hit, it was loud, it was painful, it was scary, and it's almost like you're in just this big tumble dryer. I had to cover my eyes, my mouth, my ears, and that's when I thought, like, wow, Mother Nature is powerful.
Deserts are wild and unpredictable places, as these archaeologists are also about to find out.
Oh, wow.
Their camp in eastern Jordan is being threatened by a dust devil.
It's coming this way.
A frightening mix of sandstorm and tornado. Dust devils move quickly across the desert landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in their path.
I can't see anything. I'm in the center of the storm.
But all they can do is weather the storm and wait it out. In the remote Australian outback, this driver is confronted by the dust devil's bigger, angrier sibling, a monstrous dust storm. With poor visibility, he plunges in head first, before the storm's ferocity stops him in his tracks. As the windscreen is pelted with dust and sand, driving becomes impossible, and he is forced to wait it out. Until eventually, the storm begins to pass. In the Mediterranean, a relaxing cruise is taking a sinister turn, as a massive cloud of dust from the Sahara Desert turns the sky orange. With such poor visibility, the safest way to navigate the creepy orange fog is to let everyone know you're coming. Having survived a brutal dust storm himself, explorer Ash Dykes is still battling his way across the Gobi Desert. But under the scorching sun, alone, days from civilization, and dragging an 18-stone trailer, he's beginning to feel the heat.
I'm just completely drained. Oh, the sun is... Words can't describe the pain and agony I'm going through at the minute. The temperatures rise to over 40 degrees Celsius. There was no trees, there was no natural shade, there was no breeze whatsoever, and I was really suffering. I have blisters, I have a temperature, I have a banging headache, I have heat exhaustion. I was losing this battle.
Desperately needing shade from the blazing sun, Ash has a bright idea.
This is how seriously hot today is. The only shelter that I could find was to hide underneath my trailer. And I now started to see my trailer not so much as a burden, but an ally. But it was at this point that I realized I'm now running low on water, and I had 4 days to go to get to the next community that had water. I'm in agony. Absolute agony. It hit me when I was under my trailer that I can't continue. I was delirious, I was hallucinating, I had no energy. I realized I could quite easily die out here in the Gobi Desert.
On his own, low on water, and surrounded by hundreds of miles of desert, Ash must dig deep to find a way to survive.
I remember just being scared for my life, and it was a realization that the only way of making it alive was to actually stand up from outside of my trailer and get myself out of the Gobi Desert, because no one was going to come and help me. So I allowed myself no more than 5 minutes underneath the trailer before getting up, strapping the trailer back on, and pushing forward for maybe 100 meters before resting back under the trailer for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes under the trailer, 100 walking, 5 minutes under the trailer, 100 meters walking. And ultimately, probably that is what saved my life.
4 grueling days later, Ash makes it to the village, where he is taken in and cared for.
Once I arrived, I was delirious. The locals saw that I was in a bad way. They invited me and they took care of me. So as you saw before, I was in the worst state imaginable. But I've been let into these guys' gear, which is awesome. And it took me the best part of 8 days to make a full recovery in order to be able to push on.
Determined to see his challenge through, Ash embarks on the final leg of his journey.
I was extremely scared and very intimidated to get back out into the Gobi Desert. But I told myself, buck up the courage, buck up the physical and mental strength again, and go back out.
He braves the brutal desert climate once again, and it takes Ash 78 days to complete his record-breaking adventure.
Congratulations, buddy. Yeah.
But not without learning an important lesson.
Since the Gobi Desert, I don't underestimate how harsh and how dangerous the weather can be. Just the sheer power of Mother Nature and how vulnerable it can make you feel.
Earlier, we saw Hurricane Michael tear the state of Florida apart.
I felt like I was being punished.
But as residents watched the horror unfold from their homes,
it went downhill pretty quick and really started showing some muscle.
Storm chaser Derek is trapped outside, enduring wind speeds of 155 miles per hour and clinging onto a shop front for survival.
I hope I make this out alive.
I did fear for my life because, I didn't want to get hit by flying debris, and certainly I was scared that maybe the building would fail, maybe the roof would come down on me. Standing in those type of winds will definitely knock your feet off the ground. I had a strong adrenaline rush, but I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. I couldn't believe what was happening around me as far as how strong the winds were getting. I was shaking because I was getting so nervous. I just could not wait for the eye to come in so I can at least get some sort of a break before the back half of the storm will arrive.
Meanwhile, 17 miles inland, Steve is watching Michael destroy his home.
Something's definitely coming loose on top of the roof. And then the actual eye wall started making its attack on us. Hey guys, we have a major mess in the front yard. But we've lost everything. The neighbor's pines took all that out. We've lost my big oak tree. So I'm watching the red building on the camera system, and it starts rocking as the storm really gets fierce. Then it just suddenly just let go. And then the building just flipped over and came apart, hitting the front of my camper. It landed upside down on my golf cart and smashed it completely like a pancake. So now the storm has blown down all my trees and it's taken this building and spread it across the yard. So it's smashed my golf cart, it's destroyed my RV, and it's getting even stronger.
RV is really smashed up.
The sound outside was just like an F-22 fighter jet at full throttle, like it was sitting out in my backyard. There are pieces of that red building going well over 100 miles per hour. There are all kinds of other things in the air. We've got an old mattress against the door. That thing opens up. It's not going to be a fun rest of the ride.
Outside the store, Derek is finally getting some respite as the eerily calm eye is upon him.
The calm part of the hurricane arrived. In the eye, the temperatures just shot up significantly. It actually got really warm and really hot.
The eye of a Cat 4.
We did see a little bit of a stadium effect, and it was really unbelievable experience to see because the stadium that we saw was actually the eye wall that had left, and then behind us was the other part of the stadium, which was the second eye wall that was coming in.
While the eye provides a brief moment of peace, it's also a chance to assess the carnage.
First part of the eye wall that moved in, and unfortunately shattered windshields and even totaled out some vehicles. The hotel was just completely filled with debris.
But the hotel is still much safer than being outside, and the back end of the storm has now arrived.
All you hear in the sounds were roars from the winds. Could not wait for the entire storm to be over.
Later in the afternoon, the storm passes, but Brenda, Chuck, and their son Judson are facing a new challenge: floodwater.
Do these people need help, I wonder? When I saw the water as high as it was in the street, it blew my mind. Oh, here's our neighbor's house and it's caved in. We've got to get them out.
Knowing their community is in desperate need of help, they spring into action.
We launched the boat in the road. The street was littered with cars, storage buildings, trash cans, anything that would float.
I think our fence is down. Our building the roof is gone.
Our house is okay.
Everything in people's lives was floating in the water, you know, from cars to clothes to toys. The water came in and out quickly. I was concerned about electricity and debris. You know, I didn't know what was on the bottom.
As the Griffey's family navigate uncharted waters, they notice a group of people trapped on a roof.
We got a boat. We just floated it over there. Now we're trying to get these people off of the roof.
With Brenda watching, Chuck and Judson mount to rescue.
It was a mother, a daughter, and the daughter's boyfriend.
The neighborhood is in horrible shape. We found these people on the roof.
They were screaming and asking for help. We were their only hope. And we had the ladder.
We're trying to get them now.
They didn't really want to climb onto the ladder because the boat was blowing in the wind.
Power lines down everywhere. We don't know where we're stepping, but we could not leave these people on the roof. We couldn't do it.
We pulled the boat up, you know, and I steadied the boat against the house. Judson held the ladder.
I'm so proud of my son.
We helped the 3 people into the boat.
So we got them off the roof, folks. I was just so proud of them wanting to help these people. It's gonna be okay.
For Steve, the harsh reality of Michael's destruction is beginning to hit him.
There's hardly a tree left in sight. The entire tree line behind my house is gone. I'm looking at my buildings, I'm looking at my vehicles and my property, the damage, and I'm thinking, man, this sucks. It looks like a different world now. And the thought in my head at that point is, how am I ever going to get this back to the way it used to be? Worse than I ever would have imagined. It was just overwhelming. Unbelievable.
Michael became one of the top 4 strongest hurricanes to ever hit the US. At the time, experts called it a Category 4, but recent analysis has since seen it upgraded to the most severe level, a Cat 5. For Derek, his dangerously close encounter could have ended very differently.
I think I was very lucky that I escaped without any scratches or injuries on me. Unfortunately, people died in the storm when they were just hunkering down in their homes. It was just an unbelievable event.
Michael's lethal force claimed at least 72 lives and caused $25 billion of damage.
Mother Nature is nothing to play with.
I've always had respect for what weather can do, but it really is an eye-opener. You gotta be prepared for what may happen.
The reality is, Mother Nature can just wipe everything clean, and everything you've ever known can be different. It just makes you aware of how vulnerable we are. Everything that you see can be taken away.
Extreme weather causes chaos, especially when the temperature drops. Moscow, Russia, and a worker is shoveling snow from the roof of a 3-story building. But working without a safety harness is risky business. Even though he falls 30 feet into the snow below, incredibly, he survives. And aided by his colleagues, he manages to walk it off before being taken to the nearest hospital. But there's a reason why shoveling snow off an icy roof is worth risking life and limb, as this woman is about to find out. While passing a market in Zavolsk, Russia, she is almost crushed by a shelf of snow that plummets from above. Passers-by rush to her aid, and she is helped back to her feet, unharmed. Back in Moscow, this motorcyclist is burning some rubber on a frozen lake. But no matter how solid the ice may look, appearances can be deceptive. He desperately clings onto his beloved bike, but in order to save himself, he has to give in to the freezing water. So it's easy to see why icy conditions should be approached with caution. March 2018. The snow-capped mountain ranges surrounding Cache Valley in Utah are home to some of the most remote highways in America. One man who knows these roads better than most is Sergeant Cade Brenchley.
I've been with the Utah Department of Public Safety about 16 and a half, almost 17 years. In northern Utah, especially where I'm located, it can get well below freezing during the winter time and lots of snow.
One infamous stretch of road that winds through Cache Valley is known as the Big Curve.
Anytime we have inclement weather, bad weather, our number one concern is Big Curve. What's going to be happening at Big Curve? It's very narrow, clouds come in and it dumps a lot of snow. If you're going too fast into that curve, you're going to lose control. Some people refer to it as the death curve due to the number of accidents with fatalities.
On March 25th, Sergeant Brenchley is nearing the end of his shift.
It was rainy most of the day, and getting towards the end of the day, we started getting calls of slide-offs happening in the canyon. And so I went up to help, and as soon as I entered the mouth of the canyon, it was just like another world. As soon as you started going up the hill, it went from wet roads and some rain to heavy snow and 3 or 4 inches at least on the road. People couldn't see it coming until they were into the big curve, and it was dangerous.
Monica Muncy and her friend Hannah are also heading towards the big curve.
Hannah was going pretty fast on the interstate, and I remember thinking in the back, I was like, we should maybe slow down just a little bit. I was a little nervous just with the combination of speed and weather.
As they make their approach, Sergeant Brenchley receives a call.
Another trooper had just witnessed a car and truck get into an accident, and the truck rolled onto its side.
We still got a couple of crashes up here that we haven't got taken care of. One was a big curve that I think might just need a tow.
So I told dispatch that I would head to that crash because it was just around the curve from where I was at. So I pulled up and I positioned my car in the emergency lane, and I could see a lady standing outside of her car. There was snow falling at that point. I remember thinking, okay, it's still coming down. The roads were bad.
We were going around the curve, and Hannah was going too fast, and we just lost traction.
I stepped out of my car to go talk to the lady in the white car who had just been involved in the accident. And that's really the last thing I remember. I felt a jolt. Everything went black, and there was some humming, some ringing in my head.
I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, did we just kill somebody? We were just screaming, and the car was turning, and it was just terrifying.
I opened my eyes. I was face up. My head was right next to the wheel of the car I was thrown into, and I was gasping for air. I had the wind knocked out of me, and I was trying to breathe and get my breath. I had a lot of things going through my mind. Number one was my wife. I thought about my 4 kids and how they were going to take this. I knew I was injured. I didn't know the severity yet. I was in extreme pain with my left knee and my right shoulder, and all I could taste was grit and gravel in my mouth.
When we came to a stop, I threw open my door and just ran. When I turned around that white car, my worst fear was that I was going to find a dead body.
She started kind of assessing me and talking to me, held my hand.
I immediately just knelt down next to him and said, "Hi, what's your name?" And I just started trying to just keep him talking, because in my head I was like, he probably has a concussion.
She was very comforting and was very calm.
As Monica stays to care for him, another bystander stops to help.
A man asked me, what should I do? I told him, just tell dispatch 216 has been hit, we need an ambulance.
I need an ambulance. One of your officers has been hit by a car.
I was afraid that he had broken his back and that his knee was shattered, that he wasn't going to be able to walk again.
Got an officer hit.
10-4, you need an ambulance?
Yes, we need an ambulance. Cash, officer down.
Once I arrived at the hospital, I was given a quick assessment before I was taken in for a CT scan and x-rays. When I came out, he said, you've got 4 broken ribs, and then your scapula, your shoulder blade is broken.
Cade spent 3 months recovering, giving him time to reflect on his lucky escape.
If I had just been a few inches closer to the windshield, that is reinforced steel, I would have probably crushed the back of my head, and I would have been killed.
And despite the deadly wipeout, Cade has made a lifelong friend in Monica.
We had brunch just the other weekend. The way we met is unorthodox, but our bond is true and it's real.
Driving in bad weather, the biggest thing is slow down.
Always be aware of the weather. The weather is king.
In the epic battle of man versus weather, there is usually only one winner. But every now and then, people power prevails. Take this woman in West Virginia, in the aptly named city of Hurricane. Even a Category 1 storm can't stop her doing her weekly shop. Undeterred by the fierce winds, she calmly returns her shopping cart and is on her way. It's woman 1, weather 0.
Oh my gosh.
In Nebraska, the battle continues. This man won't let the wintry weather stop him in his tracks. He's come up with a novel approach. By modding his car with snow tires, he can now glide across the heavy snow with ease, putting mankind back in the driving seat. And in Alaska, the small victories continue. This daring dad is braving thick ice to fetch his daughter's new toy kitchen from his truck.
No. Hey, not bad.
Determined not to let the slippery surface scupper his efforts, he powers his way back up the driveway. So close, and yet so far. Maybe a longer run-up will do the trick.
Yeah, woo!
Job done. Well, almost. At least the dedicated dad knows it was all worthwhile.
Off for a kitchen.
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature flex her mighty muscles. We've seen how helpless we can be.
We found these people on the roof.
We've seen her tear down, rip up, and laugh in our faces.
Absolute agony.
And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme,
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
more terrifying,
Avalanche!
and even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage
The thought Titanic came into my head.
from the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
the wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
earth-shattering natural disasters,
An earthquake.
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
and stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
and survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, the deadliest and most destructive wildfire in Californian history.
Please help us, Lord. Everything's gonna be gone. We're just praying because I didn't know for sure we were gonna make it.
A family run for cover as a terrifying tornado tears through their neighborhood.
Oh, look at this! There's the tornado! Oh my God!
And in Idaho, deep snow disguises a deadly danger.
Ethan!
Paradise, California. A small town nestled in the Sierra Nevada foothills and home to over 26,000 residents. Among them is Terry Javid Morales and her daughter Sarah, husband Ricky, and grandson Christian.
It was a really pretty town, and it was a town of trees. There were trees everywhere.
It was
paradise.
Yeah, very much so.
Also from Paradise is mum of two, Courtney Werblow, and her family cat, Timber.
I've lived in Paradise since I was 8 years old. You could go hiking, there's a lake nearby, and it was just a great community.
Bill Roth, who was once homeless, saved for 10 years to buy his dream house in Paradise.
I spent over 4 years living in a vehicle. I've got a home. This is the new chapter.
Look at that.
In November 2018, having made her morning coffee, Terry notices that one of her cats is covered in ash.
Look at this kitty cat, it's full of ashes. Honey, we need to go inside and make a plan, okay?
In November, it should have been chilly, but it wasn't. It was a little bit warm and windy.
See the difference between the sky over there? The sky in front of me is orange.
I knew that something was up.
We have big pieces of ash falling down everywhere.
A dangerous wildfire has started 3 miles northeast of Paradise, and fueled by high winds and low humidity, it spreads rapidly.
Oh my God.
Resident Ricky starts live streaming the disaster on social media as the terrifying scenes unfold.
It's dark, then it gets light. It's windy, real windy. It just seemed like there was something strange and weird going on. Like 10 o'clock in the morning. And it was really, really kind of spooky. I don't know if they call this Mother Nature. I call it Mother something else.
It's now critical that the family leave immediately.
We are evacuating Paradise, California. We can't even see. We don't know where the fire is. Please, 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 please pray for us that we get out of here, okay?
Everybody get in the car. Doesn't matter what you have, we just need to go.
Oh my God.
By the time we got outside, the wind was so strong, I had to cover my 9-year-old's eyes.
Oh my God.
We got our cats in the car, counted everybody up, and we left.
With her husband at work, Courtney is home alone with her children and receives a call from her brother.
He said, you need to get out, there's a fire. The fire's moving really fast, you're about not to have a house. So the kids and I evacuated.
As Courtney makes her escape,
That fire was a little too close to our house.
Here's the view in back of my house.
Bill ignores advice from Californian fire officials and decides to stay in a valiant bid to protect his home.
It's my house. I'm not giving it up without a fight over my dead body.
There's my neighbor's house over there. There's another neighbor's house there.
I got a hose ready out in the front yard. I got one in the back. I set chairs along the fence so I could jump up on the chair and get over the fence and spray the front side of the fence.
There's looking down the hill.
There's right behind the other neighbor's house.
And within a matter of minutes, I could see the flames right here. I could see flames over here. It moved fast.
Frantically fleeing the flames are Terry and daughter Sarah, who are driving in convoy behind Ricky and grandson Christian.
Sarah, just go. I don't want to lose Ricky. Just go.
We were scared. Kids were in the back seat of the car. We had to keep them, you know, calm and keep their minds off of what they were seeing out the window.
Look, you guys. Oh my gosh, Sarah. Let's go. Sarah. I'm not. We gotta stay together.
The car was hot, the windows were hot, and the air was thick.
Sarah, please keep your distance so we don't crash into anybody, please.
And during all that time, we didn't lose sight of Ricky and Christian in front of us.
We have to get out, and we have to get out together. We have to all be okay together. We're okay. We just gotta go.
I'm 66. I've never seen anything crazy like that, and never will.
It's everywhere.
Our whole street was on fire.
Bill Street is also ablaze as he tackles the towering inferno with nothing more than a garden hose.
All the way around, 360 degrees.
My whole mission was to keep it as far away from the house as possible. You're just reacting. And I'd be on the roof, keeping the roof wet down, and then I'd see a blizzard, the strongest blizzard that you've ever seen, where the snow is blowing sideways. I've changed the snow to embers. You're hearing all these explosions. And in my mind, I was thinking these were propane tanks. It wasn't propane tanks, it was trees. That trees were blowing up.
Terry and her family's only hope of survival is to drive through the flames. But the fire is spreading with horrifying haste.
It's all right. We're gonna pray.
I wouldn't accept the thought of dying in the fire with the grandkids and my daughter. So we just pushed on and prayed through it.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
It almost felt like you were in a movie because this stuff around us can't be real. And there were buildings on fire, maybe 10 feet away from us, falling down on both sides.
Please, Lord Jesus, please be with us, Lord.
I hope Mom's gonna be all right following us.
She is right behind us. We're just praying all the way because I didn't know for sure we were gonna make it. Please help us, Lord.
Everything's gonna be gone.
Huh?
Everything's gonna be gone.
My eyeballs got so hot that I felt like they were gonna catch on fire. I really did. I mean, I've never experienced anything like heat like that at all. It was unbelievable.
God, it's so hot.
I know, baby. Hold on. Can't see.
It'll be all right. We'll be okay.
Oh my God.
It just wasn't time to be emotional yet. It was time to survive.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Later, we see how the small town of Paradise became hell on earth.
There was a hostile force that was advancing towards my position, and I am going to hold my ground.
As the National Guard launch an emergency response.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature. We're almost squinting, trying to see through the smoke.
Tornado Alley in the middle of North America. Spanning several states, Tornado Alley is so called because of the area's susceptibility to terrifying twisters. Created when warm air from the Gulf of Mexico meets the cool air from Canada, these tornadoes are deadly and can destroy everything in their path. Living on the edge of Tornado Alley in Fort Smith, Arkansas, is tornado spotter and mom of 8, Sandra Younes.
This is storm season, and I'm a weather nut. I like to track them and watch how they develop and where they go. Wow, check that out. It's scary, the destruction that could happen, but I'm still very fascinated with them. Here we go. It's moving south.
In May 2019, storm enthusiast Sandra and her 18-year-old son Raven watch in awe as a storm begins to roll in.
They were coming from Oklahoma, and usually the storms are more powerful in Oklahoma and seem to die out a little bit by the time they reach the Arkansas border. But this time, they didn't. Wow.
It was kind of scary outside whenever we were watching it at first. There were a lot of little clouds dipping down.
I didn't realize it was the tornado at first. A typical tornado, you see a funnel, it goes down to the ground, but this was nothing like a tornado. Oh, that is massive. And I looked up, and that's when I realized that big cloud was actually the tornado. That's the door. Look, I was pumped, my adrenaline was running, and I just kept thinking, I may actually get to see this tornado. It's it!
Suddenly, the storm strengthens, and the tornado is now on a direct path to Sandra's home.
I continued to record as long as I could. I wanted to see it go past my street. I don't know why, but I just wanted to see it. It's hitting.
She's always wanted to watch weather, and it was kind of scary to me because I knew she would end up staying outside in it.
It's hitting!
You can actually hear in her clip me saying, come in, come in, come in, because I was worried about her safety.
We're in a tornado right now! It was my kids yelling, Mom, come on, that it finally hit me. I have to be in the hall with my kids right now. Oh, look at this! There's the tornado! And I knew, holy cow, this tornado is touching down right here. I gotta go. I gotta go. And then instantly I feared, is it on top of me? Is it gonna get my house, my kids? Oh my God! In! Shut the door, get in the hall! Get in the hall! Get in the hall! I can't see! I can't see! The power was out, no lights, couldn't see anything. I can't see. I can't see. Okay, guys, we're okay. The tornado's hitting. Everybody, huddle down, get them pillows.
Sandra and Raven scramble inside for safety, but they have no idea which direction the tornado will take.
This way. Raven, it's hitting. It's already hitting. Tornadoes don't always take a straight road. They could turn, shift. It could easily come over my house. I feared for everyone's life at that moment.
But even hunkering down at home doesn't guarantee you're safe from a twister. In northeast China, a tornado is ripping through a residential area, effortlessly tearing down houses and throwing debris high into the sky. Residents scramble for shelter in a bid to escape the twister's wrath. As the dust settles, the devastation is clear to see. And some locals are even left with holes in their homes. In Yogyakarta, Indonesia, tornadoes here are rare, but when they do occur, it's usually in the change between dry and rainy season. This relatively small whirlwind has no trouble ripping the roof off this building and damaging hundreds more houses. Also in Indonesia, in the densely populated neighborhood of Bogor, a tornado is tearing through the suburb. Over 400 homes were badly damaged, and many families forced to evacuate. Back in Arkansas, Sandra Younes and her family huddle helplessly, hoping their home can withstand the tornado raging outside.
Just pure terror was going through my body at that time.
Ready this way. Raven, it's hitting. It's already hitting.
My youngest sibling was crying in the corner. That really got to me.
We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
My kids were crying. That was breaking my heart. And I thought, I have to be super strong. I have to be the adult here, even though I wanted to cry at that time.
Eventually, the storm starts to subside. And as Sandra senses her family are safe, she steps out to assess the damage.
I got up after everything got quiet and went to the front door and peeked out.
Tornado just hit. Oh, it's crazy. My street is, trees down everywhere.
By a stroke of luck, the tornado passes just yards from their home.
The tornado hit right next door.
But Sandra's elderly neighbor, who lives alone, is not so fortunate.
My neighbor's got trees on his house.
I burst into tears. I thought, oh my gosh, my neighbor.
He took out my neighbor's house.
Was he alive? Was he dead? And oh my gosh, that almost hit us.
We saw all the trees in his backyard were just thrown everywhere. That was pretty scary.
He's on his house. He's got a big hole in his house.
These were huge trees, and every one of them lifted up, thrown on his house.
Oh my God.
I was so terrified that he didn't make it.
Thankfully, Sandra's neighbor was unharmed, but the terror of the tornado has taken its toll.
I just broke down in tears, bawled my eyes out, and thought just how close we came that it could have been my house.
Trees that hit in our neighbor's backyard actually hit the tree that was closest to our house, and if that tree would have fell, it would have landed right on top of our house.
The one tree next to our house saved our house. Had that not been there, that large tree would have went through my daughter's room, through the hall, and it probably would have got us too.
Even though the tornado was rated an EF1, the lowest on the scale, there was significant damage to buildings, trees, and vehicles.
I was just completely shocked that a quick spin-up tornado could do that much damage, that it could just pick up huge trees and throw them like little toys. You just couldn't go anywhere. We were just blocked. Trees down on every single road. I think it was about a mile that the tornado went. They said it was 1.5 football fields wide, which is really scary.
And the close call has made Sandra much more wary of the weather.
Mother Nature has a mind of her own, and it's really made me question a lot that I do with storm watching and making plans for future storms. We are definitely getting an indoor storm shelter for my house because I no longer feel safe knowing that an EF1 did that damage. What if it was bigger?
Still to come, one man takes on California's deadliest wildfire as it surrounds his home.
I'm burned up. I'm exhausted.
As other residents make a desperate bid for freedom.
This is unreal. If I hit anything, we would have been stopped.
So if you're the praying type, please just pray for us.
And in Uruguay, a fatal flood forces an emergency rescue mission. Brundage Mountain, Idaho. With a summit that lies over 7,000 feet above sea level and an annual snowfall of around 25 feet, Winston and Ethan Goss see it as a perfect location for some father and son quality time.
Taught Ethan how to ski ever since he was 3 years old, and he's now 18. But it's just fun just to get out there, you know, I guess you could say, you know, a father-son deal.
Nice, bud. This is awesome.
I love skiing with my dad because he enjoys the mountain just as much as I do, and he can keep up with me.
Yep, just keep going straight, all the way straight.
It's a very scenic area, beautiful, you know, especially when it's, you know, sunny. You can see for miles.
Nice, keep going. Oh yeah.
The storms come in, you know, and dump just a ton of snow there. The snow is light and powdery.
All the way straight. There you go, buddy.
Every weekend we get up there. We just love to try to get into the trees and go through the powder as much as we can and head down to the bottom and go do it all over again.
During one fateful father and son weekend, the Brundage mountain received 5 inches of fresh snow overnight.
Ethan and I said, hey, let's go hit the hill and do as many runs as we can. It was pretty steep, untouched powder.
Straight on down. Go for it.
I would ski a little bit.
There you go. Kick it. Nice.
And then I'd wait for my dad to pass me, and then I'd ski down to him and then pass him a little bit.
Come on. There you go.
We're going down. I'd pass him. I have a little bit more speed than I should have.
Hit the jump. Hit it.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. He ended up going off of that jump a little faster than he should have, I think, and then he disappeared into the trees. Had I not been watching, had I been maybe looking uphill, I probably would have skied right past him.
You okay?
I could barely hear him screaming. I knew that something was really wrong.
Ethan!
Ethan is buried in a tree well, a deep void hidden under loose snow that is virtually impossible to climb out of.
The first thought is does anyone see me? Does my dad know that I fell in the tree well because I couldn't get myself out?
All I could hear was just a muffled scream.
Ethan!
It definitely was scary. I started shaking.
The blanketing power of the snow can disguise almost anything. Like a deep ditch. But luckily this snowmobiler is able to rise above it. Just. In Tug Hill, upstate New York, the snow is hiding something far more sinister. A tree stump causes a collision that ends up totaling 2 snowmobiles. In Canada, train tracks are buried under fresh snow. A huge snowstorm has led to fallen trees on the train's route.
Hit her hard. This is a bigger one.
But the train has no choice but to roll on through and hope the snow-covered branches don't stop it in its tracks. Back on Brundage Mountain, Winston's son Ethan is trapped in a tree well, unable to escape.
I'm about 8 feet deep. There was just a bunch of snow that was on top of me, and that came down from the branches, and every time I tried to wipe snow away from my face, it would just keep coming down, and a lot of snow did get into my mouth.
I paused, just to make sure, that I was hearing the things correctly.
Heads up. It's okay, it's okay.
I just jumped in. Had no clue how deep the tree well was, but when I jumped in there, I landed and I just saw him, and all I could see was just one arm.
Here we go.
There was just so much snow that was packed down on top of me that I couldn't lift my head up at all. The only thing that I could move was my arm.
Here we go.
I don't think I felt anything at the time, other than just trying to assess the situation and make sure I was able to get him out.
Here we go. I got you.
Probably one of the most frightening situations that I've ever been in with my son.
You okay? Okay. Hang on. Be safe. Okay, you all right?
Kind of really hit me that could have gone a lot worse.
You didn't hit any, look at this. You didn't hit this.
He could have been, injured by the trees that he fell into. Let's say he hit one of those trunks. I joked and said, Mom's gonna blank her pants, when she sees this.
Thankfully, Ethan walks away uninjured.
a special moment, I believe, because the thing could have gone a lot worse, than it was. And yeah, I mean, he and I just kind of high-fived each other, gave a big old hug, and went down the hill and continued the day.
And even though it wasn't the ideal father-son adventure, it's an experience that will stay with them.
My throat hurts right now.
I do feel very lucky. You never expect it to happen to you. You've always heard of stories, or, you've always been told just be careful, but you never expect it to happen to you. And so the fact that so many people have died in tree wells, and that I was one of those who did fall into a tree well.
Mother Nature can dump a ton of snow, and tree wells are a true danger. They're definitely a killer.
Earlier, we saw Paradise residents fleeing the flames of a deadly wildfire tearing through their town.
Please help us, Lord.
Everything is going to be gone.
Desperately evacuating the fire, Ricky Esquivel and his grandson Christian lead their family convoy through the inferno.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Where is that turnoff?
It's okay, just we'll find it.
We just need.
We'll find it, Papa.
It really just jumped from house to house and tree to tree and totally destroyed anything in its path.
This is unreal.
All the trees were on fire alongside the road. There was electrical wires dangling in the street. Couldn't see 20 feet in front of you. Where's it at?
Keep going.
Sure?
Yes, Papa, I'm sure.
And I was leading the pack, so if I hit anything, we would have been stopped, because we couldn't see.
Across town, desperately defending his house with just a hose, Bill watches the glowing embers ignite huge pine trees.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Picture a stick match. When you strike it, how it just... That's what these trees would do. They'd get an ember in them, and all the foliage, just all it, almost instantaneous, just a big... I pick up the hose, and now I'm out of water. Now I didn't have water, it was a shovel. But the mission was the same. There was a hostile force that was advancing towards my position, and I am going to hold my ground.
Meanwhile, Ricky, Christian, and their family convoy continues.
Oh God, no, we passed it. What are we gonna do?
Me and my grandfather prayed that we were going to be okay and that my mom, sisters, and grandmother would be okay too. And just like 5 seconds after that, the sky cleared up in front of us.
Wait, no, we can go up and around, down where the valleys are, towards Oroville. Just go towards Oroville, and then we'll go to Chico, all right?
Yeah.
It was just the biggest relief you could possibly feel.
We made it through, Christian.
We got it. We got it.
We kept it together and we came out at the end of that road where the sun came through.
It was like nothing was happening.
It was like a normal day.
That was crazy. We're about as close as you could get to getting burned in the car, but you know what? Praise the Lord, we made it.
Stuck in traffic. We've been sitting here for about 10 minutes.
But Courtney and her 2 children are still in the danger zone as traffic has halted their evacuation.
Just pray for us, hoping we can get out of town quickly.
That feeling of being stuck was like the hardest part.
Honestly, we're all just a little scared. So if you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
And it all just started hitting me that this was really happening. I was trying to keep calm because my kids were in the car, but I was in complete distress.
So pray for our town.
Well, it's calmed down compared to what it was, but there's him back of me.
After 10 hours battling the fire and against all the odds, Bill has saved his home.
Everything I can see from my house is gone.
I'm burned up. I'm exhausted.
There's my next door neighbor's house. And the neighbor next to him, the neighbor next to him. Every house in back of me is gone.
there was a chance that the ember could blow on the house, but I figured I had everything as good as I could do it.
This is just unbelievable. The lone survivor.
Having completely burnt out Bill's neighborhood, the fires continue to rage. The California Army National Guard are mobilized to support firefighting efforts on the ground. Taking part in the mission is pilot Major Al Clay.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature. Our job as the air crew is to support the ground crew. So what we're doing, we're fighting the edge line of the fires, and we're trying to slow it down from growing to give those ground crews more time to do what they need to do.
The National Guard's Black Hawk helicopters coordinate vital water drops.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bucket is submerging.
We have over a 5,000-gallon bucket of water that we keep underneath us. The water sources that we can use is any sort of pond that's available.
Fully submerged. Yeah,
and we bring it up. You're looking at about 600 pounds of actual water carrying capacity.
Bucket's fully out. There's a 30-minute limit. Okay, no problem there, though.
We're carrying a bucket. It's about 30 feet in length.
And I do have the trees to the front. I think I got a pretty good line here, though. We'll see how this works out.
Smoke is obscuring the mountainous terrain. So for us, that's bad because A, we can't see where we're flying, and we can't see any other hazards. We're almost squinting, trying to see through the smoke. We fly directly over, we line ourselves up, and we're using our crew chief and our fire manager to help us with the angles.
3, 2, 1. We're gonna cut side of you guys.
And eventually we drop the water.
Perfect.
One of the things that was astonishing flying over there is entire suburban areas will be wiped out. And seeing all these houses, what were really beautiful houses, burnt down to piles of rubble within their own little plots, it's pretty humbling, to say the least.
Despite the incredible firefighting efforts, the wildfires became the deadliest in Californian history. The fires raged for 17 days, burning over 150,000 acres of land, the equivalent size of Chicago. Tragically, 85 people lost their lives, and in Paradise, almost 14,000 homes were decimated. Courtney and her family have survived, but their home is burnt to the ground.
We were just notified that we lost our home. Finding out that we no longer had a house to be able to go to was heartbreaking.
We're doing okay. We're safe.
Due to evacuating quickly, Courtney had to leave her cat Timber behind. 1 month later, she returns to Paradise in a desperate bid to find her.
I heard something in the distance, which was her cry.
Timber! Timber! Hi, baby!
I was almost in disbelief.
Tim! Hi, baby girl! Come on! Shake the food.
I was like, there's no way that this is her.
Hi, baby! Hi!
How could an animal survive such a hot and fast wildfire? I have no explanation, but she did.
You made it! You made it! You got it, baby girl. She's hungry.
Finding Timber was miraculous. She just gave so much hope that there's still life out there.
Terry and her family sadly lost their home of 13 years.
Just really hits home once you see it in person. It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing. That's how I felt. Now I see why the family didn't want me to come back, but I have to do this. Besides memories, we worked a hard life to get what we had, and it was all gone, you know.
Around 10% of homes in Paradise survived the fire. Thanks to Bill's heroic efforts, his house is still standing, the only one on his entire block.
It is kind of an oasis. in a desert of destruction. I never dreamed the town of Paradise would burn up.
Here's looking around my street. It's surreal. Everything's gone.
I feel bad for all the neighbors that have to be relocated, and people are having a hard time even finding a place to live.
New chapter. Here we go.
Man is no match for Mother Nature, and I've got respect for it.
Uruguay, April 2017. A massive thunderstorm brings a month's worth of rain overnight, causing the Quarem River on the border with Brazil to burst its banks, leading to catastrophic flooding. Fronting the rescue effort is Uruguayan Air Force pilot Washington Martinez.
Sí, fue una inundación muy repentina y llovió cerca de 200 milímetros en pocas horas. Debido al gran volumen y los cerros que se encuentran en sus alrededores que nutren de caudal de agua hacia la zona del río Quarem.
It's not long before Washington and his crew receive a call. A canoeing trip has been cut short by the storm, and a number of people are stranded and at the mercy of the rising water.
Bueno, inicialmente la información que teníamos era que habían 6 personas sobre un cerro que habían logrado abandonar el río, pero habían quedado aislados sobre un cerro que en esta zona estaban rodeados completamente por agua, en la cual no podían salir.
Even with years of experience, nothing could prepare Washington for the devastation caused by the flood.
Al momento del arribo, la primera impresión fue bastante fuerte, ¿no? Realmente se espantó tanto que no logramos diferenciar entre lo que era río y lo que no era río. Pensé que los árboles estaban cubiertos a bastante, quedaban solamente pedacitos de la copa fuera del agua, ¿no? Realmente a nosotros se nos complicó muchísimo al no tener referencias y tratar de interpretar dónde podían estar.
Suddenly, the crew spot the survivors and rush to their rescue.
Logramos aterrizar y hay información inicial que queríamos nosotros era saber los nombres y cuánta gente se había autoevacuado. Determinar que habían 16 personas que se habían autoevacuado por sus propios medios hacia esa estancia y que estaban en buenas condiciones y seguras, tenían calor y bueno, ya, pero sí ahí preocupó la información de que faltaba una persona más, estaba faltando uno más.
Washington drops the survivors at a safe location nearby before resuming the search for the missing canoeist.
Porque fue tanta la búsqueda a baja altura, sobre los árboles, sobre la zona de cerros y el tiempo utilizado en buscar, acotado, aparte sobre una zona reducida, que bueno, hizo que no tuviéramos esa certeza. Aparte nuestros cálculos daban que nos quedaban más o menos unos 35 o 40 minutos de combustible. Y bueno, todo esto hizo que los tiempos se fueran acortando y no logramos ver nada hasta que en un momento un componente de la tripulación marcó, dice, acabo de ver algo.
Water makes any rescue attempt infinitely more deadly and greatly increases the risk for both rescuee and rescuer. Like in northern India, an elderly man has become stranded in the middle of a flooded river. As the water level rises, a local hero braves the currents, swimming out to the stricken survivor. And gets there with seconds to spare, as the ground he was on is now completely submerged. Thankfully, both men survive and make it back to the safety of the shore. In Texas, a truck has rolled off the road in heavy rains. The driver is trapped and at serious risk of drowning. Passers-by are doing their best to tip the truck back over, but it's proving difficult in the slippery, wet conditions.
Oh my God.
Knowing there is only hope, they try again.
Oh my God!
And the man is heaved out of the truck, miraculously unharmed. In Hebei Province, China, 3 people are trapped on a rickshaw in the middle of a rushing river. The fire services carefully make their way out to the stranded rickshaw. But with it teetering precariously on the edge, one wrong move could send the passengers plummeting to their death. But they hold their nerve. And one by one, the passengers are ferried back to dry land. Back in Uruguay, the search for the missing canoeists continues. But the helicopter is dangerously low on fuel.
Obviamente ya no contamos con mucho más tiempo para hacer búsqueda, ¿no? Nos quedaban aproximadamente unos 10 minutos de búsqueda para nuestro retorno. En ese momento encontramos este último víctima para rescatar.
Ruben Madeira de Oliveira was clinging onto a tree branch when he saw the helicopter.
Yo ya hacía 24 horas que prácticamente no había comido, no había tomado agua, porque el agua del río era una mugre todo, ¿no? O sea, el río arrastraba cualquier cosa. A medida que pasaban las horas, que yo estaba más ansioso, más cansado, cuando yo veo que había un helicóptero, fue una sensación de alivio muy grande. Ahí sí yo lo veo que viene enfrente a mí, ¿no? Entonces ahí noto de que él viene buscándome. Entonces ahí trato yo de tratar de ser visto.
El árbol estaba muy frondoso y al momento del helicóptero acercarse, el flujo abría y logramos ver y bueno, efectivamente estaba un hombre mayor de unos 50 y algo de años. No sé cuánto tiempo, no se podía calcular en este momento cuánto tiempo más le quedaba para que el agua lo llegara a cubrir.
The crew must work quickly to rescue Ruben before he's engulfed by the rising floodwaters.
Toda esta situación es de gran tensión. El piloto y todo el componente de estar trabajando en el rescate están con todas sus capacidades al 100% para tratar de minimizar cualquier riesgo. Nosotros particularmente nos exigimos al 100%.
Y ya, de un momento estaba repodrido, ¿no? O sea, muy ansioso. No tenía condiciones, prácticamente por como veía el agua, de salir por mis medios. Bueno, cuando subí al helicóptero, fue una sensación de alivio muy grande.
Ruben is winched to safety in the nick of time, and Washington and the crew head back to base, knowing it was a job well done.
Se veía todo bien, que no quedara ninguna persona atrás, y bueno, eso nos dio la satisfacción al final del día. He hecho bastante misiones, pero particularmente me sorprendió particularmente esta, ¿no? Porque no entendía por qué esta.
We've seen how powerless we can be when deadly weather strikes. But if there's no way to beat it, you may as well embrace it. In Koh Samui, Thailand, flash floods have filled the streets with a foot of water. But these British tourists aren't letting that spoil their holiday, and power through the gloomy weather with summer vibes. In China, flash floods are making life difficult for residents of Yuxi City. But 3 men have come up with an ingenious way to make the bad weather work for them. Who needs to go fishing when the fish can come to you? In Byron Bay, Australia, festival goers are embracing the wet weather and have created their own slip and slide made from mud. But unfortunately, it doesn't come with brakes, as one reveler learnt the hard way. Let's hope they've each got an industrial-sized pack of wet wipes back at the tent. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature at her worst.
Do I call it Mother something else?
We've seen her pounce without warning.
Oh my God!
And obliterate everything in her path.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
The thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
An earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, tracking the trail of a terrifying tornado.
This is what I've been waiting my entire life to see.
As the twister traps teachers and pupils at a school in Henryville, Indiana.
All I could do was just pray to God that he would not let anything come through that roof.
Wildfires rip across the moors in the north of England.
It was just like the apocalypse. It was horrible. It was just catastrophic, really.
And in Argentina, a trek nearly ends in tragedy for a group of horrified hikers.
5:47 a.m. and looking forward to a sweet day of storm chasing.
On March 2nd, 2012, a powerful storm system begins developing over Midwest America. Tracking it is storm chaser Steve LaBelle.
Hopefully I can live out a lifelong dream of actually seeing one of these suckers.
I had been storm chasing for a couple years at this point, and I had not witnessed an actual tornado.
When you start doing this for years, you start chomping at the bit to kind of actually witness a real-life tornado. I had no idea what was in store for me that day, but something in my gut told me that this was kind of meant to happen.
Directly in the path of the storm is the small town of Henryville, Indiana, on the outskirts of America's infamous Tornado Alley. The town is home to Henryville School and mathematics teacher Jeff Harrell.
We had approximately 350 students in the middle school, another 300 students, and about that many in the elementary school. We have several tornadoes. We're kind of in Tornado Alley. We've had them ever since I've been growing up as a little kid. It's something I don't want to say you're used to, but it's something we expect.
Henryville School Principal Troy Albert is monitoring the storm system's progress.
Outside on the morning of March 2nd, 2012, the weather was calm, sunny, and warm. The temperatures went up into the upper 70s, but we knew that later in the day the clouds started to come in and the storm started to roll through.
And we got our first storms brewing.
I started driving towards the Indiana area, and the National Weather Service put out a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, and those are extremely rare.
Look at all those beautiful colors on that screen.
Student Jonathan Driver is at home in Clark State Forest when the tornado sirens go off.
I've lived in Indiana all of my life, so when I hear tornado sirens, I immediately know that there is some kind of threat nearby. It was undeniably a tornado rumbling in the distance, and it was the makes your hair stand up on your arms kind of sound. As the tornado got closer, we could actually hear the rumble, that airplane jet or train rumble sound. So we thought it was likely the tornado was going to hit us.
This is the closest I've ever been to one.
Back at Henryville School, teacher Jeff and Principal Troy are preparing for the worst.
About 2:30 in the afternoon, we had a call come in saying that we were in the direct line. And so the decision that was made was to make sure that we evacuated our building and got the students in their buses more than a half mile away. Within 5 minutes, the entire school had left the building.
But the last bus to leave doesn't get far and has to do an emergency U-turn.
The driver indicated they saw the funnel cloud coming towards us. And so she made a choice to come back to the school with her 11 students that were on the bus.
The people across the street were yelling, and we're like, what are they yelling at? And they're like, get back inside, the tornado's right, and they could see it, we couldn't see it. They could see it coming over the hill. I hollered at my principal, hey, Mr. Albert, the tornado's here, it's getting ready to hit.
Just outside Henryville, storm chaser Steve's dream is about to come true.
Is that what I think it is?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
This is what I've been waiting my entire life to see. It was absolutely perfect in my mind as far as how it looked, and I was speechless.
Look at the size of that sucker.
But I didn't feel safe. It looked like it was about 2 miles away. And considering it was traveling at 60 miles an hour, it could have been sitting in my lap in under 2 or 3 minutes.
The tornado is now dangerously close to hammering Henryville and its school. For the teachers and students, all they can do is wait and pray.
You could really sense the barometric pressure had dropped, like in your ears, like if you were flying in a plane and dropping down.
I took off out the back door out of the office, ran down the hallways kind of looking for people, and that's when I got stuck in between a corridor between 2 main hallways. I noticed that papers on the wall were moving. And at that point, I knew I was stuck right there. My ears felt like they were going to pop because the pressure became so great. I put my fingers in my ears and I go to the floor because I'm trying to cover up. There's nowhere I can go. There's no doors open. There's no rooms. I'm stuck right there. All I could do was just pray to God that He would not let anything come through that roof.
Later, we'll see how helpless Henryville becomes as the terrifying twister tears up the town.
Oh boy, look at the size.
And in its wake, leaves mass destruction.
It looks like World War II.
June 2018. Britain is in the midst of an historic heatwave. Temperatures in excess of 33 degrees centigrade are making this the hottest June on record for 40 years. But on the 24th of June, on Saddleworth Moor, Greater Manchester, the persistently hot weather spawns the deadliest wildfire in British living memory. Dave Swallow is the lead wildfire officer for Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service.
The fire on Saddleworth Moor started on a Sunday evening. Initially, for me, it seemed like any other kind of fire. We're going to do the best we can to put it out. However, because conditions have been dry, we'd probably seen about 8 or 9 weeks of relatively dry weather. It was quickly reigniting.
The conditions are perfect for a wildfire to thrive, so drastic action is required to contain the blaze.
Quite impressive flames now.
We quickly requested additional resources, probably 25 to 30 firefighters there within a couple of hours. Fires that are burning from 1 foot to 2 foot to sometimes 7, 8, 10 foot in height. You know, they radiate a lot of heat. It's like standing in front of a bonfire.
Claire Crowther's family farm borders the moors.
The fire brigade called us and said it's getting out of control, the wind keeps on changing, the fire's raging in so many different directions, we really need to help get all the livestock off the moor.
Hundreds of their grazing sheep are now directly in the line of fire, so Claire puts out an SOS.
All our local farmers, they dropped everything. And said, right, we need to get a group of dogs together, quad bikes. They came straight over here and we just got a little plan together and said, if you go on this side, you go on that side. So basically we were making as much noise as we could to try and let the sheep know that we were there. Shouting, using sheep dog whistles, using the dogs for barking. And just try and get them off as fast as we could and safely. The sheep had never dealt with fire before. They were young sheep, they were only a year old. They panicked and they were just running back into the smoke. They was disorientated, they didn't know which way to run. All we could hear whilst we were up there was the heather crackling. There was no birds singing and it was just acrid smoke. And we were standing on ground and it was just giving way underneath you because it was just burning. It was just like standing on hot coal. It was horrible and you're just trying to keep together as a team, but everyone was terrified really.
But all that can be done is damage limitation, because wildfires are notoriously difficult to control. In Los Angeles, a wildfire is raging near a popular tourist attraction. Over 3 acres of land are ablaze. Rescue services are trying to contain the fire by dumping water from a helicopter. Incredibly, the rescue effort manages to get the flames under control before they engulf the spectators. But firefighters in Queensland, Australia, are battling a wildfire that has escaped its containment lines. High winds are making the job increasingly difficult.
Step back, move back. When the wind turns like that,
Even with state-of-the-art equipment and high-pressure hoses, the fire is proving tricky to tame.
I'm worried about that. Grab the other second hose and hit that near the tree.
And the firefighters are struggling to stop the flames engulfing their truck. Eventually, they manage to get the situation under control. But sometimes, the only thing you can do is run.
Oh my God, look at that.
In Southern California, this man is checking on a friend's house. But a serious wildfire has triggered evacuation orders for at least 150,000 people.
I'm getting out of here.
After seeing his friend's home consumed by a spiraling vortex of fire.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Everyone needs to back away from the area. Back away from the area towards Loma Vista.
He takes the evacuation orders a lot more seriously. Back in the north of England, wildfires are still raging after 2 days, advancing dangerously close to residential areas. 150 people are forced to evacuate as toxic smoke surrounds their homes.
The smoke would drop into the valley and fill in the valleys around Carbrook and Stalybridge with smoke, making conditions difficult for the residents.
You can hear it burning.
Especially those with breathing conditions.
On the moors, the lack of rainfall and the hot weather are hindering the firefighting efforts, so Dave calls for further backup.
We had a multitude of agencies that assisted us. We had a number of other fire and rescue services from across the country who came to support us with specialist equipment as well as providing firefighters just so we had the manpower.
100 soldiers are also called to assist, along with 2 helicopters that drop 65,000 gallons of water onto areas that the firefighters can't reach.
The stronger the winds are, the more the flames are fanned, making the fire more intense and more difficult to extinguish.
It was just like a desert. It was just black, charred, smoking. There was dust everywhere, just loads and loads of smoke everywhere. It was just like the apocalypse. It was horrible. You couldn't see anything but smoke and fire. It was just catastrophic, really.
It takes 3 weeks to extinguish the flames, and by then, the fire had burnt 7 square miles.
Everything on the moor has been completely wiped out. It's just soul destroying. We lost 90 sheep that we know of. They burnt in the fire. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and going back weeks after and just still finding sheep carcasses everywhere that had been burnt, and you think, why have them sheep had to burn to death? But I'd never want to see it again.
Fortunately, some sheep managed to escape, later turning up in people's gardens miles away. But the fear is, it won't be the last time the moors are under threat.
A lot of the communities around Saddleworth and Tameside now have a kind of a newfound respect for how damaging the wildfires can be. It's not something that's going away. It definitely seems to be part of the climate change that we're going through as a country.
It's going to happen again this summer if we have a dry summer. And hopefully this time we can tackle it before it spreads into such a massive devastation like that fire was. I never thought that anything of this scale would happen. It was just immeasurable. It was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Still to come. A tornado half a mile wide wipes out a school in Henryville, Indiana.
It was like a locomotive running through.
And in Africa, a man is on a mission to descend into one of the deadliest volcanoes on Earth.
It's tremendous power. It's one of the Earth's most awesome forces.
Aconcagua, in the heart of the Andes, rising nearly 23,000 feet above sea level. It's the highest mountain in the southern hemisphere, and it offers picturesque trekking trails popular with hikers. Among them is Nico Hirnard from Argentina.
Yo estaba haciendo este trekking con mi pareja, con el hermano de mi pareja, con mi cuñado y con unos amigos. Era una caminata tranquila, al aire libre, abajo del sol. Nos veníamos divirtiendo muchísimo hasta ese momento caminando.
Leading the trek is experienced mountain guide Julian Inzaralde.
Es un trekking inicial donde las personas se recrean por 3 días. Para este tipo de trekking, el único riesgo que nosotros como guías por ahí tenemos que contemplar es solamente la sintomatología de altura.
But unbeknownst to the group, recent unseasonable weather means there is another, far more deadly risk.
Era un día de diciembre, un día perfecto de sol, increíble. Solamente había caído un poco de nieve algunas semanas antes, así que las montañas en altura, a 4.000, 5.000 metros, estaban algo cargadas de nieve, que eso es inusual, pero bueno, puede ocurrir.
Melting snow can loosen the surface of a mountain, sending hundreds of tons of rock and debris plummeting toward the hikers below. It starts with a small stream of mud.
Yo fui uno de los primeros en cruzar el arroyo, un arroyo que cruzaba un poquito de agua nomás y tenía mucho barro en el fondo.
De repente yo empiezo a escuchar un sonido como si fuese un helicóptero, un avión. Cuando escucho el sonido, se empieza a escuchar el sonido, me doy cuenta que algo andaba mal, algo estaba cambiando. Entonces miro hacia arriba, hacia abajo, hacia atrás. No era, miro para abajo a ver si el río crecía, no era, me doy vuelta una vez, dos veces, a la tercera vez que me doy vuelta, me doy cuenta que venía algo por el río, algo grande.
Landslides can be lethal, causing up to an estimated 50 fatalities per year in the US alone, and even more in developing countries. In Baguyas, in the Philippines, a bus full of passengers has been forced to a halt by falling rocks. This steep mountain is prone to landslides, and the spectator stopping to take photos is directly in the line of fire. As he desperately runs for cover, a terrifying mass of rocks, mud and trees gives way. And now the bus is under threat too. As rocks pummel the bus, the driver acts fast and reverses away from danger. Thankfully, no one was hurt. In the region of Shimla, India, heavy rainfall has caused this mountain to crumble, right next to a construction site. As it gathers momentum with alarming haste, the workers below can't see how deadly it is becoming. The rain-soaked hillside succumbs, and it drags down the entire Shimla-Tutakandi bypass crossing with it. Incredibly, no one was injured. Whereas landslides are falls of loose rock and debris, mudslides are water-saturated soil that can travel at speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. Heavy rain in North India has caused this truck to become stuck in the mud. Fortunately, the driver has already made an escape And the digger is bravely battling the strengthening sludge to no avail. As the torrent of mud engulfs the truck, it's game over as it gets swept away. The residents of this pretty alpine village in Chamousson, Switzerland, can hear a sinister rumble coming from above. Caused by very intense localized rainfall, the muddy surface runoff starts streaming down the mountain. The shocked residents scramble out of the way as the damaging deluge gathers strength and takes down everything in its path. So when you see the earth moving, get out of there fast. But back in Argentina, the hikers are still halfway across a muddy stream when they see a torrent of rocks and debris hurtling towards them.
Fue una sensación muy fea porque yo veía que las personas que estaban adentro no iban a llegar a salir.
En ese momento uno actúa como creo que sale algo de adentro, algo interior que ayuda a tomar buenas decisiones. Saltamos hacia la izquierda para las únicas dos personas que estaban todavía bajando, que no entendían por qué nos habíamos lanzado arriba de ellas. A los 2 segundos de haber salido del cauce del río, vemos que viene una tromba de piedra, barro y todo que hacía temblar la tierra. Era impresionante, nunca lo habíamos visto.
Y arrasaron en un segundo con todo lo que había en el arroyo. Y es una sensación tremenda porque sentí que en un momento era una luz, un terremoto y algo que se nos venía todos juntos.
No, si no hubiésemos quedado en el río cuando caía, bueno, éramos 4 que obviamente no hubiésemos sobrevivido para nada.
O sea, lo primero que hicimos cuando terminamos de cruzar y que estábamos todos bien, todos a salvo, fue saludarnos entre todos, darnos un abrazo y por supuesto ir a ver al guía. Y recuerdo con uno de los guías que nos miramos y dijimos, nos salvamos.
Después, obviamente, cuando vimos que la situación estaba controlada, se me salía el corazón del pecho.
Lo que nos había pasado, podríamos haber muerto. La naturaleza es algo que realmente no controlamos.
Creo que la enseñanza de esto es que cuando uno va a la montaña hay que empezar a respetarla desde el primer segundo de caminata, desde el primer lugar, ya que realmente nos damos cuenta que puede pasar en cualquier cosa, en cualquier lado.
Earlier, we saw Henryville take cover from one of the strongest tornadoes to ever hit the state of Indiana.
Look at the size of that sucker.
At the school, mathematics teacher Jeff Harrell is trapped in the corridor as the twister takes hold.
The pressure in my ears it hurt so bad I felt like my eardrums were going to pop. And it just gave me an instant headache. And I've never had that feeling before. You lose electricity, you lose everything, it goes dark. I could hear big air conditioning units and stuff being tossed on top of the roof, and I could hear it rolling. I just thought, man, anytime something's gonna come through this roof. It feels like an eternity when you're in it, but I think it was just a matter of seconds that the tornado came by.
Principal Troy Albert is sheltering in a classroom with the 11 pupils who, just moments before, had been evacuated from the school bus.
This bus driver is a hero. Good thing she came back because her bus ended up across the street in a restaurant.
Henryville School is now taking a direct hit from the monster EF4 tornado.
It was like a locomotive running through. When you started to hear the roof collapse, I think that was probably the greatest noise that we had.
Winds of up to 175 miles per hour ripped the roof off the school gym with terrifying ease.
The power to take steel girders and just rip them off like they're paper, the force is unbelievable. It's amazing what it can do in a matter of seconds.
Storm chaser Steve LaBelle is on the tornado's tail, in awe of the sheer power of the storm.
And shaking, unreal.
This was a significant damaging tornado. 175 mile an hour winds with a half-mile width, if you can even imagine that. And it was traveling about 60 miles an hour on average. So basically a mile per minute. It is just tearing up things potentially a half mile wide.
Look at the size.
It was truly an amazing sight.
I've been waiting my whole life to see this.
But it was almost like an arm wrestling match of elation about seeing a tornado wrapped around the sorrow and the tragedy of what was unfolding for a lot of different people.
As the tornado passes, Henryville residents are flocking to the streets to assess the damage. Among them is student Jonathan Driver and his father.
We headed south towards where we heard it, and we basically were just looking for the damage, looking to see where people would need help. We could see cars stopped on the highway, semi laid over. Then we saw the gas station tore apart.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at the house. There was a farmhouse there.
It was just a shocking moment. You know, a once familiar sight that we were used to for years was just was torn apart.
But things are about to get worse for the people of Henryville.
My dad received a call that that there was a second tornado coming, which we had no idea. We thought it was past. So as soon as we got that call, we turned around on the road and tried to head back home so that we could find cover.
Back at the school, and as the second tornado gathers intensity, it brings with it golf ball-sized hail. Just as Jeff thinks the nightmare is over, he hears a familiar sound.
I heard the second one, the roar coming, and I told the guy I was with, I said, look, here comes another tornado. He said, are you sure? I said, yeah, I'm sure, let's go.
Just 15 minutes after the first attack, the school takes another brutal battering from the second tornado. Across town, Jonathan and his father are caught in the crossfire of the hail that precedes the second tornado.
You could hear it denting the roof of the car, and you could see it bouncing off the hood and leaving massive dents, cracking and shattering the tempered glass. I didn't know if the vehicle would be, you know, taken up by a tornado and thrown to the side. That was a frightening moment. I remember thinking I didn't know how my dad was driving because the windshield became so shattered.
Also facing the wrath of the second tornado is storm chaser Steve LaBelle.
Major hailstorm now. Wow. Huge.
Visibility was absolutely zero. I was surrounded by woods. So if another tornado did come through, I had no way of getting away from it. There's just nowhere to go at that point. You are at the mercy. And that's kind of a risk you take when you go out and you chase storms. You just sit there and wait for it to end one way or another. Yeah, scary stuff.
As the half-mile-wide tornado ends its assault on Henryville, Troy and Jeff are able to see the true extent of the damage to their school.
Approximately 60% of the Henryville campus was destroyed by the tornado. We had lost both gyms, damage to the roofs, about 20 classrooms that was totally destroyed. Our cafeteria was destroyed, our library.
Tore a path right through here. Oh my God, look at all this damage.
It's kind of unimaginable. Houses wiped from their foundations, factories leveled. It looks like an atomic bomb basically cleared it.
The tornado decimated a 49-mile-wide area in just 49 minutes. It destroyed more than 200 homes and damaged almost 3,000.
It ripped apart buildings and the landscape. It also ripped apart people's lives.
It looks like World War II.
The tornadoes in Indiana claimed 13 lives, making Troy and Jeff all too aware of their dangerously close encounter.
We were one wall away from being totally engulfed in the debris field, which I say we were blessed and lucky. It is a miracle that everybody walked out of there alive.
That's when I realized how close to death I was that day. And how special my family was. So, I'm thankful to be through it.
Remembering the sound of it and the sight of the damage gave me a new level of fear and respect for tornadoes.
I've been waiting my whole life to see this.
As exciting as it was equally saddening and difficult to comprehend the destruction.
The power of Mother Nature is unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Some people see extreme weather conditions not as a crisis, but an opportunity. Braving the elements despite the risks. In Slovenia, freezing temperatures have turned this waterfall into a climbing wall. Scaling the slippery surface requires great skill and determination, not to mention an ice-cooled temperament. Our Iceman is planning each step with extreme caution, testing the integrity of the ice before making his move. With a bit of luck, he will make it to the top before the ice melts. Also braving the elements are these crazies in Croatia. They're attempting to measure the magnitude of the wind as the bluffs batter the bridge and everyone on it. But rather than run for cover, the thrill-seeking threesome are looking Mother Nature in the eye and standing their ground. Just. In Sicily, a group of adventurers are taking their lives in their hands by camping on top of the highest active volcano in Europe, Mount Etna. A volcanic eruption is one way to get a wake-up call. But the gang soon decide they're a little too close for comfort. And leg it. But not everyone is quite as cautious. This foolhardy photographer is filming a violent volcano on Vanuatu, an island in the South Pacific. When a gargantuan gas bubble bursts from the lava lake, it lands molten rock mere inches from our filmmaker's feet, sending him hot-footing it out of there, fast.
That was probably my closest call ever to being completely covered in lava bombs. There's not one shot that's worth that. So I'm going to back off and get some more protective gear on.
The movie might not have been made, but a very valuable volcano lesson was learned. There's no denying that volcanoes are explosive, unpredictable, and deadly. But for one man, that's the big appeal.
My name's Jeff Mackley and I'm from Christchurch, New Zealand. I'm a volcano hunter. For the last 25 years I've been chasing volcanic eruptions around the world and filming them from as close as I can possibly get without being killed. I've always been passionate about volcanoes ever since I was a kid. I think it's something about the unbridled power of a volcano. Volcanoes do what they want, when they want. To be up close to a big eruption, you get some idea of how insignificant not only you are, but the whole human race. It's just something that draws me to volcanoes like a moth to the flame.
The latest flame to draw Jeff near is the mighty Mount Nyiragongo in the Democratic Republic of Congo, home to one of the largest lava lakes in the world.
Nyiragongo is probably the most dangerous volcano in the world. You've got an 800-foot in diameter lava lake, the biggest one in the world. So the danger with Nyiragongo is the catastrophic leaking out of the contents of the lava lake that can flow down the mountainside at 40 miles an hour.
And this catastrophe struck in 2002, when a devastating lava flow hit the nearby city of Goma, killing almost 250 people and leaving 120,000 homeless.
You're dicing with danger with volcanoes. Only they know when they're going to blow them. They'll do their thing when they do their thing. If you're in their way, you die.
But rather than get out of the way, Jeff wants to put himself directly in the line of fire by abseiling straight into the belly of the beast.
It's always challenging and dangerous to reach anything volcanic. Getting to the lava lakes, you have to climb an 11,300-foot volcano and then descend 1,200 foot inside it. A hell of a thing. It's like Mount Everest in reverse.
And deadly lava flows are not the only danger Jeff faces.
The trip up Nyiragongo is exciting. It's a dangerous place. There are bandits from time to time who see foreigners as an ATM on two legs. So we go in a convoy with hired security forces. You're in for a brutal 11,000-foot climb to the top, which takes you through thick jungle. And then when you're finally up 10 or 11,000 feet, you're just in grass and rock, and it's freezing cold. So it's a hell of a place to work. The descent to the lava lake involves firstly drilling huge bolts into the rock at the top of the cliff. There we connect our ropes. And we go down a number of terraces, so it's like a ladder. You'll go down 600 feet, then you'll connect more bolts. Then you'll go down more, then across and down more. You've got 4 levels of descent to get to the lava lake, and it's pretty hardcore.
Listen to that. Rest for a second.
Your biggest fear is rocks could fall on your head and kill you. Pulling a rock down on top of yourself from the rope above you or a person above you doing it. And you can, of course, get a lot of earthquakes. You'll always get earthquakes around volcanoes. And earthquakes, falling rocks and people hanging on ropes, you know, with 1,200 feet of void below them is a recipe for, you know, danger.
I'm down.
When I reach the bottom of Nyiragongo, basically in front of you is a massive 800-foot lava lake. It's just several football fields in size. It's very hot, it's very noisy. The temperature of lava is roughly 1,050 degrees Celsius, and that's roughly 500% hotter than your oven at home when you cook your weekend roast. So we're talking serious heat.
Such serious heat calls for some serious gear.
The fire suit that I wear when I'm near the lava allows you to get in close proximity. What that aluminized foil does, it's very similar to what astronauts wear. It reflects harmful things, like extreme heat. It will reflect that heat away from you. Without that, you could only withstand that heat for seconds. 4 seconds at the most before you start burning. When you do get close to the lava, it's a pretty unpleasant beast. The gases coming off the lava are superheated. You have to keep your gas mask on at all time. If you breathed in any of that superheated gas, it would kill you instantly. Standing that close to a giant lake of boiling lava, it's the biggest adrenaline rush you'll ever get. That's legal. You're awestruck with the tremendous power that's before you. To boil molten rock and throw it through the air like porridge is tremendous power. It's one of the Earth's most awesome forces. You cannot get enough of it. Lava lakes are the most addictive thing on the planet. Once you've been up close to one, nothing you ever do in your life again will come close to that experience.
Extreme weather affects everyone, even our animal friends. At this zoo in the Netherlands, the heavens have opened, causing a tussle between 2 male baboons for the best place to take shelter. A chase ensues, because in the animal kingdom, there can only be one winner. And the coveted dry haven also happens to be amongst the females. After a couple of rounds of the ring, the victor claims the coveted spot, leaving the loser to sulk with the others. On a blisteringly hot day in Wales in the UK, these sheep are politely waiting their turn for an ice-cold refreshment. Eventually, the truck's kindly vendor takes pity on the persistent sheep and rewards their patience with a refreshing treat. In Adelaide, in southern Australia, this man has got a cheeky intruder in his air-conditioned car, seeking sanctuary from the sweltering heat.
I'm going to try to get the little guy out of my car, but he just does not want to come out. Come on, mate. Can I get you to come out of my car, please?
The koala appears to be going nowhere, and as he retreats further inside, the man tries the tactile approach.
Oh, you're gorgeous. It's okay, I'm not trying to hurt you. Don't.
But that backfires too.
That way. No, not up the front. Come on, hop out the car. I know it's nice and cool in here with the aircon. No, don't go up the front. Oh, man.
The brazen koala moves even closer to the cool air vent.
No, don't climb up there. Mate, what are you doing?
And digs his claws in to show he plans to stay put.
Oh, man, you're strong. Come on, buddy. You're tearing up my dash. Go.
Eventually, the man prizes him free.
How many times has that ever happened to you?
And the cheeky chap retires back to his usual habitat.
That's where you're supposed to be, up in the tree. Good on you, mate. Thanks for all the damage to my car.
In this episode, we've faced the wrath of Mother Nature. We've seen how helpless we can be.
Oh my God.
We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force. giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
The thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
It's an earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode. In Guatemala, a deadly volcano eruption unleashes hell.
The atmosphere around was too hot. It was like a nightmare.
As people desperately scramble for safety.
Sentí miedo, nos cubrió por completamente una nube.
On a highway in Arkansas, a tornado terrorizes drivers.
I just remember thinking, we may not make it out of this.
And a routine training exercise becomes a daring rescue mission for the HMS Coast Guard.
He'd frozen into place. He had a very, very high drop below him.
Volcán de Fuego is one of Central America's most active volcanoes. Overlooking the Guatemalan city of Antigua, the iconic landmark produces frequent low-level eruptions and is a popular tourist destination. Nestled at the foot of Fuego is Hotel La Reunion, a luxury golf resort managed by Evelyn Ordonez.
It was a beautiful resort, icon for the tourism in Guatemala. Part of the show of the volcano was daily explosions. You want to take a nice picture with the volcano on the back. Gorgeous.
But being so close to an active volcano means that Evelyn and her staff must stay vigilant.
On several occasions, we had strong eruptions where we had to evacuate.
It's June 2018, and local mountain guide Jorge Luis Altuve is approaching Fuego's summit when he realizes something feels different.
Estábamos apenas a 700 metros del cráter del volcán, o sea, era bastante cerca, bastante fuerte la actividad del volcán. Se sentía hasta cierto punto el olor al azufre.
Suddenly, Volcán de Fuego violently erupts, unleashing a searing hot mass of ash, lava, and toxic fumes. The deadly cloud shoots 6 miles into the sky. Jorge and the rest of the group are forced to run for their lives.
Y el volcán tiene una pendiente muy elevada. El riesgo era correr a medianoche prácticamente, está tan oscuro y con la lluvia.
Oye, sí, todo bien.
At the foot of the volcano, hotel manager Evelyn is realizing to her horror that this eruption is different and far more deadly.
The atmosphere around was too hot. So that gave me a line that definitely was not a normal eruption. On that moment that we decided to start the evacuation protocol and activate the siren.
Back up the mountain, Jorge and the others are desperately descending through the smoke-filled darkness.
Nos estaba cubriendo la nube y nos estaban cayendo piedras. Empezó a caernos arena que nos causó problemas de la vista y luego nos empezaron a caer piedras que dolían. No se miraba nada. Nos caímos en varias ocasiones al bajar corriendo un volcán, pero por más que corras, no puedes evitar que te cubra.
Gathering speed, the deadly, unstoppable ash cloud is sweeping towards the city, the hotel directly in its path.
The temperature is extremely hot and the flow comes in a great speed. It was like a nightmare.
Esta vez el volcán se hizo erupción completa y hay fuego. Ya tenemos a todos los huéspedes evacuados y al 95% del personal. Solo faltamos el equipo de seguridad. Nos vamos a retirar en este momento.
Evelyn, her guests, and her staff escape just in time as the cloud engulfs the resort. But the towering mass continues on its deadly path, barreling towards villages at speeds of around 50 miles per hour. As rescue workers try to assist terrified locals, they are cut off by the cloud. Among them is Fire Chief Eugenio Chavez Alvarez.
Yo solo le dije conmigo, vámonos, porque ya viene fuerte.
His colleague is volunteer firefighter Fernando José García.
La ceniza venía hacia nosotros, venía con bastante velocidad. Dimos la vuelta a la ambulancia. Dale. Entonces, ya así con un poco de temor, pues, porque no sabíamos qué era lo que estaba pasando.
Anda, dale, Chávez. Dale, Chávez.
En ese momento prácticamente sentí miedo, o sea, pánico. Nos cubrió por completamente una nube.
Later, rescue efforts continue as the police desperately search for survivors buried under the rubble.
La verdad que tal vez uno se queda viendo ahí como aquí porque pasó esto.
And the firemen fight for survival, engulfed in the ashes.
Yo pensé que yo ahí me quedaba, yo ahí me iba a morir.
Search and rescue helicopter teams receive call-outs every single day in the UK, with the brave rescuers battling the elements at their most extreme. One of these workers is winch paramedic Kate Willoughby from Humberside Search and Rescue.
We find that when the weather is at its worst, we can be quite busy for the fact that the bad weather can cause issues. With jobs that involve particularly dangerous environments, then there is definitely a time pressure. So you really want to get the job done as quickly, but as safely as possible.
Working with extreme weather means it's vital the teams are drilled regularly.
On a search and rescue base, we tend to train at least once per shift, and that's to ensure that all our skill sets are up to date.
In March 2019, these skills are pushed to the limit when the rescue team receives an unusual call while on a training mission in Scotland's Cairngorms. Meet Ben, a 2-year-old Cavachon, pride and joy of Fiona Young.
Daddy's going. Now I'm gonna go.
Ben is a big part of our family. He is my daughter's best friend, and she adores him hugely.
That's my dog. That's my dog. He wanted to come with us.
We always go out for walks up in the woods, and Ben has often been up in the mountains with myself and my husband.
So there's nothing out of the ordinary when Ben sets out with Fiona's husband Ian for a spot of ski touring among the picturesque peaks.
I got sent a photo with Ian and Ben together enjoying the sunshine. It looked like a perfect day to be out ski touring.
But things take a turn for the worse after Ian decides to ski down into a gully.
Ben had decided to try and follow him and then didn't and went back up the gully. Ian had gone back up to see him, and he heard him barking, and the next thing he knew he heard some whimpering, and then there was nothing.
Hours pass and the weather is worsening.
Winds were increasing and he knew he had to get off the mountain, otherwise he would end up stuck. So he phoned me to let me know that he had to come home without Ben, and Ben was lost up in the Cairngorms somewhere.
First thing the next morning, Ian returns to the mountain and manages to locate Ben, stranded on a ledge above the gully.
He found him down at this gully, but just couldn't get to him. The winds at this point were going at 60-70 miles per hour, and the weather was coming in fast, so he knew he had to get off the mountain. That was just devastating for myself and my daughter, who couldn't understand that even though we had found him, that we couldn't reach him.
After a second night in the freezing cold, the chances of Ben surviving are slim. But on the third day, there's a glimmer of hope. During Kate's training exercise in the Cairngorms, the team spot Ben in the snow.
We could see that Ben was sat on a very small ledge on the edge of the cliff. He had a very, very high drop below him of about 200 to 300 feet vertical. He'd frozen into place. He'd been sat for so long you could see he had melted a hole down to the rock, and the snow around him was frozen in like a little wall that surrounded him.
Helicopter rescues can be challenging at the best of times, but add in wild weather and they can be almost impossible. In Slovakia, a climber is marooned halfway up a craggy peak after a falling rock injures her ankle. A rescuer administers first aid at the scene, but airlifting her out is proving problematic due to the howling wind. First, the pilot struggles to keep the chopper steady as the winch is lowered. And even once attached, the wind prevents the pilot from pulling them up safely. So he's forced to leave the lady and her hero dangling precariously until they're safely away from the rock face. In Canada, this man is on a mission to rescue snowboarders stranded in a broken-down cable car.
Get you out of here as quick as you can. Yeah. It's not very warm out there underneath the helicopter, I can tell you that one.
The Alpine adventurers are hoisted in a harness.
Up slow.
And one by one experience a thrilling, if unexpected, addition to their adventure. But not all helicopter rescues happen at dizzying heights. Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, a group of hardy heroes are loading a victim, stricken on a stretcher, into a helicopter. Whilst its plucky pilot is skillfully holding it steady despite being bombarded by waves. As they all try to withstand the brutal battering by the elements, the helpers are nearly washed away, but eventually manage to successfully climb aboard the hovering craft. And the injured person is whisked away from medical attention. Back in the Cairngorms, Scotland, and winch paramedic Kate and her team hover above stranded dog Ben. But the narrow ledge isn't the only challenge facing Kate's winchman, Mark.
Normally on a rescue that involves a dog, we use something called a child valise, which is a little bit like a hold all but with a clear plastic lid, which we would put the dog in and zip it closed. On this particular day, the turbulence and the downwash from the aircraft was so bad that we deemed it was going to be too dangerous to use that, and therefore Mark elected to do a manual grip recovery, which literally means getting hold of the dog and holding on tight on the way back up. And the worry with an animal, unlike a human where you can explain what you're doing, they don't understand. So the risk of him panicking halfway up, he could possibly have bitten Mark or just wriggled out of his grasp.
Miraculously, Ben makes it safely onto the helicopter and is flown back to base, where the team track down his family and inform them of his rescue.
That is amazing.
I got a message with a video that showed Ben walking around at the Cairngorm Lodge. The relief was just enormous. My daughter is just delighted that she's got her best friend back.
It's a happy ending for Ben, and a valuable lesson for animal owners about underestimating the dangers of bad weather.
Taking pets out onto the mountains, you really have to think about what you're doing. This particular owner did the right thing. He had his dog wearing a thermal jacket, which has actually saved his life. Mother Nature is incredibly unpredictable. Weather patterns can come out of nowhere. A situation that you think is absolutely fine can suddenly turn into something incredibly dangerous.
Still to come. In Guatemala, residents try to outrun the violent volcanic eruption.
Si el carro, por también yo pensé que el carro ya había agarrado fuego.
As it spews deadly gases and burning rocks in their direction.
Nos iban cayendo piedras de tamaño de mi puño.
And holidaymakers on board a cruise want to abandon ship.
At that point, you're just sitting there praying, going, please stop, please stop, please stop.
In Mountainburg, Arkansas, a piercing tornado siren is warning residents that a storm is on its way. But it doesn't cause much concern for Savannah Burgeon.
It's kind of a joke around here that whenever there's really bad weather, people don't take it seriously because there's typically not super severe weather like that in our area.
Scott Michaels also knows the familiar drill all too well.
Once a week they have sirens go off that just test the thing, so you hear them, you know what they mean. So if a tornado's coming, you usually hear a siren, going off somewhere, and then you start looking around.
So on Friday, April 13th, 2018, when sirens start ringing throughout the state at the end of the working day, it isn't exactly panic stations.
We're all outside, looking around, seeing the clouds, coming across. One of the guys said that there may be one headed up towards the Mountainburg area, and that's where I knew I'd be driving. So I was like, I wonder if I'll get a glimpse of this thing.
As Scott hits the road, Chuck Becker also begins his commute home.
I've been doing that strip of highway for almost 2.5 years now.
Normally it's pretty boring. I mean, it's an hour trip, so, you know, it's just back and forth.
But it isn't a normal ride for Savannah, on the highway with her husband Brandon, having purchased a brand new camper van and towing it back home.
We were very excited. We were looking forward to getting it and getting to fill it up with all of our stuff and take it out and have a good time.
As the roads start to get busier with early evening traffic, trouble is brewing overhead.
You could see the clouds were getting darker and darker. And the guy that was riding with me, he looks up and asks me if the clouds normally do that. And like, no, they don't normally do that. So that's when I stopped and started looking myself and noticed that there was rotation, you know, in the clouds.
On the other side of the valley, Scott has also pulled in to get a prime vantage point of the developing spectacle.
I've always thought, you know, if you see the thing coming across or whatever, you know, you can kind of tell what direction it's going, stay out of its way, sit there and watch the thing. And with me, you know, I was kind of looking, trying to find a spot that was open enough where I could, you know, maybe get a glimpse of it, because I've always wanted to see one. And turned around and I was like, dang, you know, there it is.
I think that's a tornado right there.
I saw the funnel, and then it was just all-encompassing. And I'm not thinking of anything but, you know, holy crap, that thing is huge just right there in front of me.
Holy cow!
I mean, it was a little scary for sure, you know, because you don't know what's going to happen. You've got this huge thing with all this power just blowing, you know, 40 yards away. So it was exhilarating and definitely kind of scary.
Back on the highway, Chuck continues to wait it out.
Look at this. Oh man, oh man.
The longer that I sat there, the harder the wind started blowing, more debris, you know, started hitting the truck. And then when the major debris field started hitting us, you know, the truck was really rocking and rolling.
Savannah's continuing with her journey, but the couple are fast approaching the danger zone.
The weather went from kind of cloudy into like this darkness, and then it got really loud. I was just like, we've got to get home, like hurry, you know. And that's just when it got scary.
Speed up! Get out of here!
Brandon was having a really hard time holding us in one lane because the wind was so bad and it was just blowing that camper, you know, side to side. So he was just trying to stay straight and not hit any other cars.
Oh my God!
Meanwhile, Scott is in a perilous position, closer to the action than he ever intended to be.
You know, you could feel the truck shaking. At that point, I'm hoping that it just goes by me and leaves me alone. But you don't know what these things are going to do direction-wise.
With Scott far too close for comfort, Savannah and Brandon are moments away from potential catastrophe.
Brandon, I'm scared!
We just kind of were taken side to side by the wind, and then it felt like we were almost grabbed and just pulled.
Brandon's scared!
And that's when we were pulled off the ground.
Brandon, we're gonna die! I love you! I love you!
I just remember for the first time ever thinking, like, it's really bad. Like, we may not make it out of this.
Once it did come to a stop, we both looked at each other and kind of nodded like, let's get out of here.
As Savannah and Brandon crawl from the wreckage after the tornado's devastating peak, the weather finally begins to improve.
It just kind of gradually started fading off. You know, the debris started coming a little less and less, and then the wind started letting up, and then, you know, it was almost like the sun had just poked out. I mean, it just got from dark to light in just a matter of minutes.
The eerily calm conditions allow Savannah to assess the carnage.
The truck was completely upside down and smashed, and the camper was no longer a camper. It was now a flatbed trailer. That's all that was left is the floor. Everything was in a million pieces.
The next day, the chaos caused by the Category 2 storm is evident throughout the region.
It twisted trees, it pulled trees up out of the ground, snapped them off, trunks that are probably 3-4 foot in diameter, just snapped them off, just like they were nothing. Houses, roofs taken off.
Along the 12-mile stretch, at least 150 houses were damaged. And for Scott and Savannah, the shock of facing the storm's wrath still haunts them.
I'm glad I wasn't right where that tree was. If it had come just another 40 yards, I would have been more in the middle of the thing.
Brandon, we're gonna die. I love you. I love you.
Now, whenever I drive and I see intense weather, my first reaction is get to safety as soon as possible. I definitely respect Mother Nature a lot more now than I used to.
When the weather takes a turn for the worse, drivers towing a long load need to be vigilant. On an interstate in Maine, the lorry driver ahead falls victim to the slippery surface. Fortunately, the central reservation wasn't breached, or the huge truck would have been on a direct collision course with several oncoming vehicles. There's no such barrier here, though, and as this driver takes the corner, he needs his wits about him to avoid not one, but two jackknifing juggernauts. Even when the outlook seems more promising, you need to be prepared for anything. Like in sunny South Africa, when a sudden gust dislocates a trailer and sends it careering into an oncoming vehicle. In Ohio, side winds are causing this driver to lose control of his semi-trailer. Battling the blast becomes too much, and fear takes hold as he's flipped over. For the driver, it's a lucky escape. But it shows just how vulnerable even the biggest of vehicles can be when faced with wild weather. Earlier, we witnessed Guatemala's Volcán de Fuego erupt, forming a deadly cloud of ash and lava that thunder towards villages at speeds of around 50 miles per hour, with temperatures of up to 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Running for their lives are firefighters Eugenio and Fernando.
Yo solo le dije conmigo, vámonos, porque ya viene, pues, fuerte.
¡Dale, Chávez!
Ya no oíamos nada. Nosotros pensamos que ya estábamos soterrados, porque prácticamente ya no se escuchaba nada, ya no había nada de ruido.
¿Alguna información para cuidado, Chávez, cuidado, vámonos despacio porque hay gente.
But fleeing is futile, and within seconds, their vehicle is consumed by the poisonous ash cloud.
Ponele la sirena.
Espérate. Cuando intentamos arrancar, lamentablemente, pues, ya no se pudo porque era posiblemente que lo haya arruinado en ese momento, ¿va?
¿Me dices a topar con alguien? No.
Lo que es material volcánica se introdujo en lo que es la entrada del filtro de aire.
Tranquilo, tranquilo, suave.
Totalmente obstruyó el paso de oxígeno del motor.
Esto va a bajar.
Yo pensé que yo ahí me quedaba, yo ahí me iba a morir.
The firemen are imprisoned within the monstrous cloud, which is filled with scalding ash and noxious gases.
Sí, sí, sí.
¿Y si intentas arrancar?
¿Ya no arrancó? ¿Ya no arrancó?
Adentro, nosotros pues empezó un calor, era mucho la temperatura. Lo que yo hice era únicamente encomendarme a Dios porque no se sabía si íbamos a salir de ahí o ahí nos íbamos a quedar.
Si ya no logramos salir de ahí, si el carro, porque yo pensé que el carro ya había agarrado fuego. Sentimientos, quisiera tener fuerzas, pero ante la fuerza, ante la naturaleza, uno se queda impotente.
As those around them perish, Eugenio and Fernando can only wait, frozen with fear.
Yo pensé en mi familia, qué ellos iban a pensar o cómo iban a llegar a la noticia que yo me iba a morir en ese lugar.
No tenés equipo. ¿Dónde me puesto en el equipo?
Voy por el equipo.
No, qué huevos.
Back at the volcano, burning rocks are raining down on mountain guide Jorge and his group.
Nos iban cayendo piedras de tamaño de mi puño.
No es granizo lo que nos está cayendo, aunque también serviría para eso. Es material piroplástico del volcán de fuego. Están cayendo restos de buen tamaño.
The ash cloud has buried everything in its wake. But mercifully, it's beginning to subside.
Y luego al bajar de la unidad, la escena se miraba completamente gris.
The firefighters are about to witness the full horror of the disaster.
Es un milagro de Dios que nosotros todavía nos quedamos vivos, pero fueron muy poca distancia donde nosotros estábamos, donde enterró a mis más compañeros y a otras personas más a su paso lo que es material volcánico.
As rescuers desperately search for survivors buried in the ash and mud. Responding to the disaster is police officer Francis Rodriguez Vázquez.
La lava entró en las casas, destruyó todo. La verdad que a veces uno se queda viendo ahí como qué pasó aquí, por qué pasó esto. Es difícil para uno porque uno como mando, pues tiene que estar dirigiendo a los alimentos, viendo que lo vayan haciendo bien y que no se le vaya a caer, porque en ese momento no se caerá uno a donde estaba la lava caliente.
Remarkably, out of the devastation comes a glimmer of hope, as news reaches Officer Francis of a baby buried in the rubble.
Ay, tan chula mi niña, por Dios.
Pues cuando me dijeron, hay una niña, me dijeron, muy bien, pasan, entonces ya lo empezaron a pasar.
Miraculously, the tiny baby is pulled out alive, and she is later reunited with her family. Hotel manager Evelyn's quick evacuation also saved lives, but the resort is now buried under a blanket of ash.
The golf course, the green and beautiful grass looks like a black beach with a black sand. Thank goodness we took the correct decision and we decided to get out, because if not, all of them, the 320 people inside, were die.
Volcán de Fuego's eruption was so powerful that it could be seen from space. Entire villages were wiped out, and thousands of displaced residents left homeless. Tragically, nearly 200 people lost their lives. But with hundreds more still missing, the final death toll may never be known.
Para la población en sí, el haber perdido a su familia completa es algo que no se puede explicar. Lloramos, e incluso al recordarlo ahorita me conmueve un poco.
As for the survivors living in the shadow of the volcano, their lives may never be the same again.
Le doy gracias a Dios por otra nueva vida que Él me ha regalado, pues porque llegué aún con vida.
Yo le prometí a Dios decir que voy a seguir luchando, que voy a seguir trabajando como bombero para salvar a más vidas, para dar esperanza de vida a otras personas que lo necesiten.
Volví a subir el volcán como un mes y medio después y me infundió más respeto que nunca.
When booking a vacation, one thing at the top of most people's wish list is decent weather. But no matter where you are in the world, that dream getaway might just turn into a nightmare. Like here in Florida, home to Disney World. Yet it is anything but a fairy tale for the folk who fancy a dip in the pool at this resort. As a powerful waterspout erupts.
That's crazy, man.
The shallow end turns into a whirlpool as the violent gust takes the plunge. Some resorts pay a fortune to have wave machines installed, but this one's free of charge courtesy of Mother Nature. Never mind getting in the pool, these holidaymakers in Moscow can't even enter their hotel, as a windstorm makes a dizzying spectacle of the revolving doors. It may have got them in a spin, but at least there's some decent ventilation. Although you expect Russia to experience such bracing conditions, it's unusual for the popular sunny destination of Tenerife to take such a battering.
Impresionante.
But here, a storm brings the tide in with a force rarely seen in the Atlantic.
Increíble, increíble, increíble.
Luckily, no one was in the way of this wave. But in Brazil, hundreds of beachgoers are about to be taken completely unaware. And with absolutely nowhere to run and no chance of escaping this sudden surge, it's a chilling example of how a powerful gust hitting the open water can cause chaos and destruction. And when you're out at sea and a mighty gale force wind strikes, the terror is tenfold. March 2019, and the gargantuan 20-deck Norwegian Escape is preparing for a voyage from New York to the Bahamas. On board with nearly 4,000 other holidaymakers as the craft heads out into the Atlantic is Michael Patterson.
The conditions were a little rocky. We could definitely feel the swaying of the boat, and we could tell that the water was pretty choppy, but nothing that seemed too much out of the ordinary.
Fellow passengers, limo driver Tony Ciermello and his wife are also settling in for the first night.
We went out to dinner, went to the casino, we're playing a little bit on the slots.
Everyone was super excited, and with it being the first night, everyone was out on the ship at midnight.
The clock's about to chime 12, but unbeknownst to everyone on board, including the crew, a huge 115-mile-per-hour gust of wind is also about to strike.
The boat was starting to move a little bit. We got a little nervous. They're like, wow, you feel that? We're just like looking at each other, like laughing. Uh-oh, uh-oh. She said, I'm going upstairs. So she went on her way up, and about 10 minutes later, that's when the wind just hit us and the boat just tilted. It's like the boat's tipping.
With the ship dangerously knocked off balance, the passengers are beginning to feel disorientated.
We felt a sway start to kind of lean to the left, and the boat did not level out.
Like all the bottles smashing on the bar and all the glasses going and the tables.
We really realized something was wrong when furniture started to move and we heard some screaming start to happen.
As panic levels rise, Michael and his partner's family head for the center of the ship.
You can see us actually leaning against the tilt of the ship as we make our way through the atrium, huddled together. It was almost walking up a really steep incline, almost walking on a hill sideways. We were also maneuvering around stuff that was moving and stuff that had fallen.
With the crews in disarray, Tony tries to investigate the seriousness of the situation.
I ran to the window to take a look outside and see what was going on. It was just total darkness, so I couldn't see. So maybe the boat was on an angle up and I was looking in the sky. I'm not even sure.
This tilt kept going and kept going. I remember looking over to my left out of the windows and almost feeling like I'm looking straight down into water. It was an insane sight.
I just seen one lady on the floor. She was crying. She was like freaking out.
The tilt continues to grow ever more severe, eventually reaching a perilous 45-degree angle.
I really didn't know if the ship was going to stop and what the next steps were going to be. I didn't know if I was going to like climb to the top of the ship and, jump off the edge if I had to.
As Michael contemplates the worst-case scenario, Tony is gravely concerned about his wife, now several floors away from him in their cabin.
This is crazy. I literally was ready to die.
No idea what's going on.
Me and my wife been together literally all our lives. And I said, wow, we're both going to die separate here. I just really wanted to die with her. That was the worst part about it, was to die separate.
As Tony speeds up the stairs to try and retrieve his wife, the ship bears the brunt of a barrage of wind equivalent to a Category 3 hurricane.
I've never really felt that close to death before. At that point, you're just sitting there praying, going, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop.
Thankfully, the passengers' prayers are answered, and eventually, the boat levels out. Meanwhile, Tony is reunited with his wife, and they follow instructions about what to do next.
Midship, guys, midship. Go in the midship.
We were sitting in the main atrium for at least a half hour to 45 minutes. And then I think at that point, they announced we can go back to our rooms.
While many retire to their cabins, Michael remains on deck.
After the incident, I had so much adrenaline in my body, I just had to walk it off.
Then returns to the piano bar where he'd been before the impact.
It was pretty insane because in the piano bar, there was seating for probably 80 to 100 people, dozens of tables, and they were all piled up on one side of this bar.
All of these chairs were over here.
I felt really lucky to be okay. Looking around at all the damage, it was pretty incredible that I got out of there without, serious injury.
Thank God we got out of here in time, because that was absolutely insane.
The next day, Norwegian Escape docks in Florida. Several people are treated for minor injuries. But remarkably, the ship remains fully operational and able to continue its journey.
I did manage to enjoy the rest of my cruise. A little nerves the first couple of days, but once I set foot in the Bahamas, I was like, we need to live every moment to the fullest, and it almost made, this vacation even stronger and even better.
The localized wind was later deemed a freak incident and may have been an after effect of Storm Scott, a powerful storm that ravaged the US prior to the cruise.
This is the scariest experience I've had with weather in my life. Never came close to that like I did. And yeah, it was pretty much the worst. We picked a bad time for a cruise.
Mother Nature is a powerful being and you can't control it. You can take precautions, but at the end of the day, she's going to do what she wants.
Mother Nature is a formidable force, so picking a fight with her can be futile. In Texas, USA, this man has the unenviable task of repairing a remarkably long carpet in the middle of a dust storm. Suddenly, Mother Nature pulls the rug out from under him, or in this case, over him. But determined not to be swept under the carpet, he fights his way to freedom. Also in Texas, this ambitious man is trying to clear floodwater from his yard. And come hell or high water, he's determined to do it. It's a gallant effort, but one that's ultimately dead in the water. Finally, in New York, USA, this man is feeling a little snowed under. Huge drifts are hindering his efforts of getting from his house to his car. And whilst he fails to see the funny side, at least it keeps his friend amused. Once again, Mother Nature's taken an unsuspecting victim for a ride, proving that sometimes it's just better to stay indoors. In this episode, we have felt Mother Nature's full fury. We've seen her pummel, pulverize, and prove who's boss.
It was like a nightmare.
And next time, there will be more.
Increíble.
Because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
It's an earthquake.
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
and survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, raging floods tear through Maryland.
I cannot believe this is happening to us.
Leaving residents with nowhere to run.
We were literally trapped.
In the Himalayas, a couple stranded in a blizzard battle for survival.
Dipakshi and I were looking at each other and were thinking that what have we done?
And a crew on the round-the-world boat race are caught off guard by a rare weather phenomenon.
A southerly buster is not predictable. We were just being thrown around and very much at the mercy of the conditions.
Ellicott City, in the heart of central Maryland, USA. Its historical and picturesque Main Street is home to cafes, art galleries, and antique stores, including one owned by 75-year-old Joan Eve.
I have been in the antique business, actually, 23 years. I started in 1996. I always loved old things. I loved when customers came in and they wanted to get a specific type of furniture or a piece of glass. We had some history to give them, which made it special.
Built at the bottom of a hill, the town of Ellicott City is prone to flooding from the Patapsco River. And in 2016, it suffered a catastrophic event.
Oh my God!
Responding to the disaster was Matt Zulik from the Howard County Fire Department.
2016, that was one of the most significant events I've ever responded to. Destroyed infrastructure, and hundreds of people were displaced from their homes. As a responder, we learned that there's a lot of access issues. Water is flowing down in between two buildings opposing each other. The only access to a lot of parts of that main street was the rooftops.
Joan's store was destroyed in the flood. But on Memorial Day, May 2018, she's open for business once again.
Okay, an updated version of my new venue.
Working with her is her long-term friend Gary Weltner.
The shop was beautiful. Everything had been cleaned and prepared for the weekend. Then suddenly, by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it started to rain. I looked out the front door and I saw that the rainwater was bypassing the drains and it was starting to come up on the sidewalks.
A sudden thunderstorm sweeps into Ellicott City. And in a Victorian tea house on Main Street, celebrating her niece's birthday, is mum of 3, Samira Mukhtar.
It wasn't raining heavily at all. It was like just a little drizzle, and then it got a little bit heavy. And then the flood just happened.
The rain intensifies with terrifying speed, causing widespread panic and frantic calls to the emergency services.
Howard County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
It's flooding inside there, you said? Is anybody trapped in there?
All of Main Street is flooded, so just hang tight, stay as high as you can, okay?
The rainfall overwhelms the town streams and sends a river of water gushing down the hill, straight towards Main Street and Joan's newly refurbished store.
It's our feet, and it's gonna come in now, Gary. Water was actually coming in through the bottom of the front door. Gary said, you know, Joni, this is starting to look like a problem.
As the deadly flash flood roars through the town, watching the mayhem on Main Street is bartender Rachel Cahal.
Here we go again, everybody. Trash cans that started floating down the street, and the water just kept rising and rising and rising.
Oh no, the ashtray!
got up to the step on our front doorway. It just happened so fast. Guys, we've got cars floating again. It was bigger than even the 2016 flood. Oh my God. Part of it, I think, was disbelief, like, here we go again. Are you freaking kidding me?
The unrelenting floodwater is now 8 feet deep and funneling down Main Street, threatening to overwhelm the usually tranquil tea house.
The tea room, which looks very fancy, all the tables are set. I think that's the contrast between the horror out there and to this fantasy like setting on the inside. It was just like a raging river, you know, and with all the debris, like, you couldn't survive that.
The ferocious flood pours into the antique store as Joan and Gary desperately battle to rescue precious items.
I said to Gary, just move that beautiful bar piece of furniture that was in the front of the store because the gentleman had already paid for it, and it was expensive.
Water was beginning to come through the floor and fill up the back portion of the building. The construction of the building was not strong enough to contain the volume of water, and suddenly the back left corner of the building blew out.
The showcases were actually coming down like a domino effect.
We were literally trapped.
Later, there's horror and heroism as residents are forced to escape Main Street's violent floodwaters.
You know, you see this kind of stuff happen on TV and you never think it's gonna happen to you.
I knew that I had to not just save myself, but I had to save my friend.
I said to him, I don't want to die in my store.
The Clipper race is an endurance test like no other. It's a 46,000-mile round-the-world race on a 70-foot yacht, where sailors battle high seas, unpredictable weather, and dangerous storms. Among the group of everyday people who take up this challenge is marketing consultant Rory Rind.
The Round the World Clipper Race is very unique because somebody without any experience whatsoever, had never stepped on a boat before, can become a round-the-world sailor.
In 2017, Rory signs up for the challenge, fully aware that it isn't all going to be plain sailing.
It's an extreme sport, and like any extreme sport, there are dangers, and everyone that takes part in the Clipper race is aware of that, and for that reason, we undergo a lot of training.
In the race's 23-year history, there have been 3 fatalities, and despite extensive training, taking on Mother Nature is a dangerous gamble.
Out on the open sea, weather is something that you work with and battle against every day, and you never take it lightly and you never take it for granted. In very rough conditions, one is thrown around the boat. That's a pretty regular occurrence.
Being able to predict what extreme weather conditions the team may face is a crucial task, and one that falls to race director Mark Light.
We monitor the weather every day while the yachts are at sea. We monitor it remotely. With weather forecasting techniques these days, most weather patterns and systems are relatively predictable, but certain areas in the world, less so.
One such area is around the south coast of Australia. With the constantly changing conditions, it's one of the most inhospitable parts of the planet. Just off the coast of Sydney, Rory is on the 4th leg of the race.
We were either first or second, I think, at that stage. We were very happy with our position. We were happy with the way we were racing. And then we started seeing a cloud build up and the wind drop. We were concerned about this cloud that was building up, and so the watch leader said, look, could you go down and speak to the skipper, get him to come and have a look at this cloud. He came up and saw the clouds and issued some instructions, but then the wind picked up a bit.
The stormy conditions mark the arrival of an extreme weather phenomenon called a southerly buster.
It's essentially a cold front, a mass of cold air moving up from the south, changing the wind direction by up to 180 degrees. And wind speed can go from 15, 20 knots all the way up to 50, 60 knots, and waves up to 50, 60 feet. And all this can happen in seconds. It's very, very intense.
We knew there was going to be some high winds coming, but nothing that we got in the forecast would indicate a southerly buster. But a southerly buster is not predictable, and that's part of the problem. The wind was very strong. It felt like it was coming from every direction. The water was coming in from both sides, just pouring over everybody. One forgets just how much power there is in a wave.
It's no mean feat battling huge waves and high winds, as this fishing vessel off the coast of Norway is discovering. Taking refuge below deck, the fishermen struggle to remain seated during the commotion. Leading to some impressive gymnastics. And no doubt this stomach-churning ride leaves all crew reaching for the sick bucket. These rowers off the coast of Queensland, Australia, are aboard a surfboat, which is designed to enter the seas in heavy surf. But the rowers are caught off guard by a rogue wave, which suddenly breaks in their path. And their boat capsizes, sending them flying overboard. Despite the violent impact, the crew sustain only minor injuries and are able to recover the stricken boat. But it's not just the open ocean that can prove deadly. A sudden and powerful wind vortex has developed on this lake in China and moves across the water at great speed, ripping roofs off boats and tossing them like toys. One tug's tipped over entirely. Then the twister sets its sights on these terrified tourists. Luckily, despite taking a direct hit, they all escape unharmed. Off the coast of Australia, Rory Rind and his crewmates are battling a ferocious southerly buster, which is threatening to capsize their 70-foot yacht.
We were at not 90 degrees, but pretty close to 90 degrees, so it's very difficult to move around. The main concern was just getting the sails down and getting some control over the boat. But trying to work in those conditions when the boat is being thrown all over the place and trying to hold on and work at the same time is very difficult. One of the crew got thrown from one side of the boat to the other. We were just being thrown around and very much at the mercy of the conditions.
The only hope for Rory and the rest of the crew is to work together to fight back against the brutal buster.
It's amazing how much the training kicks in. At that stage, you realise certain things have to be done, and it's just a case of getting on and do them. So you don't really have time to think too much other than the task that you need to achieve. And we just got on with it. Without teamwork, the situation would have been a lot worse. It's very possible we might have not recovered the boat.
Eventually, Rory and his crew win the battle against the Buster and save their clipper from capsizing.
After we recovered it, the first feeling was elation. It was just an amazing feeling that we'd been through it. Afterwards, one starts feeling a little bit exhausted because of the amount of effort that it's taken to do it, and it's the day later that you feel all the bruises.
And unfortunately for Rory and his crewmates, it's not just their bodies that take a beating.
We'd lost a lot of time in the race because we'd taken our sails down, we'd slowed down, we'd had to then get our sails back up and start racing again. We lost a couple of positions and we lost a bit of time, but it just brought us even closer together because we'd achieved something as a team. And that was something that we all felt very strongly about and very good about.
Rory and his team went on to claim third place in the race. They also gained a greater understanding of the power of Mother Nature.
It's always important to get as much information before you set sail and get as much information while you're sailing because the weather can change and the weather has an immense effect on sailing conditions and safety, so one treats weather with a huge amount of respect.
Still to come, it's a matter of life or death.
I cannot believe this is happening.
For the people trapped in Ellicott City's raging floodwaters.
Gary said to me, "We're gonna get out of here. Just hold on tight and do not let go."
And a kayaker gets the shock of his life.
Oh my God, it was right there.
The Himalayas, a mountain range extending for 1,500 miles and bordering 5 countries. In September 2018, Anurag Dixit and his fiancée Deepakshi set off on a spontaneous motorbike adventure through the mountains.
One day we decided and the next day we left. Nothing's gonna go wrong. We're gonna make this road trip memorable for us before getting married.
We love traveling and we love mountains, so we thought that will be a perfect place for our pre-wedding photo shoot.
Okay, we are on a very good road trip. And this is gonna be fun because we knew that we're gonna encounter snowfall, but we knew that the snow will fall only for a few hours.
Anurag and Deepakshi start their Himalayan adventure in Manali and plan to travel over 75 miles to Chandra Tal. Along the way, they decide to stop overnight in Batal.
On the way to Batal, we experienced a little bit of weather change.
There was cold winds, like very, very cold winds. We reached Batal at around 8 p.m. in the night.
When we went to sleep, it was very peaceful. There was no wind, the sky was clear, you could hear the insects chirping.
Next morning around 7 or 8, it's snowing outside. And we were like, wow. Just before our marriage, we are seeing snow together. Okay, that was a romantic time for us.
So we woke up to a view like this.
But soon after an hour or so, I saw that the snow has actually started settling on the ground. And that went on as an alarm in my mind that I think we need to leave this place.
Due to the weather conditions, the couple decide to cut their trip short and go back the way they came.
The snow was entering into my helmet and was getting stuck on my glasses. Soon after I took off my glasses, the snow was coming to my eyes. My hands were getting very, very cold, and on my left thumb there was small frostbite. Within a minute, bike tires had started slipping on the road. And we were just expecting that snow will stop, but it didn't stop. That was the time when Deepakshi and I were looking at each other and were thinking that what have we done?
As the weather worsens, the couple have no choice but to stop and seek shelter.
We found shelter under the rock. I was just recovering from pneumonia, so I had started wheezing a lot.
I decided to burn some clothes to keep ourselves warm, at least our hands warm.
At risk of freezing to death by the roadside, Anurag and Dipakshi fortunately encounter some good Samaritans.
They came from nowhere, they came on the same road, and they were the last ones coming from that road. After us and after them, there was no one.
The couple's rescuers take them to a remote guest house where they shelter along with 40 others in temperatures of -15.
After opening the door, there was around 4 to 5 feet of snow. We got ourselves stranded there. People started panicking about the fact that they weren't able to contact anyone.
When heavy snow hits, it can leave you trapped, like in the French Alps. This ski resort was hit with 16 inches of snowfall overnight. With the roads closed, there's no way down the mountain, leaving most of the holidaymakers stuck in their chalets. In northwest China, an avalanche has buried coaches and cars on a motorway, trapping 10 people. A truck-mounted snowblower helps rescuers gain access. And after a couple of hours, those trapped can be rescued. Thankfully, there were no reported casualties. In New York State, thousands have been snowed in after a storm.
There's my car right there.
Oh, man.
Snowplows take to the streets to clear it up.
Don't kill my car.
Oh my God. That's so much snow.
But due to the mega snow dump, even the snowplow is struggling. Back in the Himalayas, Anurag and Dipakshi are trapped by the snow in a remote guest house with 40 other people. With morale and supplies rapidly diminishing, they're pinning all their hopes on a rescue.
I think there was easily 5 feet of snow and we were scared. We decided to fly the drone in 2 different directions and try to find out if there's a way out. We were in a situation where we were literally trapped.
I haven't seen this much snow in my life. Like, it was too much for me. It was evilish for me. It was like, it's unstoppable. It's the payback from nature.
No telephones were working. There was no signal at all. There was very limited food, so we had to watch every meal we ate. There was no water, so we had to use the snow, fresh snow outside, to melt them and make actually water out of them. Because it was so cold, it took almost an hour to warm like a jug full of water.
They are trapped in the snow for 4 days and have no contact with the outside world.
I was tested mentally, I was tested physically, I was tested even emotionally because Dipakshi was sitting behind me. She was suffering from pneumonia, she was feeling cold, and that was the time I was tested like to the extreme.
But their luck is about to change.
That's when we heard this sound of choppers, fins hovering in the sky.
And that's when they dropped biscuits, water and warm socks. And we saved the biscuits because we didn't know when the weather would go bad again and when the helicopters would come again.
Rescue helicopters are unable to land and pull them to safety. After 2 more days, the Indian Air Force arrive.
We were all just standing there, dumbfounded, just looking at the helicopter. One of the officers got down. He said only women and children. And I think I was almost the second last one to be on the helicopter because I was very stubborn. I was being very stubborn. They would come back for the boys later, but how much later, we had no clue. So the helicopter was hovering a few centimeters above the ground, which was again very risky in itself because it was getting windy and the helicopter was shaking quite a bit. And there was a lot of snow, flowing around in the air because of the wind. So it was getting in your eyes.
Soon the chopper took off. Deep inside, I was actually feeling that the Pakshi is going very far from me. That was heartbreaking for me. And soon the chopper disappeared.
After not knowing if he would see Dipakshi again, Anurag waits another agonizing 24 hours to be rescued. When the helicopter returns, he's flown to hospital where Dipakshi was receiving medical treatment for pneumonia.
Just went to hug him and I cried my eyes out. I was like, oh God, you're here, we're safe.
Thankfully, there is a happy ending. They both recover and marry later that year. But it's an experience they will never forget.
What it has taught us to adapt to a situation. Will we die? Will there no rescue come for us? Rather than taking it all like that, just live one moment at a time.
I think somewhere, someday in my previous years, I must have disrespected nature in some way. I mean, it will come to you, it will hit you hard and it will make you understand. Don't underestimate it.
Back in Ellicott City, USA, it's a devastating case of déjà vu. As a lethal flash flood tears through the town.
It was just like a raging river.
For the second time in nearly 2 years.
Guys, we've got cars flooding again. It was bigger than even the 2016 flood.
It is destroying everything in its path, including Joan Eve's antique store.
It was so powerful, it sounded like almost like explosions, a constant explosion.
With furniture crashing all around them and the water level rapidly rising, Joan and friend Gary are now in mortal danger.
One of the most horrific moments was when the 6-foot-tall, 6-foot-wide glass showcase fell in the direction of my friend.
It was close.
I realized that if this shop were to fill up like an aquarium, we had nothing to hold on to. We were literally trapped.
I said to him, I don't want to die in my store. I didn't want to drown in my store.
The Howard County Fire Department's water rescue team arrives at the scene. But the fast-flowing flood makes accessing Main Street impossible.
When we got there, we knew that this was another significant event. It's frustrating. We do as much as we can, but you feel, in a sense, helpless. Obviously, we're continually scanning and working and trying to position ourselves to help as many people as we can. But there's a certain amount of waiting and watching with floodwaters of that magnitude.
For those in buildings, the only chance of survival is to scramble to higher floors.
I cannot believe this is happening to us.
Including Samira and her family in the tea house.
We could see the water level rising and the window on the other side of the tea house that faces at the back. There's this tiny little alley that curves around. It looked very dangerous. The water had risen all the way to the window ledge. And that's when you realize that people could actually die.
Bartender Rachel, her colleagues and customers all head for the safety of a second-floor balcony.
The only way to get upstairs is through the kitchen. It's just an absolute disaster. One of our giant restaurant fridges is on its side and floating. And then I lean over to see into the dining room and I just see water rushing in through one of the windows. Devastation throughout the bar. We were all standing on the balcony just kind of watching the water roar by. looking at the different buildings and seeing how much water was in them and wondering if anybody was in there. It was really scary.
Meanwhile, Joan and Gary are preparing to make a daring escape from the flooded antique store.
My instinct said that we needed to get out. It was a question of how to get out. I knew that I had to not just save myself, but I had to save my friend.
The water itself was frightening. It was light brown, deep, and flowing so fast, we had no idea whether we were going to get carried away in it. The main things that Gary said to me that I will never forget is, Joni, just hold on to me. We're going to get out of here. Just hold on tight and do not let go. And those words will never leave my mind.
Gary forces his way out of the front door, and together he and Joan step out into the rushing waters in an attempt to cross a bridge and get to safety.
When we stepped out into the water, the velocity and the volume of the water was overwhelming. My biggest fear was being washed away. We started our journey holding on to whatever we could grab onto. I kept telling Joni to please keep your head above the water, because by this time, the water was up to our chin.
Howard County 911. Yes, there are two people trying to get out, and they're almost above their heads across the Tiber River. Are they trying to walk across Main Street or walk across that bridge there? Trying to walk across the bridge. It's a woman in a red sweater and a man.
Heroically, Gary battles through the torrent of floodwater and carries Joan across the bridge to safety.
We just hugged and kissed, and we're so glad we made it.
The floodwater finally recedes, but the city's main street has been reduced to rubble and ruins.
When we finally were able to leave, I just walked out and saw the utter destruction. You couldn't go anywhere. The bridge was blown out. The street was still knee-deep in water. The road to get out of that hill was washed out and covered in trees. I think all I felt was shock and disbelief.
It felt really strange. It felt like you just woke up from a dream because, we went down the stairs and we could see the bottom level was completely wrecked. It is really startling to see a place torn apart like the way it was.
Oh, this is terrible.
Joan's antique store has been destroyed for the second time in nearly 2 years, and she is heartbroken.
Oh my God, oh my God. That was the reaction of seeing everything so destroyed. And all the effort and all the love that went into my business.
I'm looking toward the back of the store, but there is nothing. I mean, literally, all the cases are gone. I'm gonna cry while I'm doing this. It's just sickening. It's really sickening. There's Gary walking through.
The Memorial Day downpour was billed as a once-in-a-thousand-year event. 2 months of rain was dumped on Ellicott City in just 2 hours. And the destruction to the town was devastating. Tragically, one person was killed after being swept away by floodwater.
We were very close to having several more people that potentially would have been killed because they were swept away, but they were fortunate enough to grab a telephone pole or to be swept into a safe area instead of the main flow and down into the river. The water has so much force that it will knock you off your feet and you're on your back before you know it.
And once again, the residents of Ellicott City are left picking up the pieces of their lives.
I'm grateful that we have enough stairs, because if we didn't, I'm not sure any of us would have survived.
I've been saddened by what's happened, but I'm still here, and I'm really grateful. We can never really stop the power of Mother Nature.
Life is full of changes, And in order to survive mentally and physically, you have to just go with those changes. Get that smile back on your face and know that you're alive and you're glad to be alive. I am so pleased that we became friends because in the end, he is my truest friend. Saved my life.
Thunderstorms at sea can be unpredictable and intense. And during a storm, there is no deadlier place to be than out on open water, as ocean kayaker Rob Choi is about to find out.
My passion has been kayak fishing for many years now. You're in with the nature. I'm literally sitting on the water. You get to feel it. It's raw, it's intense, and it's addicting, to be honest.
Rob is fishing in Chesapeake Bay, an estuary bordering the American states of Maryland and Virginia.
The plan was to head out about 3 miles, catch some fish, and then bring a couple home for dinner with the kids. I was fishing the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and in the summertime in Virginia, especially southeastern Virginia, we have just cells that pop up of different storms. It's usually in the afternoon because it starts off nice, and then as the heat gets more intense, storms tend to pop up. So I thought I would take a chance, and even if there is a storm, it's usually not that bad.
Rob is 3 miles from shore when the skies start to darken.
When I go out on the water, I usually have a radio, and also I bring my cell phone. On the cell phone, I have a couple of apps that check different radar, wind speed, and if there's any storms approaching.
But the weather app shows that a huge storm is forming and heading straight for him.
You can see the shoreline, and then not a minute later, you can't see the shoreline whatsoever, and it's approaching very quickly.
There's no time to escape, and Rob has no choice but to simply ride out the storm.
Tucked myself under the bridge, and before I knew it, it started getting worse and worse. It was getting darker and darker.
Battered by driving wind and rain, Rob is exposed to all the elements.
The wind is just so intense. There's water going in every direction, it's coming down. It's almost like it's coming from underneath you sometimes. I have to wipe my eyes constantly to be able to see just what the waves are about to do in front of me.
And he's now vulnerable to an even deadlier hazard. Lightning.
It was so important for me to stay under that bridge and stay close to the structure, because I feel like if I was out in the wide open water, I feel like that would make me a lightning magnet. I was like, oh my God, it was right there.
One lightning bolt can channel 1 billion volts of electricity. And it's estimated that around 6,000 people are killed by lightning strikes every year. Water conducts electricity. So you're dicing with danger if you're out on open water during a lightning storm. Like these sailors braving a hailstorm off the coast of Croatia. But it's not just huge hail they have to watch out for. There's excitement and high spirits. But the nearby boat was nearly toast. In Australia, this photographer is trying to capture a lightning storm. Adjusting the camera just feet from the ocean, he's in a vulnerable spot. Lightning strikes the water, then shoots through the man's hand.
Oh, I felt that!
He's left scorched and bruised, but lucky to be alive. In Florida, tourists are taking a rainy river cruise. Suddenly, their tranquil trip is interrupted by a bolt out of the blue. It's a close call, but those on board just seem relieved that they've caught it on camera.
The first part of it. I think I did.
In Bali, these travelers are visiting during the rainy season. They wait by the swimming pool for a storm to pass. But a bolt of lightning hits the pool. And gives the tourists a massive shock.
Oh my God!
Back in Chesapeake Bay in the US, kayak fisherman Rob Choi is stuck in a severe lightning storm.
The lightning is absolutely terrifying when you're out in the water like that and it just hits. The hair on your arms are just standing on end. Your adrenaline is just flying through your body. It's very, very intense.
The wind dies down, and Rob thinks his ordeal is over. But Mother Nature isn't finished with him yet.
And then all of a sudden, there was another lightning strike right behind me and just completely shook me all over again.
After 15 minutes of relentless lightning strikes, the storm finally passes.
I do feel quite lucky, especially after having looked back on the footage. There were multiple lightning strikes very close. This could have gone very bad. I was a little arrogant, I'll be honest, that I've been doing it for a long time, I'll be fine. I took a risk I shouldn't have taken. This storm popped up and it was extremely intense, and I'm lucky to have survived it.
Bad weather can strike anytime, anywhere, bringing upset and misery to people's daily routines. But somehow, life goes on. Uppsala, Sweden, and heavy rain is causing chaos for commuters. But nothing can dampen the Swedes' spirits as they turn this flooded train station into a makeshift swimming pool. Bringing colourful floats and inflatables, these tenacious travellers are proving that commuting can be fun, whatever the weather. In the Philippines, one bride's white wedding has turned more a muddy brown. Less than 24 hours after Typhoon Usman brought heavy rain, flooding and landslides to the area, the happy couple's big day was more of a wedding washout. But despite Mother Nature crashing the party, the courageous couple show they're not a pair of stick-in-the-muds, and that love really does conquer all. In Burnett, Texas, even a flash flood can't come between a Texan and his takeout. With garbage bags as his get-up, the practical pizza lover wades his way across. Transaction complete. He hurries back to get stuck in. Clearly, there's no topping his determination. If anyone can turn a crisis into a carnival, it's these two friends in Roraima, Brazil. While working their way across the Amazon, their truck becomes marooned in the mud. But even a sticky situation can't sink their spirits, proving that for Brazilian people, the party never stops. Cheeky. this episode, we've seen Mother Nature take no prisoners. We've seen her pounce without warning. We've seen her terrorize, tear apart, and trap. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme,
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
more terrifying,
Avalanche!
and even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage
I thought Titanic came into my head.
from the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
the wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
earth-shattering natural disasters,
An earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
and stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face
We're not going to get out of this alive.
and survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, Hurricane Sandy whips up lethal waves in the Atlantic.
I had swallowed so much water, I was just drowning.
And unleashes hell on America's East Coast.
Oh my God!
I'm running, you know? I'm running with fear.
Cavers in California get caught out by flash floods.
One of these parts like collapses or something, what are we gonna do?
You're literally holding your life in your hand.
And wild winds cause a catastrophic crash for a couple in Canada.
Something is a little bit not right here. And then all of a sudden it was just smack into a tree.
October 2012, and a tropical storm has formed over the Caribbean Sea. Spurred on by warm waters, the storm strengthens into a powerful hurricane named Sandy. Directly in the line of fire, Cuba. Enjoying the island's sights and sounds is tourist Andy Budd.
The complex I was staying at was the southeast of the island. I was less than 50 metres away from the beach. I was hoping to get good weather because I do like the sun.
But the storm is intensifying into a strong Category 2 hurricane as it approaches the coast of Cuba, meaning that it now poses a serious risk to life.
I went for a little walk out on the jetty, and by then was something happening, something building. Hurricane coming in, which is supposed to hit tonight. So it's just beginning to get a bit blowing out. When I returned to my room, there was a letter saying that Hurricane Sandy was coming.
Andy is sheltering in his room when he receives emergency instructions from the hotel's front desk on how to stay safe.
We should all keep away from the windows, etc., and to get ourselves in the bathroom for the next 4 or 5 hours. There's the bed and the pillow.
Hurricane Sandy bears down on Cuba, unleashing terrifying 110-mile-per-hour winds.
Doors are blown open. We've got no power at all.
The winds were so strong. I believe if I'd have stepped outside onto the balcony, I would not have been seen alive again.
No, I'm not going anywhere into those stores.
I was frightened for my life.
I don't really know what to do. I don't think I can phone anyone at all.
I felt alone.
Andy weathers the storm, and the next morning, after wreaking chaos on Cuba, Hurricane Sandy begins to barrel across the Atlantic Ocean and is now 900 miles wide. Unwittingly sailing towards the hurricane is HMS Bounty, a replica of an 18th century toll ship. On board is Joshua Skornavaki, who is working as a deckhand.
Skies were pretty fair, the winds were fine, the seas were fine, and there wasn't any warning as far as looking around on the horizon that there was a big storm system.
Suddenly, Hurricane Sandy blasts the ship with ferocious winds and waves.
Progressively, the storm continued to get worse, so the swells and the winds picked up quite a bit. We were taking on water on our starboard side. So the ship was rolling progressively farther and farther with each wave, and sometimes the ship would roll so far that your feet would leave the deck, so it was almost like the ship was rolling up 90 degrees and you were just hanging on. I really started to get pretty frightened.
Finding themselves in deadly peril, the crew of HMS Bounty make a desperate SOS call. Responding to the emergency is United States Coast Guard pilot Steve Cervani and rescue swimmer Randy Haba.
We got a call that there was this HMS Bounty tall ship that was 150 miles offshore. We're taking on water.
The rescue helicopter is scrambled. But the crisis is worsening aboard HMS Bounty.
There's just so much wind and so much water in the wind, and then this just massive wave came and the whole ship went over.
The crew is scattered in the treacherous ocean, fighting for survival.
I just kept trying to swim. I had swallowed so much water, I was just drowning.
Joshua summons all of his strength to swim to a life raft with his shipmates. But one sailor is left at the mercy of the ocean.
It was windy, the seas were big.
The US Coast Guard have made it to the sinking ship, and rescuer Randy is winched down to pluck the lone swimmer from the sea.
We have the load. We go down and just grab him, cinch him up, and go back up real quick.
But it's now a race against time to rescue the rest of the crew, before their life raft succumbs to Sandy's gigantic gusts.
It was definitely life or death at the time out there because it was huge seas, you know. There's 30-footers at least, sometimes bigger.
Every once in a while, a huge wave would hit and taco the raft and just fold it in half. It sounded like a gunshot. I told everybody to hold hands, and we prayed.
Later, we see how Sandy's deadly storm surge leaves those on the east coast of the USA in mortal danger.
Like, this is getting really bad. I have to get home. I was pretty scared.
The waters are raging through.
We got very frightened at that point.
Edmonton, Canada. Jeff Carter and his partner Melissa have been looking forward to their hot air balloon adventure for quite some time.
My original intention for the hot air balloon ride was to propose to Melissa.
We tried probably maybe around 7 times, but the trip got canceled quite a lot due to the weather.
So the hot air balloon ended up being almost our anniversary. You have plans and Mother Nature doesn't agree with your plans, so it gets a bit annoying.
Hot air balloons are completely at the mercy of the weather, and with no real way to steer, they can be a precarious mode of transport.
The only thing you have is a bag of hot air that you can fill with more hot air to go up or release some hot air to go down. But other than that, you're completely dependent on the wind. But that particular day was very calm, so it seemed.
There she goes.
The whole process starts with them inflating the balloon on the ground.
There she tips. There you go.
And once it finally flipped upright, they got everyone to quickly climb into the basket to be the weight so it doesn't take off prematurely.
So this is our balloon family.
Hello, balloon family.
And we popped up like a cork, straight up into the air. It was pretty exciting, and one thing I never realized about hot air balloons is just how hot they are. The top of your head felt like it was going to catch fire.
When you wait so long to do something, you're like, hey, it's finally happening.
There we go!
Woo-hoo! We almost, in the beginning, almost hit a tree there. You're like, wow, this is really fast. Do we really know where we're going, or is this a good day?
Bye, see you tomorrow!
Being up in a hot air balloon is a lot different than being in a plane where you feel secure and you have walls.
We are flying.
But as soon as we were clear of that tree, that was the tallest thing around us, and we could start to see the view, and it was pretty amazing.
Jeff and Melissa may have had to wait a year, but the romantic trip is everything they had dreamt of.
I never expected to ever go on a hot air balloon, but you always see them, and they just seem kind of...
magical.
Yeah, like a magical thing.
Want to be in the video?
We were able to see the city from a perspective that you normally don't get to see. The winds were picking up. Being that high, we were going quite fast now.
So we're in the world's fastest balloon today. Cruising along at 40 kilometers an hour.
But as the balloon gathers speed, Jeff begins to suspect something might be wrong.
The pilot seemed a little bit uneasy during most of the flight. He told us kind of that we were going faster than normal. You don't really feel the wind when you're in the air because you're moving with it.
There's downtown.
It's still fast for us to stop for breakfast, but yeah.
The balloon just kept going down. There was a downdraft. And apparently that downdraft is basically what is the wind pushing not horizontally but vertically. Within a few minutes of starting to go down, he had the burners on again. Then he said, okay, everyone, time to get prepared for landing. We're gonna be landing in that field over there. The pilot was already on the burners and trying to get some more heat into the balloon and some more altitude.
Just the way that our pilot was, he was so calm that I didn't think anything was wrong.
In the moment, I didn't realize how hard the pilot was trying to prevent the balloon from coming down. When I could see the trees getting closer, and I almost couldn't believe it. Trees are dangerous. If you hit a tree in a car, it totals the car. And we're in something much more fragile than a car. We're in a wicker basket. That was probably the moment I was most afraid.
Mother Nature is rarely consistent, and the wind is no exception. These two men are trying to fly their kite on a windy day. However, as the wind picks up, a sudden gust proves too much for just one of them to handle, lifting him in the air and then giving him a bumpy landing. In Australia, a paraglider has an unfortunate encounter with a dust devil. Dust devils are created by hot and cool air colliding, much like changes in wind speed. It may have got him in a spin, but the paraglider eventually gets his own back on Mother Nature by going on to complete an 8-hour cross-country flight. High wind speeds can even affect objects as heavy as this semi-trailer truck in Kansas. Thankfully, the driver survived with a humbling reminder of the power of the elements. Back in Edmonton, Jeff and Melissa's romantic hot air balloon ride is turning into a nightmare as the wind sends the balloon hurtling towards some trees.
Okay, something is a little bit not right here. And then all of a sudden it was just smack into a tree.
The impact with the tree was almost in slow motion. First thing I did was put my arm around Melissa to make sure that she didn't pop out of the basket. And when we hit the tree, it was a solid hit. It felt like all the air left your lungs. Right where I was holding on to the basket, right between my ribs and the edge of the basket I was on, I felt the tree protrude through. And you can only hear the sound of breaking branches, and it's like, is that just breaking branches, or is there, bones getting broken? The tree had gone through the basket. Did it go into someone? Like, it had just missed me. Did it hit Melissa?
Slow down! Hold on. Nope. Hold on.
The basket smashes through the trees, and momentum carries it straight towards the ground.
Everyone okay?
And it's like traveling, the speed of a car. That's gonna hurt. So there was definitely fear as we were coming down that I wanted that thing on the ground as soon as possible.
Everybody okay? Yeah. No, everybody okay? You sure?
Yeah.
Go down, guys. Go down, because it's gonna be a drag landing.
And when we hit the ground, I thought that was it. I thought we were on the ground now. The balloon's not gonna go up anymore. Trip's over. There's the ground.
Hold on. Here goes.
There it goes.
Race.
Okay. Collapse that balloon.
I was quite disappointed when we were floating again.
Hold on.
We were like a bouncing ball.
Come on, balloon, collapse.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
Once we were on the ground and once we weren't moving anymore, there was a lot of relief that was released and a lot of adrenaline that was still pumping through us.
Yeah.
We made it!
No
injuries.
No one got hurt. Maybe a couple bruises, but that was the worst of it.
Yeah. I felt lucky to be alive.
They may have survived their weather-thwarted romantic trip, but Mother Nature definitely had the last laugh.
Being in the air suspended only on hot air and a piece of fabric, essentially, there is big risks, probably larger than I originally thought. The weather can change quickly. What seemed like a very calm day down where we were taking off, almost the moment we left the ground, changed.
Still to come. It's a desperate fight for survival for the crew of the HMS Bounty.
Once we were in the raft, we knew that we weren't safe yet.
As the Coast Guard goes head-to-head with Hurricane Sandy.
There's 50-knot winds. There's waves crashing. We don't see anything. We don't see anybody.
And in Austria, residents narrowly escape a lethal landslide.
I opened the bedroom door, I looked straight ahead, and the front door of the apartment was not there anymore.
The house.
It's been taken away.
Rocky Peak Park, California. With its interesting rock formations and breathtaking vistas, it's a popular hiking spot and a favorite for experienced cavers Willie Price and Jesse St. Louis.
We clicked like the first hike we went on. If it's crazy and fun, I know Willie's gonna be down for it.
In Southern California, we don't really get much bad weather, so like I have a checklist in my mind, like, okay, if it rains, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna do this. I wanna push the limits a little bit, but not, not be stupid.
In February 2019, when winter storms triggered flash floods all over Southern California, Jesse and Willie saw an opportunity to mix deadly weather with adventure.
It had been the most rain we'd had that winter up until that point. And so because of all the flooding that was going on, I was just resigning myself to staying in. And then he mentioned this cave, and I was like, okay, well, that sounds interesting.
When it started raining again, I was like, hey, we could go out to Rocky Peak and hit that tunnel cave, and that would be perfect because there was like so much rain, there's gonna be a lot of water there, and I knew Jesse would love it.
California is experiencing one of the wettest winters on record, and Jesse and Willie are all too aware of the added dangers.
Obviously, floods are a big thing you want to keep an eye out for, especially in slot canyons, end caves.
But when they arrive at the cave, they're in for a shock.
That is crazy! So we got there, and I was like, oh my God, and I was scared, but at the same time super excited, like, oh, it was way more water than I was expecting.
My first impression was, maybe we shouldn't do this because there's like so much water in there. I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this much water. Seriously, I would just picture myself, I'll put my foot down, I'm just gonna like fly down the river, Then Jesse, he's like, well, wait, let's check it out.
Let's just see, like one step at a time. But if he still said, no, I don't want to do it, then we would have bailed.
Despite the risks, Jesse and Willie decide to venture in.
Once you start doing it, it's actually super fun. Danger makes it even more fun.
You're literally holding your life in your hand.
But more danger doesn't always mean more fun, because messing with Mother Nature means walking on very thin ice. Like this man crossing a frozen canal, who learns his lesson the hard way.
You all right, mate? Luke, swim back here.
His friends watch on as he tries to claw his way to safety.
You got Luke!
Eventually, he makes it out, with a cold, hard reminder not to dice with ice. In India, heavy rains have flooded a drain, making crossing this road highly dangerous. Unfortunately, that doesn't deter this motorcyclist. And as onlookers rush to his aid, they manage to save him and his bike from being swept away. Maybe next time, he'll think twice about driving into danger. In the Bahamas,
pretty stupid to do that.
Climbing the rocks around this bridge when waves of up to 40 feet are crashing down is risky business.
Oh, there's another one!
He's gone.
Where is he?
He's over the edge.
No.
Despite being hurled onto the rocks below, the man survives and is later helped to hospital where he is treated for deep cuts and a broken arm. Back in Rocky Peak Park in California, Cavers Willie and Jesse are continuing their adventure in a flooded cave.
You have to be holding on to things because it's super slippery inside the cave. There's pockets of deep water, you don't even know how deep it is, and they're narrow, so there's a possibility of getting stuck in there.
I had tried climbing some sandstone, and it was like disintegrating under my feet. And so that's why they say, you know, never climb on sandstone in the rain or when it's been raining, because it just dissolves.
Most dangerous things about that would be part of the cave collapsing. In the wrong situation, you know, it would have been, you know, death.
Being swept up in the adventure, they soon forget about danger and become awestruck at the sheer power of the flood.
This is awesome! We're in a raging river in this awesome cave!
The sound fills your whole head, your whole ears. It's like amazing.
It's like the ocean, but the echo of the water in the cave is just like, it's totally immersive.
But excitement turns into a fight for survival as the water suddenly becomes deeper and more powerful.
The first deep section I encountered was kind of a mental turning point. I got a little too caught up with it, and the first time I encountered that deep water, it caught me off guard. Some spots were almost like waist deep. At that point, I realized, okay, I gotta pay way more attention. I was keeping an eye behind us, like, okay, what's the escape plan in case we need to go back up? But the further down the cave we went, the more difficult it would be to go back.
About halfway through the cave, I was thinking, oh, you know what, this is really not the smartest thing. And I was like, damn, if one of these parts like collapses or something, what are we gonna do?
I mean, it was life or death for us.
I was thinking, we should probably just get out of here as quick as we can. There's parts where you just have to climb through. It's like, how am I gonna put my hand here? How am I gonna get this part? And I mean, I'll just like grab myself and just like, you know, pull myself up because with life and death, you do stuff like that. I kind of like lost my mind a little bit as far as I was going too far ahead, and I was like, oh, what's next? What's next? What's next? And then I was like, oh, where's Jesse? He went a different way than I went.
You have to do what works best for your body. And so because he could go through some of the more narrow spots, I had to figure out a way to do something different. And because it was so loud in the cave, it was hard to stay in contact. I could step in that deep section and break my ankle or fall head first and get wedged in a position where my head's trapped underwater, and he may have made it another 50 feet before he noticed.
At the end of the cave, there's a small space which you have to crawl out. I was worried, okay, are we gonna be able to get through this?
Willie squeezes through. But it's not so easy for Jesse's 6'2" frame.
I don't know how you got out, man, because it's pretty small.
How deep is this? Hell yeah, Willie. Keep it up. Hell yeah!
At the end of it, I was so pumped. It felt good that we were out safely, but yeah, we could have died.
And the journey home was a sobering reminder of how lucky they'd been.
We were driving down the freeway and we saw all these floods and...
Oh, we saw like rock slide, we saw a mudslide on the highway, landslide on the highway, like in like the middle of like North Hollywood. I've never seen anything like that. And we're like, wow, I guess it rained a lot today, huh?
Earlier, we saw Hurricane Sandy batter Cuba with 110-mile-per-hour winds. As it barrels across the Atlantic Ocean, Sandy generates 15-foot waves, capsizing HMS Bounty. Deckhand Joshua and his crewmates fight their way to a life raft.
Once we were in the raft, we knew that we weren't safe yet.
Their only hope for survival is the US Coast Guard. As swimmer Randy prepares to winch down, pilot Steve struggles to maintain position in the treacherous conditions.
There's 50-knot winds. There's waves crashing. This raft is covered. We don't see anything. We don't see anybody. So we're wondering if there's survivors in there.
Survivors in the water.
Randy battles colossal waves to approach the life raft.
For survivors coming out of the raft.
Poked my head into the raft and nobody said anything. Everybody had huge eyes, you know, they shocked that anybody was out there, you know, ready to get them. So finally I just grabbed the closest guy to me and said, it's time to go.
Survivors in the water with Dan.
Roger,
Picked up the big wave.
Roger, we'll wait.
We stuck him in a basket, a rescue basket, and then hoisted him.
Randy grabs survivors and winches them to safety one by one, with Josh next in line.
When I got lifted up in that helicopter in the basket, and the wind grabbed a hold of the basket and actually started spinning.
Man, this one's swinging really bad.
I just saw myself going farther and farther and farther away from the seas and the chaos that was down there.
Bring it back if I can.
Imagine being in a giant storm and angels descending through the clouds and just have this joy, knowing that you were saved.
Hoist complete, y'all cool if I shut the door?
You may.
Hurricane Sandy continues its journey of destruction, ready to pounce on its next victim, New York City.
This is a statement from the National Weather Service. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop.
Student Brian Adamkiewicz is ignoring mandatory evacuation warnings on Long Island.
At the time, I was kind of excited about the storm. Me and my friends didn't take it very seriously. We kind of just, we just went out to go see if it was true. We didn't believe the weather guys. We never do. So we go down to Oceanside where the boats are, and we go down to Long Beach to see, because it's right on the water. And it looked like a typical thunderstorm.
Meanwhile, Jean and Maria Warnecki are in New York waiting for a connecting flight home to Costa Rica.
We found out there was a hurricane on the way, and that our flight was the last flight in. They had closed the airport right after we landed. So we realized that we were stuck in New York.
They find a motel, but are now vulnerable to Hurricane Sandy's deadliest weapon yet, a storm surge.
We were very, very scared. And then when we discovered that we were at a hotel on Jamaica Bay with the canal right in front of our bedroom window, we kind of freaked. We went, oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Hurricane Sandy makes landfall, pummeling New York with 85-mile-per-hour winds.
Oh my God!
Causing catastrophic destruction.
Oh my God!
It hit my car!
Oh, the car!
Its arrival disastrously coincides with a full moon, meaning the tide is at its highest.
My friend's like, yo, you gotta walk from the end of your block. I can't drive down it. So I get out, and the water's up to my ankles, like on the highest part of the ground. I'm just kind of like, this is getting really bad. I have to get home. Maybe we should have evacuated, That was a reality hitting moment right there where I was pretty scared. I'm running, I'm running with fear.
The hurricane forces huge waves ashore, leading to a terrifying storm surge. And a menacing flood begins to rise outside of Jean and Maria's motel room window.
Here's our parking lot. It's now part of the canal.
I didn't know whether or not we could survive because the water was rising very, very quickly. I mean, we're like sitting ducks, really.
We're sandbagged, the back door here.
We were in the corridor and I looked down and waters are raging through and they're trying to go through the double doors. And as the people were on the bottom floors, they were making their way up to the second floor. It was pretty scary.
The water was shooting through the little holes in the bottom of the door. I was quite concerned that our hotel would not withstand the pressure of the water, of the surge. We got very frightened at that point.
Across town, Brian is also battling Sandy's lethal storm surge.
It looked like a raging rapid of black water in my street, knocking garbage cans and debris into my house. Like, sounded like someone was knocking on my door all night. It was very, very traumatic experience, not knowing how far the water was gonna come up.
The nightmare continues for Jean and Maria as floodwaters gush into their motel, trapping them in their room.
We were waiting for, like, bodies to float by. That's where our minds were at that point.
I don't think you'll ever get over that kind of a fear of not knowing if you're going to live or die. That was my hardest part.
By morning, the storm surge recedes, but as they escape their hotel, the full extent of the destruction begins to dawn on Jean and Maria.
There was debris all over the street.
There was so much mud everywhere. We thanked our lucky stars that we were still alive.
Hurricane Sandy also devastated Brian's hometown of Long Island.
Every memory I've ever made as a kid is pretty much gone because the storm wiped out the town.
Sandy affected 24 US states. It destroyed over 600,000 homes and caused an estimated $71 billion in damage. HMS Bounty sunk beneath the ocean. The Coast Guard rescued 14 people, but tragically, the captain and one crew member could not be saved.
Swimming a hurricane like that was the first time I've ever done a hurricane, actually.
It'll definitely stick with me for a long time.
You realize that Mother Nature is powerful and it will teach you a lesson.
I for sure will take mandatory warnings a lot more serious. You know, you can replace a house and a car, but you can't replace a life.
I have a newfound respect for life after this hurricane.
Sometimes nature has no mercy.
The weather governs our world and is responsible for many natural disasters, such as landslides, which can cause catastrophic destruction. Landslides can be triggered by rainfall, snowfall, or changes in water level, and most recorded fatalities occur in Asia. In Kashmir, a landslide sends a vast section of mountainside plummeting into the river below, completely reshaping the landscape. In Beijing, a huge landslide blocks a hillside road. Amazingly, one man recognized the warning signs and stopped 15 vehicles from going forward, saving them from potentially fatal consequences. Also in China, in the Fujian province, this CCTV footage shows how landslides have the power to push everything out of their way. Proving they're a destructive force for anything in their path. As the town of Hattau, Austria, knows all too well. It's June 2013, and ski instructor Phil Durrant is living and working in the area.
I was out there just to get away from the hustle and bustle of day-to-day life in the UK. I was living with Jess, my girlfriend at the time. We actually met each other in Austria, and we both shared a passion for skiing and winter sports.
Relentless rainfall led to historic flooding all across Central Europe and became the costliest natural catastrophe that year. Austria, in particular, received 2 months of rain in just 24 hours.
It started raining and it just didn't seem to stop. And I can remember that it was just such a strong thunderstorm that was going on. So much thunder, so much lightning. I can remember talking to Jess and saying, oh my God, I've never seen so much rain like this. There was a small river which was just outside of our apartment at the time, and this was really, really full.
The next morning, the couple are rudely awakened in their top floor apartment.
Jess and I were asleep in bed. There was a huge crash. I felt like the whole house was shaking. I thought it was an earthquake. I opened the bedroom door, I looked straight ahead, and the front door of the apartment was not there anymore. It was gone.
Basically, we're in Austria in the house, and the house has been...
We have no house.
So I kind of rubbed my eyes, and all I could see was a torrent of water rushing down the mountain. Looked like it was surging underneath the house.
The lethal result of the torrential downpour is a landslide and fills directly in its firing line.
I didn't expect thousands, millions of tons of debris were going to be smashed into the front of the house.
Yeah, this is the house.
I've never heard anything like that in my life. It was simply the sound of destruction. Crashing, smashing glass, twisting metal, rocks and boulders being thrown against each other.
That's the garage.
The whole of the front of the building was completely destroyed. If you looked at the front, it just looked like an open doll's house.
Also positioned at the bottom of the mountain is Daniel Mann's family-owned hotel.
It was so heavy and the strength was such insane that everything just got demolished. The whole village was definitely in a really big shock, and nobody thought that we were safe. We saw that they were coming from the mountain road down there, and they were like really scared and they were screaming.
Unbelievably, Phil and Jess had only just moved into the apartment on the top floor, having previously lived in the one below.
If we had been in the apartment below, this apartment was completely destroyed by the water and the trees and the rocks. The walls of the apartment underneath were completely knocked down. I struggled to believe that we would have survived if we had been, in fact, underneath. It doesn't get much luckier than that.
Phil may have survived.
That's our tyres has gone.
But his car was completely crushed.
They didn't look like cars anymore, they just looked like crushed tin cans.
Yeah, that's your car, mate.
When the car was pulled out, I didn't recognise it initially. The crane was pulling a massive twisted metal out from underneath the rubble. It could have been anything, but I noticed that there was some wheels attached to the metal, and that was the only way I was able to tell it was actually a car.
Miraculously, Daniel's family hotel had just waved off a busload of guests before the landslide hit. So the only casualty was the hotel itself.
It was like really bad and sad for me because my parents were saying, we built up so much and we did so much for that, and now like in 5 minutes everything got destroyed. People were really working like 20 hours a day for like a few days straight, and you really could see that the people were just helping together and do their best.
The force of the landslide had carved a huge river out of the landscape and changed it completely forever. I feel various emotions, if I'm honest. I can remember just how emotional Jess was and how so many other people in the town were at the time. Lots of people had lost belongings, property. Thank God they still had their lives.
The speed in which the destruction occurred has left Daniel and Phil with a newfound respect for the weather.
It was a natural disaster for sure, and we got pretty lucky because nobody got hurt.
The power of Mother Nature is, of course, absolutely huge. The destruction that it caused to the house and to the cars and to everything else in such a short space of time, it was quite amazing to see. And it's certainly something that makes you comprehend your place on the planet.
When celebrating life's big events, you can be sure that Mother Nature will want to rain on your parade. Crashing this graduation ceremony in New Jersey, USA, is a massive funnel cloud and what appears to be a tornado forming. Refusing to let the sudden storm sink their celebrations, the students keep calm and carry on, despite the looming threat behind them. But just as the caps are being thrown, a sudden lightning strike sends the students and their families scurrying for cover. Thankfully, despite its fearsome appearance, the funnel cloud did not touch down to develop into a twister, and the party could continue indoors. At this folk festival in New Mexico, the headline act is a brutal windstorm. The main tent is evacuated, but left exposed to the powerful gusts, which eventually rip it from the ground, leaving the disappointed festival goers hoping for a refund. In Alberta, Canada, a softball game is interrupted by an unusual type of pitch invasion. This dust devil, formed by a strong wind vortex, barrels towards the baseball diamond, flinging chairs, blankets, and coolers high into the air. The disruptive devil makes a mad dash for a home run. Before fizzling out, leaving the shocked spectators to clear up its mess. In the USA, an unexpected guest is about to gatecrash this couple's photo shoot.
Ooh! I told you! I got it on camera! You got it? I knew that was gonna happen.
A freak wave has drenched the newlyweds, but they try not to let it dampen their spirits.
Ooh! I told you!
That's definitely one for the wedding album. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature put her foot down. We've seen how powerless we can be.
Oh my God!
We've seen her tear down, whip up, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more.
This is awesome!
Because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
with incredible self-shot footage.
The thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
what I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
It's an earthquake.
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, terrifying twisters take over Texas,
Tornado right there!
leaving a storm chaser with nowhere to run.
This is the end. I love my family. When you're waiting for your death, time slows down.
In Florida, deadly riptides drag swimmers out to sea.
I thought I was gonna lose my whole family.
Prompting a daring rescue mission.
If the very end would have let go, then they would have been swept out as well.
And in Italy, a restaurant owner feels the full force of Mother Nature.
The mass of water was enormous.
Coming face to face with the raw power of Mother Nature can be an exhilarating experience. And someone who knows this thrill better than most is Gabe Cox, founding member of storm chasing team Tornado Trackers.
We are out there to document the wildest weather events we can find. Our passion centers around tornadoes.
Gabe and chase partner Jeff Mangum enjoy sharing every thrill from their hair-raising encounters with deadly twisters.
We want people to smell what it smelled like and see what you saw and experience exactly what you experienced.
It's April 2017, and thunderstorms have spawned a series of tornadoes near the town of Canton in Texas, USA. In avid pursuit are the Tornado Trackers.
It's a massive tornado.
I got a tornado warning on my phone for a storm to our south. This is when Jeff and I began to realize, okay, this is a serious situation now. I have my cell phone out in the rain, and all of a sudden it turns off. And I told Jeff, I said, my phone's dead, so I'm just gonna follow you and we're gonna chase this tornado.
It's a wedge.
I try to take a U-turn. But the right-hand side of my car hit a bunch of mud on the side of the road.
Jeff!
So the shoulder of the road was very soft, and it didn't take much for my car to get yanked into a flooded ditch.
Unaware that Gabe is now trapped in the flooded ditch, Jeff continues the chase. But the tornado outbreak has grown to 7 raging twisters. And Gabe watches in horror as one begins to barrel straight towards him.
There was a moment of disbelief, like, is this really happening? I managed to get the rear tires just to the top of the ditch, and that's when the earth gave way under my car and I slid in even further. That's when things went from frustrated to terrified.
Because the last radar image I had seen on my phone was there's a mile-wide tornado coming right for my location, and there's nowhere for me to go. My brain was racing to try to figure out, how can I survive this?
Well, I am stuck in the mud.
There was a real sense of, this is the end at that point.
There's a confirmed tornado heading straight towards me. My phone has died. I have nowhere to go.
With his life hanging in the balance and hope fading fast, Gabe's thoughts turn to his wife and their 2 daughters.
This is the end. I love my family. Meredith, you're amazing.
I made a goodbye video to my wife and kids.
Tegan and Kylie, you're incredible girls. I know you'll grow up to be amazing women.
I had seen bits of debris, small leaves and twigs starting to fall from the sky, so I knew, yes, this is real. This is happening.
Oh, Jesus.
I stayed curled up in the vehicle, just waiting and praying, Jesus, don't let it hit. Please, somehow make it miss.
Here it comes.
As Gabe braces for impact, Jeff is chasing down another tornado, unaware that his partner is in deadly peril.
It wasn't until maybe 2 minutes later I look to my rearview mirror and I don't see Gabe.
Gabe, where are you?
I was absolutely convinced that he just went to the east and was assuming we could capture footage from both sides of the tornado.
As I'm lying in the ditch, I had the reality of, storm chasers have died before.
All right, I'm taking cover.
When you're waiting for your death, time slows down. It felt like an eternity. Death was right around the corner.
Against all the odds, the twister narrowly misses Gabe.
I think that's it. Oh my God.
But Jeff is now caught up in the midst of the outbreak.
The moment you start seeing it,
Tornado! Tornado right there!
You're trying to catch your breath. The adrenaline's kicked in. I'm on cloud 9. I think this is it. This was the moment that we were hoping for.
But while Jeff is clearly elated, across town, Gabe reflects on his dangerously close encounter.
Well, this is how I survived almost being in a tornado. And there may be another one just down the road. Oh, shoot.
Gabe's car is pulled out of the ditch by a passerby, and his attention turns to Jeff, who we last saw driving into another tornado.
I need to know that Jeff is alive and that he's okay. Because at that point, I thought he was dead. Forget this. I'm done with storm chasing. I almost died. I think I killed my chase partner. This is not worth it.
Anybody in here?
For Jeff, assessing the aftermath is a sobering wake-up call.
Is anyone here?
I come to this small neighborhood. This thing had just happened, just a few moments earlier. So I'm the first on scene.
Oh no, please, please don't be in here.
You're trying to take stock of what you're about to see. I was fully convinced I was about to see someone who was not alive.
Is anybody here?
Thought of going and finding someone, it was too much. I don't know if I could have handled that.
Oh, I smell gas.
There's propane tanks, very large ones that are busted open. You can hear that high-pitched screaming sound, that there's gas right around you, that if anything sparks, explosion is going to happen.
Anybody hear us?
Jeff later finds out that the homeowners had evacuated before the tornado hit. But others were not so lucky. A total of 7 tornadoes struck East Texas during the outbreak. The highest rated was confirmed as a powerful EF4. Tragically, 4 people lost their lives. Gabe's own close call has made him question the perilous pursuit of professional storm chasing.
Had this tornado had gone over the road where my car was, and there's absolutely no way I'd be sitting here today.
But it reminds you the weather is unbelievably unpredictable.
If I learned anything during the Canton chase, it was to really respect Mother Nature. Is this a career choice that I want to continue?
But the destructive force of nature is no match for these weather junkies' passion for pursuing the ultimate storm.
There's something in me that says, you have to be there. You gotta go do this. It wasn't long after that, I was back out on the road chasing storms again.
In October 2018, Venice was inundated by its worst flooding in over a decade, as an exceptionally high tide caused 3/4 of the lagoon city to be buried in up to 5 feet of water. In a truly remarkable show of resistance, locals and tourists alike tried to make the very best of the situation. There were swimmers in the world-famous San Marco Piazza, perhaps trying to save on a gondola fare. Astonishingly, the annual Venice Marathon went ahead as planned, making the grueling 26 miles even more challenging. And for this resolute restaurant, it was somehow business as usual, as the waiters donned their wellies to serve pizzas to hungry holidaymakers. However, while the Venetians remained in relatively high spirits, considering the circumstances, elsewhere in Italy, the situation became much more severe. In the northwestern port city of Genoa, most establishments have long since closed for the winter, with one stoic exception. Bagni Maddalena, the only restaurant in the area which opens all year round. With a prime location on the seafront, Verona Giovanna da Monte, it is much more than a place of work.
I work here since I was a kid. So I start in the kitchen, then I work to the bar. Then when my father got older, I start to run the enterprise.
Also working at the restaurant, Giovanna's nephew, Marco.
La mia famiglia ha questo stabilimento balneare praticamente da sempre e io insieme, diciamo, alla mia famiglia da quando sono piccolo ho sempre dato una mano.
However, this idyllic slice of authentic Italian life is about to come under threat as the stormy weather hammering Italy worsens, forcing Giovanna and her team to batten down the hatches.
It was pouring down with rain, cats and dogs really, with a lot of wind.
Il mare si è alzato da un paio di metri fino a quello che poi è diventato la vera e propria mareggiata, con onde fino a 10 metri, dove non vedevi neanche quasi l'orizzonte da quanto erano alte.
Also on hand at the restaurant is Federico.
There was all the clouds, like weird, that we've never seen before. It was really dark. Then the sea started to get bigger and bigger, and the water started to get in the restaurant.
Devastating winds of up to 110 miles per hour are battering the coast, whipping the sea into a violent frenzy. And Giovanna's beloved restaurant is enduring a relentless pounding.
Noi eravamo qua in procinto di asciugare, diciamo, l'acqua che entrava, che filtrava dalla porta, per far sì che l'acqua non si infiltrasse sotto al bar e negli impianti elettrici.
We were not frightened. We never had for a second the idea that could be any danger for us.
But with weather this wild, what seems like a manageable situation can change in an instant.
Suddenly my nephew saw something in the light.
Mi sono girato, ho visto arrivare, diciamo, questo piccolo tsunami.
The mass of water was enormous, was huge. I ran against the window trying to protect as an instinct.
Ci siamo attaccati alla porta per cercare di far sì che non si potesse aprire verso di noi, ma la quantità d'acqua era tale, la forza delle onde erano tali che la porta è stata portata via dal mare.
I found myself falling down, the window against me. It was an incredible pain in my back, and there was all this water and the window on my left shoulder.
Subito io ho girato la testa e ho visto le prime vetrate venire giù contro mia zia, infatti ho davvero temuto il peggio perché io l'ho vista scomparire sotto una vetrata sotto l'acqua e subito dopo si è sfondata la porta che ha travolto me e gli altri miei amici. Io quello che ho visto è stato soltanto acqua nera che ci ha portato via.
As Federico is swept helplessly out into the street.
It was like someone really push and keep pushing harder and harder. It was really powerful.
Marco clings on for dear life.
Io sono riuscito ad aggrapparmi al banco della cassa e non sapevo ovviamente dove erano finiti gli altri 3 ragazzi. La prima cosa che ho cercato è stata mia zia.
When I came out from the water, there was something like 1 meter of water inside the restaurant. Everything was destroyed.
I got inside again and I see the Giovanna like touching her back. And then we get out of the restaurant straight away because if the other waves were coming, I think nothing is gonna stop it.
Giovanna is rushed to hospital, where she is treated for a broken vertebra. But heroically, the very next day, she is back at the restaurant with her boys assessing the damage.
The first day after the damage, we start to clean.
And we had like a meter more or less of sand in all the restaurant.
I was so demotivated to rebuild, but I thought about the boys. That was their work. So I thought I have to rebuild it for them. It took at least 5 months, and we start again with the new restaurant, where now the boys are running it and not me anymore.
With Marco and his friends now running the show. Giovanna is left to reflect upon her brush with death.
There are 3 different sliding doors, and they fell down, one on my right and the one on my left, and not mine. So I don't think I could be alive anymore if my window would have been the one coming down.
The storm caused devastation all over Italy. An estimated 2,000 people had to be evacuated from their homes, and around 125,000 people were left without electricity. Entire picturesque coastal communities were destroyed.
In all the village was like the sea everywhere. Like you had boats on the street. We've never seen something like this in our life.
People have some power in the world, but nature is the boss. They can cancel what we built in less than one minute.
Still to come. A paramotorist gets a crash course in the power of the wind.
It was almost like hitting a brick wall. I didn't have a whole lot of time to think about anything.
And in Greece, a severe storm springs a nasty surprise.
It felt like the whole world was going sideways because of the intensity. It was unbelievable.
With 27 miles of white sand, Panama City Beach in Florida looks like an idyllic spot for families to soak up the sun. But the beach is prone to dangerous rip currents, which can pull water away from the shore and drag swimmers out to sea. It's July 2017, and visiting the beach with her family is mom of 4, Roberta Ursry.
Coming to you live from PCB.
Panama City Beach is the most beautiful of beaches you will ever see. The sand is crystal white, the water is clear. It's kind of like the Bahamas.
And chilling on the beach. It's a little cloudy. Sun gonna come back out though.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Further along the beach, Jessica and Derek Simmons are picnicking when the weather takes a turn for the worse.
It was nice and sunny, and within seconds, it changed, and it was, the clouds had rolled in.
So right now, we are in Panama City Beach. It is pouring, raining right now.
The rain was so fierce, it literally felt like little needles hitting you.
It's storming really bad!
And then 10 minutes later, it's gone, and we're back to having sunshine.
Well, we survived the storm. Pretty skies, woo! Soaked, but we survived.
That's when the whole premise of the date started to change.
A sudden storm whips up waves and creates a rip current 100 yards offshore. Roberta's 2 young sons are playing in the water and are now in mortal danger.
At that time, I threw my phone down and went in the water after them. Those are my kids, I'm going.
Roberta races in, along with her husband, mother and nephew, but now they're all being dragged out to sea.
When I realized that we were all at the mercy of that ocean, I was petrified. I was crying. I thought I was gonna lose my whole family.
With no lifeguards on duty, Jessica and Derek leap into action, coordinating other beachgoers to form a human chain in a desperate bid to rescue Roberta's family and 3 other swimmers.
There was a rescue that needed to happen. What was in my mind was, holding on to one another, having a grounding rod at shore, and making a pathway to get out to rescue these people.
I was crying, but I didn't want my kids to see that. As their mom out there with them, I honestly thought that I was gonna lose them.
More and more people join the rescue effort, each one risking their lives to reach the swimmers.
We were pretty far out there into the ocean, but we still were not far enough to really reach the family that was drowning.
The current was very strong. I tried swimming, but I am literally stuck. I can't go nowhere. And that was the most horrible feeling in the world, knowing that I couldn't help my kids.
We had to make sure that everybody in that chain really held on to one another. If the very end would have let go, then they would have been swept out as well.
Mother Nature can inspire some incredible acts of bravery and teamwork. Like here in Kazakhstan, a frightened dog has fallen into the rushing waters of a swollen reservoir. A good Samaritan dangerously leaps in to try to rescue the stricken pup. But now they're both stranded at the mercy of the fast-flowing current. Thankfully, passers-by come to the rescue, forming a human chain in order to drag the exhausted man and the dog to safety. In China, roads have collapsed after heavy rainfall, and a terrifying sinkhole has appeared in the street. A driverless car is teetering over the edge of the monster hole and threatening to plunge into the deep abyss at any moment. A crowd of 30 locals used brute force to pull on ropes attached to the car's chassis. And incredibly, they heave the vehicle out of danger. Also in China, a mother and her 3-year-old daughter have fallen beneath the ice of a frozen river. Bystanders form a 65-foot-long human chain on the perilous ice. The courageous team hauls them to safety, and miraculously, no one was seriously injured. Back in Florida, a chain of beachgoers are trying to rescue Roberta and her family, who are trapped in a treacherous rip current.
I remember seeing the guy at the end of the chain, but he was still a good distance from me. I wasn't able to touch bottom. So when I'm out there between the two boys and I'm trying to tread, the undertow is pulling me down. This was the most terrifying experience I've ever had in my entire life.
The human chain is now 80 people long, but it still can't reach the stricken swimmers.
It gets harder and harder to hold on, and the human chain was constantly being pushed. You gotta have complete faith in nothing but strangers that they're not just gonna go, oh, well, we're getting out of here, and then the chain unforms and we're stuck out there as well.
Eventually, Jessica grabs some boogie boards and, risking her own life, swims out to reach Roberta and her family.
All of a sudden, I see Jessica. She tells me, you know, come on, let me help you. I'm gonna help you. We're gonna get you out.
You gotta imagine yourself floating above water, and then you're also fighting these waves that are coming over, and you're trying to help someone else get on a boogie board. It was very exhausting.
Once on the boards, the weary swimmers are passed back down the chain of rescuers one by one.
Relying on the strength of your body to stay afloat, trying to get 9 people back to shore. Very grueling, it was intense.
I done got exhausted, and I passed out because from exhaustion, getting up to the shore.
Remarkably, Roberta, her family, and the other swimmers all make it back to the beach alive, thanks to the incredible efforts of their rescuers.
It was pretty emotional. Our family went to rescue another family, and had things turned for the worst, 2 families would have been lost that day. We feel blessed to be alive and that we saved 9 lives that day.
Had it not been for the human chain, we would not have made it. Everybody just came together as one, and it was amazing. They were all angels that day. I have a new outlook on how grateful and precious life can really be, and how quick it can be took from you.
The human chain experience formed an unbreakable bond between the 2 families.
You know, we share something that's pretty unique. I think we'll always be a part of each other's lives, no matter where we live or what we're doing.
When the elements are against you on the ground, shelter is usually never far away. But when Mother Nature throws a spanner in the works mid-air, you're on your own. Colombia, this man is flying his hang glider above a burning field. But as he circles above the bellowing fire, turbulence hits. As his glider hits a pocket of cold air, it flips forward, sending it plummeting towards the ground. But he battles against the wind, and incredibly manages to ride out the rough air. Turbulence can be terrifying because it can strike at any time and without warning. On this flight from Johannesburg to Cape Town, these petrified passengers are put through a painful ordeal. And at 20,000 feet, there's nowhere to run. As they're constantly battered by turbulence on their approach into Cape Town, they're left seriously shaken, but luckily they land safely, and there were no major injuries. Unfortunately, landing safely isn't always possible. In Florida, in the US, this parachutist is descending towards the landing zone when a heavy headwind wreaks havoc with his approach. And instead of having a smooth landing on the grass, he slams into the edge of a pond, breaking his leg in the process. Friends rush to his aid, and they support the broken limb while an ambulance is called. And somehow, despite the severity of the injury, he's able to see the funny side. But it just goes to show going head to head with Mother Nature in the air can leave you vulnerable. One man who knows all too well about turbulence trouble is pilot Andy Bean from South Carolina in the US.
I've been in aviation my whole life, flying single-engine type propeller stuff. I've flown multiple different types of military aircraft, and then also fly the Airbus for a major airline.
And Andy's always up for aviation antics in his spare time too. His latest obsession, paramotoring.
It was instantly appealing to me because there's another aspect of aviation that I hadn't gotten involved in. It seemed to be very freeing. There's no instrument panel in front of you. You know, you can just look down at your feet going over the landscape.
But along with the freedom his newfound hobby offers comes the risk of being exposed to the elements.
The winds, it can be turbulent. It is just a piece of fabric that's over your head, and it is susceptible to bigger wind changes. So paying attention to the wind, I think, is pretty important. Paramotoring worst conditions would probably be very turbulent wind. So if there's wind that's quickly changing directions or gusting, but weather can rapidly change. So it is something that you need to constantly be on top of.
It's June 2019. Andy and fellow paramotorist Ryan head into the hills around Charleston, South Carolina, hoping to have a relaxed flight.
I checked weather at the surface is calm. I checked weather at 1,000 feet. It was calm and the treetops were nice and still. However, that morning, I did not check winds at each 100 feet. I checked at surface and at 1,000, and those appear to be calm. And most of the time, the winds between that are going to be about the same. We were very eager to go fly, and maybe hastily did some of the weather checks. Just, hey, we want to get in the air. And it looked to be good, and the forecast was good, and so we took off that day. I like flying low. Just to be able to kind of get down at treetop level, that's a lot of fun for me, so I enjoy doing that. What I was unaware of is at 300 feet, there is actually winds gusting above 19 knots with about a 50-degree shift in direction. Suddenly, I felt wind hit my body. It was almost like hitting a brick wall. and my wing instantly snapped back behind me. It was very violent. Wings typically don't violently collapse like that, so I wasn't really sure what was going on. The way to get out of turbulence is to leave that area, whether that's altitude or laterally. But at my location and altitude didn't give me a lot of chance to get out of that situation. Once I fell through the lines, it ripped off my helmet camera, that went spinning to the ground. The wing collapsed again. I was under a little bit of G-force spinning around. What was going through my head then was, this is not going to turn out well. This is going to turn out with me, hitting the ground. So then I was trying to judge, where am I going? How can I prepare for this? But to be honest, I didn't have a whole lot of time to think about anything. And the wind starts rushing in your ears and the whole world's getting blurry because you're spinning around. I only had about a few seconds just to even wrap my head around what's going on before I was flown into the ground.
So, I don't remember much.
I rolled out and laid in the dirt, and I could tell at that point that I had some things that were broken. My neck and back kind of felt like crushed up marbles or rocks, and pain just started at that point coming into my body.
Blood or something behind here, yeah.
I just felt more and more pain kind of flooding into my body, and it felt like everything was broken. But I could wiggle my fingers and my toes, so I was excited about that.
I think I hear an ambulance. Ryan called it.
Emergency services arrive and rush Andy to hospital, where the full extent of his injuries can be assessed.
I had a pretty severe break of my C2 vertebrae, which is in my neck. I also crushed my back, so that was fractured. They ended up having to just do surgery on my neck with a bunch of screws and pins and rods. I'm very fortunate to have survived it in the condition that I did, and I'm going to recover without any long-term side effects. So I'm incredibly lucky.
Despite his terrifying ordeal, Andy is already thinking about taking to the skies once more.
I'm looking forward to flying again with a little more understanding of what the threats are out there, and then being able to mitigate those threats as best I can. I think it's something that I'm going to keep doing for sure.
But Andy has learned never to underestimate the power of the elements.
Weather can change at the drop of a hat, and it's kind of something that if Mother Nature wants to get you, she may get you.
Northern Greece is famed for its spectacular beaches and turquoise blue waters. And the jewel in its crown is the rugged coast of Halkidiki. In July 2019, British tourist Andy Gilchrist visits the region with his wife Katie and their 9-year-old daughter Grace.
We were so excited going, we just needed the holiday, and it was the chance to relax, the chance to swim in the pool. And the weather forecast was brilliant, bright sun and blue skies.
But on the 4th day of their vacation, the family gets wind that all is not well.
We'd heard whispers around the pool that there's a storm coming tonight, but we didn't expect it to impact our evening.
But that night, the conditions take everyone by surprise.
So we were having dinner, and it was a really nice atmosphere. Then the lightning started.
The storm suddenly intensifies and powers towards the beachfront.
We could feel a, sort of wind coming in, and the sea was getting really choppy. There was lightning from the north and the east and the west, and then it started to converge.
Watching the ferocious lightning storm with friends is Yasun Kukas.
We saw in the horizon some impressive lightning, but it looked far away.
As the heavens open, the friends rush to shelter in Yasun's car. But the storm is going from strength to strength.
There was great wind. We started seeing leaves and rain being poured on the car. And immediately, like 5 or 10 seconds later, they started to pour hail on the car. It was scary. We were thinking that, okay, this might be really dangerous.
The storm sweeps across town with wind speeds of over 60 miles per hour. Smashing into the restaurant where Andy and his family are enjoying their meal.
The rain was torrential. Crashes and flashes of thunder and lightning, and this intense wind, which was starting now to build into something that I'd never seen before.
As the panicked diners take cover, Yasun and his friends fear for their lives.
My friend's concern was whether we would be struck by lightning on the car. But the real danger was being hit by a tree.
Across town, the diners watch in horror as the storm rips apart the terrace of the restaurant.
This thing hits, which is just like a juggernaut. It starts lifting up panes of glass. It felt like the whole world was going sideways because of the intensity. It was unbelievable. I was standing as close as I could, and my wife was shouting at me to get back, and I wasn't even listening. I had no understanding of the terror that people were in behind me, including my wife and including my 9-year-old daughter, Grace. Would have lifted and thrown one of those incredibly heavy panes of glass across the room. Somebody caught out in that would not have stood a chance.
Outside, Yasun is still cowering in his car, hoping he won't fall victim to the storm's wrath.
The sun was really scary and really loud, and it was overwhelming. In my life, I haven't experienced such a storm.
Incredibly, the storm stops as quickly as it came and leaves everyone shocked and bewildered.
Suddenly, the weather was back to normal. My wife said to me, "Your daughter is terrified," and it started to hit home that people were scared.
The whole center of the storm had passed us. We survived, but I'm not sure it was because of our actions or just luck.
The Halkidiki storm lasted just 20 minutes, but injured over 100 people. And tragically, 7 people lost their lives.
In the morning after, you could see the devastation that had been caused by the storm. There were pieces of trees, huge chunks of trees, all over the resort. It was like a bomb had gone off.
I have never seen a storm create so much destruction, especially in Greece.
It took about 30 seconds to go from a bad storm to this unbelievable event. It was a much, much worse storm than I had ever imagined it could be.
Whether it's holidays, weddings, or parties, Mother Nature has an annoying habit of turning up uninvited. This Californian pool party has been interrupted by an intense hailstorm. As party-goers take cover, hail the size of golf balls batters not just the backyard, but this poor bloke too, who has a painful-looking bruise to show for it. In Thailand, it's not a case of a storm in a teacup, but a storm in a coffee shop. It takes everyone by surprise, including the security guard, who's struggling to stay standing. For the customers, it was definitely not the sort of caffeine hit they were expecting. Guests at this wedding in Argentina have started a spontaneous conga line. But celebrations come to a halt when Mother Nature crashes the party. "90-mile-per-hour winds blow in the windows, sending everything in the room flying, and terrified guests fleeing. For better or for worse, it's certainly a day this bride and groom will remember. In this episode, we've felt Mother Nature's full fury. We've seen her pummel, punish, and pounce without warning. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme,
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
more terrifying,
Avalanche!
and even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature. It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
the wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here. It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
earth-shattering natural disasters,
Earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
and stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face
We're not going to get out of this alive.
and survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode, savage wildfires sweep across Southern California.
You see the fire coming, it's almost like a blowtorch.
Please, dear God, let me get out of this. Please, please.
As the LA Fire Department battle to rescue residents trapped by ferocious flames.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, this isn't looking good.
A terrifying twister rips apart a gas station in Joplin, Missouri.
It's happening. I'm dying in a tornado.
And in Antarctica, a couple attempting to set a new record brave the most extreme elements on Earth.
The main risk is death.
Wildfires, a deadly and unpredictable force of nature. They spread at terrifying speeds and pose a serious risk to life. One area particularly prone to these deadly infernos is Southern California, where strong, warm Santa Ana winds can fuel ferocious flames. It's November 2018, and pilot Joel Smith from the Los Angeles Fire Department is on high alert.
We had hot and dry conditions. We have our local Santa Ana north winds. Everything lined up perfectly for a disastrous fire.
When reports come in of a wildfire in Woolsey Canyon, just north of Malibu, Joel and fellow pilot Dave Norquist are deployed to drop water on the flames.
Upon getting on scene and seeing the scale of the fire and how fast it was moving, we knew that we were going to have a battle ahead of us.
Fanned by 60 miles per hour winds, the flames quickly spread south towards Malibu, forcing the evacuation of thousands of residents. Megan Weddle is one of those fleeing the flames.
It was 7:30 in the morning, and when I left my house, it was smoky and it was scary. All of a sudden it got dark, so it was completely disorientating.
Oh my God.
I immediately saw houses on fire, and it was like a whirlwind of smoke and fire and heat.
It's starting to burn all around me.
And it was hard to breathe. So it was really scary, and it just, primally, you're like, get out, go, go. It's getting me emotional. It was really terrifying.
Oh my God, I'm surrounded by fire. I'm surrounded by fire right now. I don't know what to do.
Across town, a group of volunteer firefighters take to the streets to try to save their neighborhood from the fire. Among them, Justin Homsey and his partner, Danielle Peters.
The flames were already surrounding my community and were getting ready to engulf the areas around my apartment complex. And so we started roaming around town and just started helping as we saw fires coming up behind people's homes.
Our mission really from entering a fire is just to help in any way we can.
Meanwhile, Megan is driving deeper into the disaster.
Oh my God, I don't know what to do.
I looked both ways, and both ways were on fire. And I had to make a decision, which way do you think you're more likely to get out?
Oh my God, I'm surrounded by fire and I don't know which way to go.
So I went left because everything looked to me that it was on fire to the right.
Oh my God.
In the air, pilots Joel and Dave are dropping water on the flames when they receive an emergency call about a group of residents trapped on top of Castro Peak in the nearby Santa Monica Mountains.
Yeah, we've received a request for a possible burnover on Castro Peak.
They immediately respond, despite being ill-equipped for the mission.
It was just me and Joel in the front and no rescue equipment or rescue personnel in the back. I thought to myself, this isn't really technically something we've trained for, but we have. We're firefighters. We're used to going into a chaotic situation. We realized this was going to have to be done pretty quickly. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, those guys are in a bad area. They need to get out quick.
Down on the ground, firefighting volunteers Justin and Danielle are using their training to tackle the blaze head-on.
We carry chainsaws, we carry tools to not extinguish the fire, but to stop it from burning more structures.
Their team worked tirelessly to clear combustible vegetation.
Get this branch out of the way.
But the fire is proving impossible to contain.
When you see the fire coming, it's almost like a blowtorch. It tends to almost slant and burn across things, and it can jump from one hillside to the next within a matter of a second.
As pilots Joel and Dave approach Castro Peak, they struggle to navigate their way through the high winds and thick smoke.
Conditions were terrible. It was really windy. The flame lengths, my estimation, were up to 100 feet above the ridge line as they were shooting up the mountain.
All right, this is rapidly becoming very ugly.
Yeah, it is. And with no rescue hoist on board, the only way to save the stranded residents is to try and land the 50-foot helicopter.
Our first choice was to try and land in the parking lot because that gave us a 100% chance of getting to the people.
You put your tail rotor kind of in between where the tractor and that is.
But as we got closer to the ground, I could see that our rotors weren't going to clear the height of a tractor that was sitting right there.
I'm too close to these trucks now.
Yeah, this is going to be too tight, Dave.
Okay, I'm going to go straight up.
All right.
It's too tight. We had the wires and the poles and the vehicles in there. It just wasn't going to work.
The flames are closing in fast, so it's a race against time to find an alternative landing spot.
The dark smoke was getting thicker, and I was constantly aware of the fact that there was this ticking time bomb, which was the fire approaching. We had to get down, get the people on board, and get out.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this isn't looking good.
Time is also running out for Mammoth 2 Megan.
Oh my God.
Alone and disorientated in the flames.
I noticed I was having trouble breathing. I was like breathing heavier. Oh my God, please, dear God, don't let me die. Please, dear God, don't let me die. I just kept going and I was asking God to help me. I'm like, please, God, let me get out. I have children, I want to live. Please, dear God, let me get out of this. Please, please.
Later, residents continue to flee as the wildfire wipes out multi-million-dollar properties in Malibu.
It doesn't matter if you are the richest person on Earth or you're living in a river bottom. You lose everything.
And pilots Dave and Joel attempt to land their helicopter on a dangerously narrow tree-lined ridge amid the smoke and flames.
The last thing we want to do is mess up the helicopter, and now we have 2 more victims stuck at the top of Castro Peak.
Can I move anywhere left?
You got like 3 feet.
All right, this is not going to be pretty.
May 2011.
You need to be taking caution at this hour because a tornado has touched down.
A terrifying tornado is sweeping across the city of Joplin, Missouri.
So we do have a confirmed tornado in the city of Joplin.
College student Isaac Duncan is driving with friends when he hears the warnings on the radio.
We looked over, the sky was getting very, very dark, and we thought, man, that's a lot closer than we thought it was. We knew that we needed to find a place to get out of the storm.
Joplin resident Hannah Marr is at her family home when she hears the sirens.
The tornado sirens have always been a part of our lives growing up. We were all in the living room, and I remember the TV was on, and then all of a sudden it went staticky.
Let's go, everybody.
We heard the tornado coming, and it sounds like a freight train.
Go, press up 3 feet, keep the move, guys. We're falling, this thing can carry us away. Let's go.
It's just like reality hit fast that we are in the path of destruction.
Across town, Isaac is desperately seeking shelter and spots a gas station.
You could tell that the storm was very close, and we quickly pulled up right in front of the front door of the gas station.
Hey, where do you want me to put everybody?
Already sheltering inside is Aaron Frost and his girlfriend, Allie.
We all huddled right by the drinks, and we all shuffled in as far as we could.
It's pretty crazy. This is getting real. Walked into the middle, and there were probably 20 people sitting on the floor in between the racks of chips and candy bars and stuff.
Everybody get down, low on the ground.
As the tornado starts to do some serious damage. The group dashes towards the safest part of the store, the beer fridge.
Everybody just started running as fast as they could to the cooler. It was in no way enough for 22 people to be in there, but everybody just piled in.
Well, when you're in a situation like that, you quickly forget the fact that you're strangers. Just trying to make it safe out of this terrible situation that affected everyone.
And then we closed that cooler door and shut it and held on.
As Isaac, Aaron and Allie cling on for dear life, Hannah huddles down in the basement of her family home.
I could hear glass shattering all over. I could hear the top part of our house like just breaking, crashing, wood splitting. I remember my ears popping. I think it was because of the pressure going overhead. It just all happened so fast.
The first part of the tornado hit. People started screaming, and it kept on getting louder and louder, just roaring wind. The floor was just covered in beer and broken glass.
The ceiling dropped from 8 to 3 feet, and we just held on.
I love everyone. I love everyone, man. Yeah, what about you guys?
I did believe that I was going to die.
My mind went to, I never thought that I would actually die in a tornado, but it's happening. I'm dying in a tornado.
Tornadoes kill an average of 60 people per year in the US alone. So when you see one coming, it's worth finding shelter fast. But this man in Pennsylvania is refusing to flee, choosing to catch the chaos on camera. But a killer close-up can lead to a close call. And as the funnel starts flinging debris around, the courageous cameraman finally decides it's time to seek shelter. In Virginia, this man tracks a twister as it winds its way over a shopping complex. But though it might appear fairly distant, it accelerates with unexpected velocity. He wisely dives for cover. Just in the nick of time. As a tree is uprooted and shrapnel descends upon the place he was stood just moments earlier.
Getting bigger, go.
In Texas, this driver is right to put his foot down as a huge tornado looms ominously behind him. He keeps a safe distance from the twister, clearly mindful of the old adage that objects in the rear-view mirror are closer than they may appear. Back in Joplin, A terrifying EF5 tornado is tearing across the city. College student Isaac and high school sweethearts Aaron and Ali are sheltering in the fridge of a gas station.
The sound of the wind, not only do you hear it, but you feel it. It sucks the pressure out of the room that you're in, just all around sensory overload. I felt like I was going to die.
I did have a moment where I thought in my head, I'm not gonna get to experience a marriage, a family, children, and I was afraid.
But as quickly as it started, the tornado passes.
Is everyone okay below me? I'm here, I'm okay. All right, I'm trying not to lay on someone.
Somebody's on my back.
And as the skies clear, the group must figure out what to do next.
We're not moving anywhere. The building, the structure of the building may not be safe to move.
The walls had fallen over where they were, instead of straight up, it was like a 45-degree angle, and you could see the sunlight. We eventually decided we should climb out.
The tornado may have passed.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
But for Hannah, emerging from her basement, the damage to her family home is earth-shattering.
Walking up from the basement and everything had been destroyed.
Oh my God!
Just the whole top part of our house was gone. I kept thinking, this is not real. This is not my home. This didn't happen to me. It just seemed like this was a dream.
Oh my God.
The place that I know to be safe and secure has totally been destroyed. And it shook something within me, within my being.
Oh my God.
Across town, the group at the gas station venture out from inside the cooler.
We climbed out, and everything was just leveled.
This would have been where we walked in.
It didn't look like a gas station at all.
That right there is where we climbed out.
It looked like the scene of like an apocalypse here, or like a zombie movie.
All right, so here is the inside. We made kind of like a beer wall to climb up.
Seeing all of that put it into perspective how lucky we were and how dead we should have been.
The tornado killed 158 people and injured over 1,000 more. It was the deadliest tornado to hit the United States for over 60 years.
I think I met with death that day. Something that is totally out of your control can completely change your life.
If we hadn't have come across the gas station that we found, I think that things would have been a lot different.
And after surviving the tornado, Aaron and Ali's relationship went on to flourish.
I felt so protected by him during the tornado that I felt like I needed him with me every day, every second, every moment after that.
Still to come, it's a race against time for the California helicopter team rescuing residents from a raging wildfire.
We looked down at our fuel quantity, and we were maybe 10 minutes from our drop-dead point.
We're getting pretty close to our bingo fuel.
And a rare weather phenomenon destroys Dallas.
Oh my God, the crane is falling over. Oh my God.
Antarctica is the coldest continent on Earth, covered by a huge sheet of ice larger than the whole of Europe. Average temperatures here hover around minus 57 degrees Celsius, and wind gusts can reach an astonishing 200 miles per hour. Virtually nothing can survive in such extremes. But that doesn't deter wingsuit skydiver Heather Swan and her husband Glenn.
My dream was to go to Antarctica, to go and to fly a wingsuit.
The adventurous couple have been flying wingsuits together since 2004.
We've flown over the Grand Canyon, we've flown over Lake Eyre in Australia, and we've also flown over cities like Brisbane and Sydney and Melbourne.
It's November 2018, and Heather and Glenn are taking on their greatest challenge yet: to become the first people to wingsuit skydive over Antarctica. But it's a landscape so brutal that even minor errors could be fatal.
Well, the main risk is death.
Death and injury are risks of any extreme sport, so we spend a lot of time planning how not to get injured. You put on this suit, like a Superman suit, that has wings under the arms and between the legs.
The most deadly aspect of the challenge is battling the elements.
We have to be careful about wind. If it's a crosswind, that can be really disrupting to our flight pattern. So we have to understand where the wind is coming from, what the strength is.
I have lots of layers underneath here. 2 thermal layers, a windstopper layer, and then of course the suit. Basically, nothing is getting through here.
There are all these climatic extremes that you have to deal with. So we have to get our timing and our journey through the layers of weather, we have to get that exactly right.
I don't think we've ever been better prepared for a jump than this one.
I've got to say I've got a little bit of performance anxiety nerves.
And as they climb to 12,000 feet, Heather and Glenn begin to understand the enormity of what they're about to undertake.
There is something really surreally special about sitting in an open door and an aircraft flying above Antarctica and knowing that you're about to get out. There's that much wind blowing on you, it's just howling. We're trying to get our minds and our focus centered for what we're about to do, but also keep looking at the pilot, waiting for that thumbs up signal that, time to go.
The couple leap into the unknown.
Just stunning. As far as you can see, beautiful white peaks against the starkness of the blue sky.
But the sheer beauty of the landscape belies a horrifyingly hostile environment.
It's minus 54. If you imagine the wind chill, that's what we have to be protected against. Any exposed flesh and that temperature and that wind chill factor will snap freeze in a matter of seconds. There's always the risk of cold injury like hypothermia or frostbite or chilblains.
Heather and Glenn are straining every sinew as they combat the pressures of the extreme cold. But they aren't the only ones getting a rush from the natural wonder of some of the world's harshest climates. In Moscow, walking barefoot across snow might seem quite extreme. But that's nothing compared to what this Russian woman does next. Using a rope to harness herself, she takes to this ice-filled pool to do some swimming training. It's less freestyle, more freeze style. The landscape here in Iceland is living up to its name, as this kayaker plunges into a dangerously swirling ravine before taking on the 40-foot waterfall of the gods. He may well have had some suitably divine intervention to guide him through that one. In the USA, these excitable adventurers are heading out for a spot of ice fishing.
This is Red Lake, baby. This is walleye fishing. Wintertime. Upper Red, baby.
They're driving across the partially frozen Upper Red Lake in Minnesota, looking for the perfect place to snare their supper. Driving across ice is a tricky business, but it seems these guys have cracked the technique. With a bit of luck, that will be the only thing they crack. Back in Antarctica, husband and wife team Heather and Glenn are the first people ever to attempt to wingsuit skydive in the freezing, hostile environment.
The cold air above the polar plateau, it sinks under the influence of gravity. It's actually a howling gale of super cold air. We have to understand what all the currents of air are doing at all the different levels, and we plan our flight so that we can land exactly where we have to land. And that's critical in a place like Antarctica, because down there the landing area is very small.
But just as they approach the landing zone, Glenn is suddenly and brutally blindsided by a gust of freezing wind that sends him careering off course.
So you can be flying along and hit a bump in the air that you cannot see, but you can definitely feel.
He then desperately alerts Heather to the danger.
Don't turn! Don't turn!
So you've got to correct to stop yourself getting thrown into a loop or getting just thrown off course.
Eventually, Glenn manages to recover, and the couple continue their descent.
Hey!
Both making a safe, if bumpy, landing.
Just ecstasy. And in
A
your
moment
case,
of pure elation.
yeah.
I'm jumping up and down like, you know, a 3-year-old at Christmas.
Despite the cruel conditions, the couple have succeeded in making wingsuiting history.
We were the very first people to fly a wingsuit skydive in Antarctica. You know, you're very aware of the privilege of just how special that is.
We did it, babe.
Earlier, we saw how a deadly wildfire swept across the mountains of Southern California, raging towards the luxury homes of coastal Malibu.
Oh my God, I don't know what to do.
Mum of 2 Megan is desperately trying to escape the horrifying fire.
I'm like, please, God, let me get out. I have children. I want to live. Please, dear God, let me get out of this. Please, please.
With flames in every direction, Megan has no choice but to drive deeper into the inferno.
There's telephone poles on fire, there's trees on fire, and the smell was, it just was charred. The smoke was very black and thick and surreal. Like, you're kind of like, this can't be real. This can't be real.
Oh my God, houses are burning all around me.
I thought I might die.
Oh my God, I just had something big on fire just hit my car.
It is primal, it's survival of the fittest. It's, I need to survive this. I need to get to where there's no more fire.
As Megan battles to stay alive, Los Angeles Fire Department pilots Dave and Joel race to rescue residents stranded on a mountain peak.
I'm too close to these trucks now.
Yeah, this is gonna be too tight, Dave.
Okay, I'm gonna go straight up.
All right.
But they don't have a rescue hoist. They can't find a safe place to land, and now they're running low on fuel.
Okay, and just so you know, just to add to it, we're getting pretty close to our bingo fuel.
We looked down at our fuel quantity, and we were maybe 10 minutes from our drop dead point.
It's crucial the pilots find somewhere to land, and fast.
I looked to my right and saw that there was a little patch of dirt surrounded by a bunch of bushes,
and it looked relatively flat.
How about if we just land sort of here?
What about right there on the dirt?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, let's do that. I'm way more comfortable with that.
Yep.
Dave made a hasty approach right into the spot there. I opened up my door to check our tail rotor's not going to get into a tree. That's the last thing we want to do is mess up a helicopter, and now we have 2 more victims stuck at the top of Castro Peak.
All right, this is not going to be pretty.
Pilot Dave draws on his years of experience to try and land on the dangerously narrow ledge.
Well, can I move anywhere left?
You got like 3 feet.
Obviously,
2,
I'm not going to go.
1. Keep coming down. You're kind of in the bushes, but we're good.
Then it's all down to firefighter pilot Joel.
I'm going to keep the door open. I'm going to go run out.
Okay.
All right, Godspeed.
Yes, sir.
Who disappears into the heat and smoke to locate the trapped residents.
Once Joel left the aircraft and left my field of vision, I had no idea what was going on.
13 miles south, and mum of 2 Megan is in dire need of a miracle.
Everything is on fire around me. Everything.
I was thinking, I have 2 daughters, and I'm their mom, and they only have 1 mom. And I can't let this fire win.
Oh my God.
I start to realize that I'm out racing it, like I'm getting ahead of it. And so it starts to clear.
Looks like it's clearing.
Miraculously, Megan makes it out.
I just drove through fire. Oh my God.
But back in the mountain, there's still no sign of Joel.
Seems almost like an eternity, but then all of a sudden, I see him popping from around a bush. And he's got not 1, not 2, but 3 people and 2 dogs.
Seeing how close the fire was, I said, we gotta go, let's move now. We ran as fast as we could down to the helicopter. It was literally minutes, just a couple minutes away from burning that whole place.
But one resident is refusing to be rescued.
The dog did not want to come with us. It was scared. He heard the helicopter, saw me with a helmet and my visor on. I looked down and the fire was, it was here. It was hotter. I felt the heat.
Eventually, the dog is coaxed into the helicopter.
All right, let's get the hell out of here.
Good job, Joel.
And its mission accomplished.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, it was.
Thank God we were there at the right time, or they would have been dead. They would not have survived, guaranteed.
That's enough excitement for me today.
Hey, you and me both, brother.
The so-called Woolsey Fire swiftly engulfed nearly 100,000 acres of land, burning the equivalent of 80 American football fields a minute. Around 1,600 homes and buildings were destroyed, and a number of A-list celebrities were forced to abandon their multi-million-dollar homes to the flames.
Fire is an equalizer. It doesn't matter if you are the richest person on Earth or you're living in a river bottom. You lose everything.
With the worst of the wildfires now extinguished, local volunteer rescuers Justin and Danielle assess the devastation.
This is just hundreds and hundreds of homes. It's almost like an atomic bomb has gone off and it's just leveled everything. There's cars burning still. There was smoking heaps of what used to be mobile homes. There were animal carcasses and just tons of ash blowing everywhere. It's just pure devastation. Like, there's no way to describe this. That area was completely gone, incinerated, not a tree left standing.
It was like the silence of being on the moon and seeing these hills that we frequently hike. And normally there's birds and animals and trees, and it was just all gray. And there was ash flying, and it was sort of beautiful but eerily silent.
The devastating effects of the disaster will remain with residents and rescuers alike.
The scale of the Woolsey fire was the fastest and biggest brush fire I've ever responded to. The Woolsey fire took our breath away.
And the fire serves as a stark warning that Mother Nature is truly a force to be reckoned with.
It changed everything forever. It'll never be the same. I felt like Mother Nature telling us, I'm in charge here.
Dallas, Texas. It's June 2019, and it seems like a perfectly clement early summer day. In the suburbs are Richard and Danielle Shermer.
It was a beautiful Sunday. We were at home with the kids, enjoying ourselves, watching TV. We had no idea what was about to come.
A few miles away in the city, conditions are very different. And local storm chaser Connor McCrory is concerned.
Anytime a severe thunderstorm comes through a major city like Dallas, the threat to life and property is dramatically increased just because of the size of the population living there. So this was the middle of the afternoon. There were people out walking around. When debris starts flying, even small debris falling can be potentially deadly.
The Shermers are starting to notice an eerie transition.
Crazy. Slowly, it turned like pitch dark. Then the wind started to pick up. And then hail started to fall.
You almost go into shock. I remember saying to everyone, this is a tornado.
But this isn't a tornado. It's a microburst, a column of rapidly descending air within a thunderstorm.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
The sudden heavy rain from the microburst is causing the creek behind the Shermers' property to rise rapidly.
Oh my God.
And panic is setting in.
We literally stood there looking out the window, and the moment it exceeded the concrete barrier and started to encroach onto the property, that's when I knew we were in trouble.
Water is coming up. It's about to be in the house.
Should we get stuff out of this room?
I don't know.
The water looked like we were in the middle of the ocean.
Upstairs.
So to look outside and see rushing water with waves going past your window was something I never in my life thought I would ever see.
It's coming up. It's at the window.
I was really scared about something hitting that window and then water rushing in.
I knew we were looking at a flooding situation. Are we gonna have to be rescued on the top of the roof?
In the city, the freak storm continues to cause havoc.
Here goes another big piece. Bam, knocked all the glass out.
And one witness captures the storm at its most catastrophic.
Oh my God, the crane is falling over. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys.
Dallas's collapsing crane isn't the only structure that is no match for Mother Nature. In Nova Scotia, the seemingly steady rotations of this colossal crane aren't being controlled by an operator. The gigantic girder is being ominously swirled solely by a barn-storming blizzard, creating a perilous propeller that shows no sign of slowing. From cranes to trains, and whipped up winds are ripping off this roof at a depot in Germany. Fortunately, no one was injured. But spare a thought for the commuters, coping with the catastrophic chaos caused to the timetables. In the neighboring Netherlands, there's yet more roofs ripped off. The damage and debris here is mostly comprised of solar panels, meaning the unfortunate homeowners must have been expecting a very different kind of weather.
Oh my God, the
Back in Dallas, the quick-fire microburst has just crumpled a crane. And word has reached storm chaser Connor.
As soon as I heard that there had been a crane that collapsed and fell into this apartment building, I had to jump in the car and head down to the site.
But microbursts don't last long, so Connor is greeted by blue skies and total devastation.
When I first arrived on scene, it was pretty clear that the damage was serious. People were just in shock.
It's absolute chaos.
They just were still trying to process everything that had just happened, and they didn't know what hit them.
The carnage is catastrophic, and as one of the first on the scene, Connor is risking his life by documenting the destruction.
There were concrete slabs laying on vehicles, vehicles on top of vehicles. Several floors of this garage had just been completely caved in. So there were vehicles that had fallen 40 feet and were just laying upside down with their alarms going off. It was like a scene from War of the Worlds or something. By the time I left, I had a pretty somber feeling. I was just concerned about my fellow citizens, the people in the city of Dallas who had been so suddenly displaced and had their lives turned upside down.
The microburst in Dallas injured 6 people, and tragically, 1 person was killed. For the residents of Dallas, the storm is something that will stay with them for a long time.
I don't even know if we can get out of our house. It looked like a bomb had gone off in our neighborhood.
When you're affected by these types of storms, you realize how susceptible you really are. There's no way to prepare for them, and they can happen anywhere.
We all have dangerous objects around us that can potentially impact us in the event of a severe thunderstorm. You always need to be on the lookout for something like that because you never know where the next severe weather hazard is just going to come from.
When the temperature drops and Mother Nature's icy grip takes hold, some people see it as an opportunity to have a little fun. In Siberia, one man is out for a morning stroll on his local lake. And as he films through the ice below, it reveals a sub-zero layer of solidified bubbles and crystalline formations. Although it's a fascinating sight, he is wise to tread carefully, as a slip through the ice could result in him becoming part of the icy underworld. In the French Alps, this full-throttle bike race relies on weather at its most extreme. Titled The Mountain of Hell, there's not much fire and brimstone to be found. However, plenty of riders inevitably crash and burn. It's an annual event attracting over 1,000 daredevils, cycling 11,000 feet to the finish line, where first to the bottom wins. Although due to the slippery surface, most of the riders end up on their bottoms, with very little hope of victory. In Russia, these guys are taking go-karting to a whole new dangerous level. Racing on an icy river in a 250cc kart is no mean feat. But this guy keeps us cool, even managing to perform a wheelie. The ice makes braking almost impossible, but it does provide an opportunity to show off. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature at her most cruel.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
We've seen her show no mercy.
Please, dear God, let me get out of this. Please, please.
We've we've seen her tear down,
Oh my god, the crane is falling over! Oh my god!
rip up,
Oh my god! Oh my god!
and laugh in our faces.
Somebody's on my back.
And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche! Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature.
It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
An earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're on their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my god!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode.
I think I'm in a goddamn tornado.
It's a desperate battle for survival.
This is in the middle of the strait.
As Queensland is besieged by one of the most devastating floods in its history.
Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get you out of here, okay?
Over here!
A twister tears through Kansas.
Wow, it moved fast.
Turning lives upside down.
It knocked a semi over in the road in front of us! That's unbelievable, look!
And a destructive hailstorm.
This is like an apocalypse, dude.
Terrorizes residents in Texas.
Sounded like a brick was being thrown at the roof, and it didn't stop.
Queensland in northeast Australia, a state boasting a tropical climate and around 4,000 miles of stunning coastline. But a prolonged drought is hitting the region, leaving rural areas parched and in desperate need of rain. Feeling the effects of the extreme dry spell is Lucy Tanner, who lives and works on a remote cattle farm.
We were experiencing a 3-year drought. It was quite a tough time as our feed wasn't available. We were feeding extra supplements to the cattle just to keep them alive.
It's February 2019, and a monsoon is developing over Queensland. Strengthened by a low-pressure front, the monsoon unleashes torrential rainfall, which at first is welcomed by residents.
You know, we couldn't be happier to receive rain.
In the city of Townsville, the Ross River Dam is filling up, much to the delight of radio DJ Brady Ellis and presenting partner Crystal.
We're at the Ross River Dam.
Yep.
And the amount of rain here right now is insane. Guess what it's up to?
Go on. Tell us, Crystal, tell us.
97.4%.
When it did start to rain, everyone was like, wow, this is amazing. Like, we're getting a little bit of rain. This is exciting.
It's raining.
What was it, 97.4%? Oh my gosh.
We did like a live video as we were like cheering on the dam as it was filling up, because it had been at about 60% for years. So the fact that it was going up was a massive, massive deal.
Does anyone know where we can get an umbrella in Townsville? I've never even seen one for sale.
We're almost at 100% Townsville.
Yeah.
But the deluge of rain continues with worrying intensity, inundating rivers and the dam.
It just started and it just wouldn't stop. And there were certainly many moments where I was like, wow, this is the heaviest rain I've ever been in my life. And then an hour later, you'd be like, no, this is the heaviest rain I've ever experienced.
Very heavy rain.
As time went on, we did become anxious as to whether it was going to stop. The turning point for the rain was when it started flooding. That's when we started to think we're in trouble here.
With the Ross River Dam at breaking point, officials face a devastating dilemma. Open the gates or risk flooding an even larger area. They open the gates, but in doing so unleash close to 2 million litres of water per second into the already swollen river. And the entire community is directly in the firing line. It's a catastrophe of epic proportions.
That made an enormous amount of water flood straight down the river. Unfortunately, we live pretty close to the river, downstream, and that is when the water started to come into our house.
With the residents besieged, emergency services weighed in with a courageous relief effort. Queensland police officers Luke Southgate and Rob Hanson are two of the first on the scene.
Our main concern is the safety and welfare of people in the properties. And you got a lot of proud and stubborn people out there. They've survived it tough their whole life, and they don't believe they need any help, but they do. And they need drugs and they need food. Just take your time, mate.
But in these conditions, the rescuers are placing themselves in great peril.
It's not just the water, it's the current. The current was the big one, so the flowing water. So even strong water, even if you go knee deep, if it's a strong current, it's really, really hard to get through.
Yeah.
Swift currents aren't the only concern. The murky waters may be hiding deadly predators.
There was heaps of sightings of crocodiles when the dam gates opened up and when the rivers rose.
And just being in that water, just being in that dirty water up to your chest or up to your waist, you can die of exposure pretty quickly.
With the rescue mission in full flow, there's an emergency call. An elderly man is trapped and at the mercy of the worsening conditions.
One of his neighbors has actually called up the police and said, look, the water's coming up. This fella is in a wheelchair and there's possibility that he may drown.
Whoa, that's not normal. We're not normally a waterfront property.
Across the submerged city, DJ Brady records a frantic broadcast for his radio station.
Have a look how deep it is. Can you see? My crutch. It's up to my crutch. This is in the middle of the street.
I was wading through water that was sort of up near my chest in some points. The water level just kept coming up and up and up.
Oh God, what's that thing? Everything that I see moving in the water I think is a crocodile, but I think it's just a piece of like a palm leaf.
From the moment of like, wow, that's a lot of rain, that's crazy, to, hey, I think we might be in a little bit of trouble here. It's kind of a weird defining moment. It's just about sort of surviving.
Take it easy. Remember, if it's flooded, forget it, and it will creep up on you. I don't want to scare you, but it certainly crept up on us.
Water is nearly up to my knees.
Just north of Townsville, resident Roger Goodwin watches in horror as the surging floodwaters ravage his home.
We're inundated. It's just full on here. It's just coming from everywhere.
The water came so quick. Once it reached more than the property, which is about 100 metres, that water was in full flow.
Oh, hell. Yeah, it's gone in the office now, the whole lot. Come to the house, the pool's gone under.
What's going on here? How are we going to deal with this? What am I going to do?
The ute's going to go under any minute now out the front here. Here we go, we've gone under.
Floodwaters are also sweeping into rural areas and surrounding Lucy's cattle farm, leaving her cows exposed and in mortal danger.
We were literally stranded on our own little island. It was pretty scary. We couldn't do anything about it. You know, you were cut off from the world and you were isolated. It was just devastating. And that was when we knew that we were in real trouble and we had to do what we could to get cattle to high land.
It's also havoc in Brady's home, as his dog Axel bravely strives to stay afloat.
So that couch is up on blocks, still wet.
We sandbagged as much as we could, but you just can't stop water from coming in. I was already visualising like having to put the dog out through our upstairs window, and it felt like the flood had beaten us.
Meanwhile, as the potentially fatal floods continue unabated, every second counts in the race to save the stranded elderly man.
So you can imagine 50 or 60 kilometers on either side of the helicopter, completely submerged. You step off the tracks and you got 5 or 6 feet of water. It's basically like an inland sea. There's quite a strong current, so myself and Luke both made our ways toward the house.
How you going?
We saw the house was completely inundated, and the elderly gentleman was in his mobility walker. You can see the water was starting to come up.
My name's Luke, I'm from Richmond Police. We're here to get you out.
It was a time-critical thing because he's elderly, you have to remember, and exposure was a really big thing, and there's a lot of diseases too.
I've got a dog in here. Okay.
And he was shivering and cold. Probably another hour, the water would have come up over his head, and even if it didn't,
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to get you out of here, okay?
there's a possibility he could die of exposure.
Later, residents battle to save their homes as Queensland receives 1 year's worth of rain in just 1 week.
Under the house, I've had to get upstairs. I couldn't, it's coming up the stairs here.
This is my personal stuff and I'm losing it.
And radio DJ Brady and his dog Axel brave crocodile-infested floodwaters.
I quickly packed a couple of things. We got the dog. It was just insane.
The Midwest of America, home to Tornado Alley, a region prone to some of the world's most deadly and most destructive twisters.
Look at that.
It's a magnet for storm chasers. Among them, husband and wife team Amy and Val Castor.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, wow, look at that.
We've been chasing together for 20 years or so, even before we got married.
Okay, that rotation's still pretty strong.
It still is?
Our main objective on a chase is to try to keep everybody safe.
Tornado, we got a tornado now.
Working for the local news team, Val and Amy keep others informed of any mounting threats.
This is about a mile east of us right now. A funnel has formed.
We're able to warn them and give them up-to-the-minute reports.
I'm going to pull back and show you guys how that's angled.
It's really become our passion, more so to be able to help save lives.
Look at that, look at that. We just got broken.
But the dangerous task of trying to keep residents safe often puts Val and Amy's own lives at risk.
Yeah, these are golf balls here.
We try to get close, and getting close to it sometimes means that we have to cross the path of it.
There's definitely times when we get scared. It doesn't matter how much experience you have, there's always going to be those unpredictable storms.
It's tornado season, May 2019, and Val and Amy are on a chase which has led them to the town of Mineola in Kansas.
Wow, look at that motion.
We were able to parallel this tornado. We actually could have driven right into it. We were that close to it.
In about 2 minutes, it's going to be right over the highway.
You can tell there's quite a lot of traffic on Highway 54.
As Val tracks the twister, Amy is warning nearby residents of its movements.
Okay, this is 5 miles southwest of Mineola, tracking straight for Mineola. Okay, we have a debris cloud.
Oh, we got a debris cloud now. No, dust debris on the ground, right there.
The towering tornado gathers strength and begins to rapidly rotate towards the road.
This thing is going to cross the road right in front of us, guys. Right in front of us.
I was so scared for the people that were on the road ahead of us. I could see the headlights. I was really concerned that that tornado would cross and someone might get hit.
Wow, man! It is just right in this field, right over here, right next to us. Good grief.
You could tell in my voice, we're excited.
It's getting stronger. It's 100 yards from us.
Adrenaline is pumping big time.
It's right there.
I know.
In those moments, it's like game on.
Over here!
Wow, it moved fast.
It became a very chaotic situation because we had circulation to our north, we had just had circulation to our south, but then I saw this massive swirling debris on the right. Up ahead, I could see out of the corner of my eye, I saw the semi-truck.
Oh, it's on the road! It knocked the semi over in the road in front of us!
That's crazy stuff. When you see a semi get knocked over right in front of you, you know, that tornado's strong.
It just now knocked the semi over. Well, I gotta check on this driver here, guys.
Okay.
All right, we're getting tornado winds now. Hold on.
With no time to waste, Val leaves the safety of his vehicle, putting himself directly in the danger zone.
He could be laying there bleeding. He could have gotten pinned under something. I had no clue what I was going to find.
Oh my goodness.
In the middle of tornado season, similar incidents happen all across the US. On a highway in Tennessee, this queue of traffic is also at the heart of a wild weather danger zone.
Oh my God!
And a 10-ton truck is no match for Mother Nature.
Are you okay, dude? Get out, hey!
Miraculously, this jackknifing juggernaut didn't injure the crumpled car's driver, and everyone involved escaped unscathed. In Minnesota,
yeah, this is pretty intense right here.
This startled driver is treacherously trapped in the middle of a vicious storm.
I think I'm in a goddamn tornado. Oh my God, this is terrifying.
But it's going to get worse before it gets better.
The power lines are going down. This has got to pass soon. This has got to be done soon. Oh, all right, it's lightening up now.
The tornado passes, and the driver is left to contemplate his ordeal in a state of disbelief.
I think I just went to a tornado.
Across the state of Arizona, so-called dust devils can flare up at any time.
It's actually moving toward me. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
It may look spectacular, but this driver is about to learn that toying with Mother Nature might not be the best idea.
Coming toward me. What the heck?
A short while later, there's proof that he was right to beat a hasty retreat.
That's where I was parked at.
And with another plot twist, the twister shows no signs of abating.
He's literally following me. Oh, it's on the road! It knocked the semi over in the road in front of us!
Back in Kansas, storm chasers Val and Amy Castor have stopped to help the driver of a semi-truck that has been flipped by a powerful tornado.
Val's checking on this driver just to make sure he's okay.
We were the very first people on the scene.
Okay, there's the tornado.
I ran up to the glass and I looked in. He was hanging sideways, still strapped in with his seatbelt. He kind of had a really, really dazed look on his face, almost like he had just seen a ghost or something.
The semi just ran smack right into that tornado, and there's a lot of people trying to help him out right now.
He had gotten out a small pocket knife and he started sawing on the seat belt, and he cut the seat belt. And when he did, he fell down.
We've got emergency help coming as we speak.
And at that point, a couple of more people had driven up. The fire truck or the emergency responders took over, and then we left.
Seatbelt safety.
Wow.
Look at that tornado.
Val and Amy carry on with their chase.
Then it was catch-up time.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
If you live a mile north of Mineola, this could get very, very near you.
But the monster tornado is now advancing towards its next victim.
Wow,
Look at that. It's right in front of us. Boy, it's moving faster than you think. It's going right through a house.
Oh, no.
Right through a house. Look at that. Look at the debris. Oh, my gosh, it just hit this house.
The second that tornado touched that house, kaboom.
Val and Amy can only watch in horror as the tornado makes a direct hit on the farmhouse.
Debris went everywhere. Pieces of that house were just flying all over the place.
Large chunks of the roof, pieces of tin from the barns, whole trees just swirling through the air.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go check on them.
Once again, Val and Amy are first on the scene.
I just remember feeling so scared.
Sound your siren.
That's hard for us as storm chasers because, we can give the warnings out, but we can't stop what's happening.
What kind of house?
It's a mobile home, too.
Okay.
I was a little bit worried about it to see what we might find because that house was damaged enough to where there very well could have been people hurt there.
Val frantically approaches the wreckage of the farmhouse.
We started looking around, we started yelling for people. Someone might have been trapped in the debris.
This is the mobile home that was just destroyed. Hopefully they had a storm shelter. There were several barns on the property that are completely destroyed.
Emergency services arrive at the scene with news about the occupants of the house.
They yelled at us and said, everybody's fine, there was nobody here. They left before it even hit. So great news. I mean, we're so happy to hear about that.
It is lifting back up into the cloud.
The Mineola tornado was classified as an EF3, with wind speeds reaching 138 miles per hour.
Oh man, that thing formed rapidly.
It caused severe damage to farmsteads, but fortunately, there were no fatalities.
Saving lives is our priority, and it just makes you feel good when you can actually go out and accomplish what your goal is.
Oh, it's on the road! It knocked a semi over in the road in front of us!
That's one of our most dramatic tornadoes ever. As a storm chaser, it's really exciting to get close to a tornado. That's kind of our goal. On this tornado, we really pushed it right to the limit. It doesn't really get any better than that.
Still to come. Queensland residents are trapped.
Another hour, the water would have come up over his head.
At the mercy of rising floodwaters.
Under the house, I better get upstairs. I couldn't. It's coming up the stairs here.
And destructive winds blow a base jumper dangerously off course.
This is how you die in Iceland.
In the US, hailstorms cause billions of dollars worth of damage each year. This woman in Illinois is at home as a hailstorm hits and starts pounding her window pane. The weather is getting a little too close for comfort. And as the pummeled pane shatters, it showers her with shards. But the only harm done was likely to be a dent in her wallet. In Melbourne, Australia, this scantily clad car owner is prioritizing his pride and joy over his own safety. After steeling himself against hailstones the size of golf balls, the persistent pelting eventually proves too much, and his mate steps in to save the day, fully armed against the elements. At least he won't be able to see any damage.
Holy Moses!
When weather worsens, find shelter wherever you can. Like these fairgoers in Alberta, Canada. When a hailstorm hits, they quite literally take cover, cowering under any object they can run with. Plastic chairs provide plenty of portable protection. But it's trestle tables that keep this resourceful family safe from the onslaught. However, not all hailstorms are created equal. On March 24th, 2019, powerful air fronts clashed suddenly in the skies above Frisco, North Texas, creating one of the worst hailstorms the city had ever witnessed. Getting ready to go out are Monica and Marlon.
It was a typical spring day, and it was sunny actually, and we were planning on going to a friend's concert. Right when we opened the door, there was just hail there. It took us by surprise.
That's unbelievable, look!
It was literally out of nowhere. I think the most shocking part of it was the intensity. It felt like the end of the world, basically.
That's the first time that I saw like a huge hailstorm in my life.
I never seen it in my life.
There's like 3-4 inches of ice in the street.
At the time, I slowly watched our truck getting hit by the hailstorm, so that slowly broke my heart. We were actually kind of late to go to the concert, so we were actually kind of thankful. We were like, wow, what if we actually left on time? Like, imagine being in a car in the middle of this hailstorm. It was pretty scary.
On the other side of the city, the prospect of being trapped in a car is the harsh reality facing cameraman Chad Hatcher.
When the initial hailstone hit the car, it sounded like a brick was being thrown at the roof. The pace picked up, and it was just, it felt like 20, 30, 40 at a time were coming down on the roof and windshield. When fragments of the glass started hitting me in the face, and I was extremely concerned for my own well-being. This is like an apocalypse, dude. I was certain that something was going to come through the roof. It was just unpredictable, and it didn't stop. It's surreal outside. It's like a haze or something. It felt like we needed to get off that highway. I pulled into a church, and it looked like the church was full. The church parking lot was full. And people were just compressed under this awning and this shelter. There was what seemed to be 30 cars just trying to get out of the storm's path. I felt trapped in the car. I'm claustrophobic by nature. Get out, man, I'm gonna get caught.
As the hailstorm intensifies, it's battering everything exposed, including the wildlife in Monica and Marlon's garden.
I was the first one who saw the rabbit, and it looked like it was being hurt, and that's what hit me. And I was like, Mom, can you please save him?
It's like a bunch of rocks in your head.
It was hurting you, right?
No, yes. It's not normal. It's a dangerous weather.
I was so worried about the bunny. I was just like, go, please.
She was worried about the bunny, not about me. So, can you imagine?
But the heroic deed proves more challenging than expected.
We tried to chase it, and I think it made it worse because it just kept running deeper into the hail, and I don't think there was any shelter he could find.
And after the storm, there's a poignant reminder of Mother Nature's brutality.
When we found the rabbit the next day, it was dead. But it was really upsetting that we couldn't do more than we did, but we're glad that we tried.
It's really hard to survive in a huge hailstorm like that.
And as Chad surveyed the dented metal that had been his shield, it was just as unsettling.
No dumb jokers were hard hitting. Had I got out of the car, I probably would have had some sort of severe head trauma. It was just so intense, and And I can just imagine getting hit by 20 to 30 baseballs on the head all at the same time. It's not gonna feel good. I think I can make it home, T. It's gonna drive super slow. An event like this will make me consider watching the weather closely the next time something like this happens.
Earlier, we saw how a destructive monsoon dumped unprecedented rainfall in Queensland, Australia,
It's up to my crutch. This is in the middle of the street.
leading to a flood that caused widespread catastrophic damage to the area. Police officers Luke and Rob have fought against the conditions to reach a physically impaired man unable to escape his home.
We're here to get you out.
Probably another hour, the water would have come up over his head.
When my partner comes, we'll probably carry you back over to the railway line. We got a helicopter here ready to take you back into the...
Luke and Rob proceed with caution and lift the vulnerable victim to safety.
Here we go. I'll give you a hand. Just lean on me.
He didn't have the use of his legs.
Yeah.
And because remember he's sitting in like a wheelchair walker, so he's a lot lower, and the water's rising. So just because of his age, I don't think he had a grasp of the situation. But I was really worried of the fact that he could die of exposure here, or he could drown.
But with powerful currents and crocodiles potentially inches away, every step is fraught with danger.
Initially, I tried to put him on my back.
Down the water.
But the terrifying torrents are hindering the rescue.
Yeah, hold him over.
Luke and myself, we basically had to carry him.
Just roll over on your back, Nancy. I got you, mate.
But we had to deal with the water and the current. It was a really, really big effort.
Perfect. How'd that feel?
Took a long time, probably just half an hour to go 100 meters. And I just remember the bugs and the snakes swimming through the water. And I'm glad I had Luke there, because someone less fit, it would have been very, very hard to do that. Myself and Luke, we got him up into the helicopter, strapped him in. And it was, we were very, very tired by the time we got him up into the helicopter.
There's also some help on hand for Brady as he flees as fast as he can with beloved Dalmatian Axel.
We quickly packed a couple of things. We got the dog, got him to try and swim through our living room, which was a bit unusual, and through the kitchen. And he hopped up on a kayak that the local army team had. We have quite a lot of crocodiles, and when half of our suburb is covered in river water, there was a lot of talk that, hey, there's probably some crocs around here. So we thought it was a good idea for him to be up on the kayak. It was just insane.
There's the backyard. There's the pool. Got a new pool now.
While the perilous evacuations continue, escape is sadly not an option for shocked Blue Water resident Roger.
My youth's gone under the house. I can't even get under the house now. Unbelievable.
I thought, well, I can't go anywhere. What can I do?
Mate, there's under the house. I better get upstairs. I couldn't. It's coming up the stairs here. Holy bloody hell. Look at this under here, man. She just...
And I'm thinking no one would have survived trying to swim against it or through it.
What's that up there? 4 stairs up and rising.
The stuff that I've built, I've made, I've purchased, this is my personal stuff and I'm losing it.
In the office under the house, it's gone.
The catastrophe is escalating in the outback as thousands of cattle are perishing at an alarming rate. To prevent further loss of life, Lucy must get food to the endangered herd before they die of starvation.
The hay drops were pretty challenging, from pushing over hay bales and loading them into nets to being dropped on the high land and standing and walking in the mud. It was probably a bit above your knees, and it was quite physically draining.
Lucy manages to save over 6,000 cows, but ultimately, that is scant consolation.
Overall, we lost around 4,000 head of cattle. It was absolutely heartbreaking to see.
The Queensland floods of 2019 were one of the worst in the region's living memory. More than 1,500 homes were destroyed, with over $1 billion worth of damage caused. Tragically, 4 fatalities were reported. Axel the Dalmatian was carried to safety, but Brady's home was left decimated.
When we did pull up at our house, it was just devastation everywhere. It's a very unusual feeling to start shoveling filth out of your living room. Everything that we had just spent so much money and so much time and had so much pride in is gone.
After a couple of days, the emotion set in of how devastating the whole thing had impacted on us, in a sense of like devastation and horrific outcomes for a lot of families in this area. It's just untold. It was tear-jerking stuff.
Eyjafjallajökull, Iceland. Home to the infamous volcano that caused widespread travel chaos in 2010. But while its eruption grounded thousands of frustrated holidaymakers, it only served to inspire professional base jumper Matthias Giraud, aka Super Frenchie.
I don't know why, I just started being obsessed with flying a wingsuit over it. And my rule of thumb is, if you think about something, then you should go and do it.
And so Matthias makes a plan. To jump from a helicopter and harness the wind to fly over the glacier around the active volcano.
And we calculated from here to here, it's only 5 kilometers.
Soar across its crater and land on the lava field beyond.
And we're gonna do the first wingsuit flight off of it. And I'm really excited.
We're jumping over a glacier, a volcano that is on top of a mountain.
That wind is strong.
So the main problem in making this jump happen is the weather. Iceland has the second most unpredictable weather in the world.
Keeping a close eye on the conditions are Matthias' support team and friend Zach.
At the start of the day, I did have a little bit of fear. We had checked that morning and it seemed like it was going to be a good day. It was beautiful.
With the forecast favorable, Matthias prepares to take the plunge.
I'm about to jump over an active volcano. And even if it's not erupting, if you land in the crater, just the toxic gas will be enough to kill you. I positioned myself to jump. I gave a count with my wing. As I opened my wing, the wind kind of blew me back. And I thought it was the relative wind created by the aircraft flying. I jumped.
The second Matthias jumped out, that's when we could tell instantly that it wasn't calm. There was a lot of wind and it was pushing him further away from his destination than we originally wanted. And I think that's when it all kind of started to go wrong.
The wind gusts are way higher than expected, taking Matthias dangerously off course and away from his intended landing spot.
The wind had picked up from the north at 40 knots. Oh my God, there's a ton of wind. Right there I realized that I was not gonna fly down that canyon. If I tried to commit to the line, most likely I would die landing in a bunch of rocks. This was probably the strongest wind I had ever jumped in. I'm not moving. I am sinking onto the glacier.
Unpredictable winds can strike anytime, anywhere, and can be life-threatening for like-minded thrill-seekers. In Belgium, a paraglider is hit by turbulence at the worst possible moment. As his chute gets caught in a twist, panic sets in. His screams of pain speak volumes, but luckily, he lives to tell the tale. This first-time flyer in California is getting to grips with the basics, whilst being coached over the radio.
Again, I want you to watch your penetration. You're not flying forward very fast. You're stuck on a high wind entry.
But he soon learns about the power of the wind the hard way.
Left brake, fly towards me, otherwise you can end up in the bushes. Let the butterfly, Ready?
Well, I don't think that was supposed to happen.
In Brazil, this helmet cam captures the frightening descent of a skydiver on a collision course with the town below, due to an unexpected change in wind direction. Crash landing at such a pace, it's a miracle he escapes significant injury. And it serves to show how dangerous it can be when you put your life in the hands of Mother Nature. Back in Iceland, base jumper Matthias is soaring over a glacier, but he's losing altitude fast as deadly winds are sending him plummeting towards the ground.
Like somebody was holding a super powered fan against me, or pretty much like I was trying to fly against a a jet engine. Not really going anywhere.
No longer able to fly over the volcano, all he can hope for now is a safe landing, without crashing into the crater's rim or the rocky landscape below.
It was just this invisible hand of God just putting me back in my place.
Matthias has no choice but to open his parachute early.
I had to pull my parachute as soon as I could and try to land on the glacier. It was an incredibly brutal parachute opening, since I was opening in full flight into a full headwind. It was like a head-on collision. You almost like act as a kite, and you're just a puppet on string at this time. And managed to land on the flat part of the glacier, but the wind is so strong that it's just dragging me across the ice and across the rocks. But right there, it hit me. I'm like, oh God, my radio is dead, my smoke canister is dead. I'm stranded on the glacier. It's about -20 degrees Celsius. This is how you die in Iceland.
Things go from bad to worse, as Matthias's white wingsuit, which was originally intended to help his crew spot him against the black lava fields, is now acting as camouflage.
I have a white parachute, a white wingsuit on. Nobody's gonna see me. I was just gonna blend in to this white emptiness.
As Matthias merges with the snow, it's almost impossible for his team to spot him.
Of course, your mind is just going through all the things that could be happening to your friend or what they could be dealing with at the time. You know, are they suffering? Are they in pain? Have they gotten hurt?
I was feeling like this was going to be like a body recovery mission, not a rescue mission, which is very hard to swallow.
Panic is mounting for Matthias as his support crew fail to realize they're flying directly above him.
And I'm waving my arms so they can see, hopefully, something moving, maybe just a little speck. They were just flying right past me, and they couldn't see me. I have to start moving, because otherwise I'm going to be stranded on this glacier overnight, and that would mean freezing to death.
With the situation growing increasingly desperate, time is running out.
After nearly 2 hours of searching, we were almost out of fuel, and we had searched everywhere, and we were on our very last pass, about to head back. This mission is over, and Matthias he's gone. That's it.
But against the odds, there's suddenly a glimmer of hope.
I turned around, I looked out the window, and I saw this like quick little flash.
And what Zach saw was the reflection of the sun in my goggles. I wasn't even doing it on purpose. Somehow I was just looking at the helicopter and probably moving my head, and with the sun pounding on that golden lens, it made a little light signal. My goggles saved me. I just realized right there, like, yeah, I'm gonna live. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, they actually found me.
Like, make sure you got me. All right, good jump though, right?
I was in 100% shock. I just could not believe that somebody could have gone through something like that and just been totally fine.
It's gnarly out there. I told you I got the bang.
No injury was sustained, and it ended up being a happy ending.
And Matthias was determined not to let the experience stop him doing what he does best. But now that he's diced with death, Matthias has a newfound respect for the power of the elements.
You don't mess with the weather. But if we don't listen to nature, we'll definitely be put back in our places.
When Mother Nature turns nasty, it takes a real hero to stand up to her. In Montreal, Canada, this caped crusader has swapped battling the bad guys for waging a one-man war against the weather. In a scene that could have been set by Mr. Freeze, snow has engulfed this man's car. But somewhere in Batman's utility belt, there's room for a shovel, which enables this dynamic duo to free the trapped motor. Take that, villainous snowdrifts! Elsewhere in Canada, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a have-a-go hero trying to harness the power of a blizzard to fly. It's perhaps just as well that his secret identity remains intact, as he goes from hero to zero in one fell swoop. In Boston, in the US, this burly ice maiden is trying to rescue a police van stuck in a snowbank.
Come on, Elsa. Let him go.
Dressed as heroine Elsa, she's more like a Wonder Woman as she battles with the dastardly wedged wheels.
The hero we didn't deserve.
It's a classic Disney ending, as good overcomes evil. And she even has time to salute her adoring, if somewhat stunned, fans.
He's gonna stop and
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature go full throttle. We've seen her whip up, wipe out,
unbelievable,
and wreak havoc.
It knocked the semi over in the road in front of us.
And next time, there will be more.
So she's moving toward me.
Because deadly weather stops for no one.
This is unreal.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Giving us life and taking it away. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Guys, we've got cars floating again.
More terrifying.
Avalanche!
And even more catastrophic.
If you're the praying type, please just pray for us, because this is really scary.
With incredible self-shot footage.
I thought Titanic came into my head.
From the front line of fear.
The biggest challenge we have is going against Mother Nature. It's an extremely challenging environment.
We witness firsthand.
What I was feeling was burning from inside out.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
I was saying everything's going to be okay, even though in my head I knew that was a lie.
I'm getting out of here.
It's like your brain doesn't understand what you're seeing.
From twisted tales of terror.
I don't want to die in my store.
Death was right around the corner.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
An earthquake!
You're dicing with danger. If you're in their way, you die.
And stories of sheer destruction.
Oh my God!
It's all gone.
It looks like World War II.
We meet the people who've stared death in the face.
We're not going to get out of this alive.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather.
Really kicking our ass.
Coming up in this episode. Residents run for their lives after violent volcanic eruptions in Hawaii.
This is insane.
It just ripped the ground open and it's just going straight up in the air.
As deadly molten magma creeps across the island, destroying everything in sight.
Don't get any closer.
This is not a water area.
In Texas, it's a race against time to rescue elderly people from potentially fatal flooding.
You can't see in it, it's not very clear.
There's a bridge here.
And in England, a paddleboarder battles high winds and tumultuous tides to attempt a mammoth mission.
Oh, man, this is not good. If I don't get round these cliffs, I'm going to be in serious trouble.
Gonna be a proper battle.
Hawaii, part of a group of tropical islands nestled in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The so-called Big Island is home to Lori Maximenko and her husband, Steve.
We love it because it's like paradise. The temperature only varies within like 10 or 15 degrees, and it's just such a beautiful place to live.
But Hawaii is also home to a deadly volcano named Kilauea, which has been erupting almost continually for over 30 years. As resident Gabe Humphreys is all too aware.
I was born and raised on the Big Island, Hawaii, so lava is not like something completely new to me.
It's May 2018, and a sudden surge of magma causes Kilauea's crater floor to collapse. Lava starts to drain from the volcano, and a series of earthquakes causes cracks, known as fissures, to appear in the ground all over the island.
These cracks are getting bigger, and it does kind of smell a little sulfur right there. There's heat coming from the cracks in the road, so that was a pretty good indicator that lava was going to pop up in this area.
Hot, molten rock starts to ooze from the cracks, with an intensity that few could have predicted. And the deadly menace begins to engulf the island.
The lava just kept creeping closer and closer every day. We became more and more concerned.
Across town in Leilani Estates, local residents Denise Dalton and her husband Heath are also concerned.
The fissure opened up at the bottom of Leilani. You look at the line, I was like, huh, that's gonna go right where our house is.
Suddenly, The pressure of volcanic gases underground proves too much.
At that point, it was just rip the ground open, and it's just going straight up in the air. You can hear cracks, explosions. And then you have the sound of the jet engine. It kind of hits pretty much all the senses.
As Denise and Heath flee their home, along with thousands of others,
Let's move.
More of Luana has been taken out.
Gabe decides to stand his ground and risk his life to record the devastating disaster as it unfolds.
We got some lava here. This is insane.
There's mass plant die-off and brush fires, wildfires that was caused by the lava.
Wow. I'm okay though. I just want you to know that I'm doing good. And this is an update. I gotta watch the rocks falling. They're flying about 100 feet. This is a fissure that is opened up and lava is pouring out of it. It's insane.
There's 24 fissures in total. A crack could open up in the surface of the earth and swallow a house or have enough heat to burn down the house.
Another fissure. Wow. I'm danger close, people. I'm getting out of here. Lava falling. Lava falling. Wow.
And with the lava comes another deadly threat.
My biggest concern was volcanic gases, SO2, and all those even deadlier gases.
As new fissures open up all around the island.
That is incredible.
Laurie and her husband Steve evacuate, but soon return to the area to assess the escalating disaster.
Oh my gosh, honey. Don't get any closer.
We wanted to get back there just to get an idea of how close the lava was. It was just happening all around us.
This is happening right now.
I think that's when panic really set in, that this was not over and it was going to get much worse before it got any better.
The lava is burning at temperatures of over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit and is destroying everything in its path. Directly in the line of fire is the home of retired residents Larry and Jerry Butler.
Yeah, I didn't realize the severity of it until a friend called and said that a fissure had opened up a block away from our house and lava was heading towards our house. I think it was about a block away.
And it was flowing downhill towards ours.
But we couldn't do anything about it.
By nightfall, the lava has reached Laurie's neighborhood.
We saw the lava coming up out of the ground in our neighbor's backyard. So we actually walked back there. We had to get into the mindset of, okay, we're going into a dangerous area.
Oh, she's hot.
There's going to be heat, there's going to be fire, there's going to be gases.
Max.
Max had a rake in the back of our truck, and so he grabbed a rake and actually dipped the rake down into the lava.
Wow.
It was literally almost touching the house. It was amazing. It was like a lava river, only 2 houses away from our house and happening right before our very eyes.
Later, residents watch in horror as violent explosions cause carnage.
I've never experienced anything that powerful or that uncontrollable.
And the devastating lava flow destroys entire communities.
There was no use wondering whether we had a place to live later. It was gone.
It's August 2017, and Hurricane Harvey, a 280-mile-wide Category 4 behemoth, has made landfall in Texas, USA. As the hurricane moves further inland, it dumps a record 51 inches of rain in some parts of the state, causing catastrophic flooding. One of the places worst hit is the city of Houston, home to local resident Wade Grimes.
There was a lot of rainfall, not as much of the wind damage that you would get from a hurricane, but just tons and tons of water. The water level rose 4 or 5 feet in a matter of hours in the middle of the night, and people were woke up, from a sleep with water in their house.
Hi, this is my neighbor Eric. This is his boat. Eric, say hi.
Having escaped the hurricane unharmed, Wade and his neighbor Eric Johansson decide to try and help those less fortunate.
Eric came over and he knocked and said, "Hey, I've got the boat. Do you want to go out and see if we can help anybody?"
As they steer the boat through the flood-ravaged streets, Eric receives a desperate call about a nursing home in need of assistance.
When we heard that the river was rising drastically, that's when the nursing home was taking on water and were calling for immediate assistance. Anybody that was able and capable of helping evacuate a lot of the residents at the home. My neighbor and I went not knowing exactly what we were getting into. Neither one of us had ever done this before and didn't know really what to expect.
Don't go right there, because I saw that guy get stuck.
But as they race to rescue the vulnerable veterans, Wade and Eric discover the rising floodwaters are hiding huge hazards.
There's a bridge here. Yeah.
There's barricades either side of this stop sign.
We saw nothing but what looked like a lake. You're navigating a boat where a car or truck or a vehicle should be driving, and the water is very murky. You can't see in it, it's not very clear.
This is not a water area, but it's like any other lake I've been on.
Stop signs are, 7 foot, 8 feet tall, and the water was over that. We would see objects in the water and we realized they're cars. It was definitely a kind of a shock to the system.
We're going across, parking lots, we're going across roads. I could have hit something hard enough that it cracked the fiberglass hull and could have potentially caused a leak.
Eventually, the pair arrive at the nursing home and are overwhelmed by what they find.
We showed up, there was probably maybe half a dozen boats or so by the time we arrived. It was pretty humbling, seeing how many people were out there.
It was just everyday people who had a boat that wanted to help their fellow man. It was fantastic to see everybody come together to help out those who couldn't help themselves. It's a heartwarming sight.
That's about as far as I'm going right there.
With the residents of the nursing facility mostly wheelchair-bound, the volunteers have to take extra care helping them onto the boats.
They're already frail and fragile people, and this terrible event happens to them. They couldn't walk on their own, and we actually had to pick the wheelchairs up and put them on the boat.
You got front wheel load? We got you.
It was just kind of a trial and error.
Guys and gals that are, on the ground trying to lift those folks up. It's literally a brute force manpower. There's no pretty way around it.
All right, watch your step.
Trying to get them secure without, the wheelchair falling over. It was scary.
There we go. A little bit of a recliner, but we'll get you there. All right.
Everybody was eager to get in there and help. Nobody ever lost, their tempers. Everybody's there to help. Everybody kind of waits in line.
I'll drive the boat if y'all just stay with them. We'll get it push it out.
And it's more or less controlled chaos.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Conducting rescues in hazardous flood conditions is usually a job for the professionals. But from time to time, everyday people are called upon to perform some extraordinary heroics. In China, a flash flood has stranded this vehicle, and the driver is trapped. As the vehicle sinks deeper, Good Samaritans risk their own lives to try and free the stricken driver. But the car seems impenetrable as the rescuers use rocks in a desperate bid to break windows. Incredibly, their dogged determination pays off, and a shell-shocked woman is pulled to safety through the sunroof. To the relief of everyone involved. Also in China, heavy rain from Typhoon Mongud has left rivers swollen. Passers-by suddenly spot a man who's been washed away in the flood. As he struggles to keep his head above the torrent, the locals scramble to help. At first, it seems he's been dragged under the bridge. But then they notice he's clinging onto debris for dear life. As the rescuers drag the victim from the raging river, he's exhausted, but lives to tell the tale. This school bus in India has become stranded in an underpass flooded by torrential rainfall. Luckily, a local with a bulldozer is on hand to conduct a remarkable rescue. With the help of more passers-by, the school children climb into the bulldozer's bucket before being driven to dry land. Another 2 trips, and all those on board are safe and dry, thanks to these have-a-go heroes.
We'll drop off and be back.
Back in Texas, neighbors Wade and Eric are helping to evacuate the elderly residents of a flooded care home.
Ladies, we're gonna go for a little boat ride.
I had to physically pick these people up and hand them to these people, and to keep them out of the water and keep their clothes dry and keep their wheelchairs clean, because the water is very dirty.
Okay, all right. Ready? Your turn now. Back her up.
Wade and Eric take advantage of the flooded streets to transport the elderly residents to safety, helped by many other members of the community.
This wheel does lock. Yeah, it's locked.
And everybody, you know, they came out to us. They made sure our boats were not grinding on the concrete whenever we came in. They stood in waist-deep water. We handed them to somebody.
1, 2, 3.
It was a pretty well-oiled machine.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, no worries.
With the evacuation complete, Wade and Eric return to the flooded care home to try and save supplies and belongings.
When we got most of the people out, I decided to go in and try to get as many things in from inside that these people would be needing. Medication, blankets.
That mattress is floating. We're not gonna take that one. This one is still dry.
It was very shocking when you go into where people were living and you're in knee-deep water. It was very tough to, kind of put into words. And the smell, I mean, this was sewage had been coming out of the floors. It was scary.
Oh, there's a lot more supplies. We're trying to get the medical supplies, medication, etc.
All 130 residents are rescued from the home. And after salvaging supplies, Wade and Eric return to dry land.
Boats up out of the water. Good deeds done.
Hurricane Harvey was one of the most devastating on record, causing around $125 billion worth of damage. But the community spirit Wade and Eric witnessed that day is something they will remember for years to come.
You saw a lot of good of coming out in people that, quite frankly, didn't know each other. I saw the better side of humanity.
The amount of selfless acts that we saw that day. It's very heartwarming when people put their differences aside, put their daily problems aside, and go out and help one another. You know, it's a beautiful thing.
Still to come, volcanic eruptions get more violent as molten lava continues to destroy homes across Hawaii.
It was kind of devastating to watch it happen.
I just was in shock.
And a super typhoon slams into Saipan, battering buildings with 180 miles per hour winds.
I don't think I ever experienced that terror in my life.
Meet paddleboarder Charlie Head from the Isle of Wight in the UK.
I've been paddleboarding maybe about 15 years. Paddleboarding is a little bit more vulnerable compared to a kayak. You're very open, standing up, and you need to adapt to different terrain and different conditions. I have a very special relationship with it, and I've used it for most of my biggest journeys.
Like in 2012.
Bye!
When he set himself the challenge of paddleboarding from Land's End to London. A 500-mile mission that tested the very limits of his endurance. But Charlie wasn't done. And in 2016, he decided to pick up where he left off and set himself the ultimate goal to circumnavigate England and Wales, finishing back in Land's End. A total distance of around 2,000 miles.
Paddleboarding around the United Kingdom was a very spontaneous journey. It really did start with me just packing a bag with basic essentials, no plan, no structure, just for me to be governed by the wind and tide and go.
And so, armed with nothing more than his paddleboard, a few basic supplies, and a love of adventure, Charlie heads off.
I find so much of life so controlled, so structured. It leaves such little room for you to be able to spontaneously act on your environment around you. And I find that really rewarding. But it can be exceptionally stressful as well.
Paddling headfirst out into the open ocean is no easy task, especially if you're going the wrong way.
I went anti-clockwise, which was a mistake, and that's due to the tide and the wind. England has quite a rugged, wild coastline, and the tide can be quite strong. If I'm going to aim for a bit of coastline, if I'm going to do 60 kilometers in a day, I've got 6 hours of tide with me, so I've got a certain amount of time to get to a certain place before the weather changes all the time.
I've got to get around these. The tide is just about to turn.
The wind and the tide were the only things that could really dictate how far I go each day. They are just too powerful for me to fight against. But I didn't have the luxury of time. So really, whatever the weather, I would try and make headway. Because of that, sometimes it would lock me into cliffs and into situations that are maybe a little bit more dangerous. And sometimes the tide would suck me into different places that I didn't want to be in. It would trap me in certain shipping areas. Oh, man, this is not good. It's quite intimidating because I'm so small, and these tankers and ferries, they're not going to see me, especially in a big sea state.
To avoid being sucked out towards these tankers by the tide, Charlie tries sticking closer to the cliffs. But the tides also make this a risky course of action.
The way the tides work meant that wherever I landed at low tide. and it exposed a lot more hazards. I had huge amounts of reef and sandbanks and rocks and everything to trail through. You get the tide wrong, you can really get yourself in trouble.
Tides can rise and fall at a rapid rate, easily catching out those who don't take them seriously. On Daytona Beach in the US, a family's car is being swallowed by a rapidly rising tide, with a child still on board. As waves batter the vehicle, lifeguards desperately fight to rescue the child before the car is swept out to the sea. Finally, they manage to pull the child free. Just in the nick of time. In Honolulu, in Hawaii, a treacherous tide is dragging this little boy into the ocean. As his family struggle to save him, other beachgoers race to his rescue, all of them battling the turbulent tide together. Eventually, the group manages to pull the boy to safety before he is swallowed by the ocean.
Here they are.
In Goat Rock Beach, California, USA, a family playing too close to the shore have been swept out to sea. Winds whip up waves as high as 40 feet as they're relentlessly battered by the rough surf. As the family struggle to keep their heads above water, a rescue helicopter is scrambled. And one by one, they're all winched to safety. Thankfully, there were no casualties, but it's a sobering reminder how merciless the sea can be. Battling winds back in the UK, Charlie Head is halfway through his challenge to become the first person to circumnavigate England and Wales on a paddleboard.
It's gonna be a proper battle!
Paddling into the wind is a bit of a nightmare. Sometimes the conditions were so strong I could barely paddle against it.
This is gonna be a fight, eh?
I had a very strong wind that was just pushing straight on shore and into the cliff. And I had miles and miles to go before I could find a cove or an inlet or a beach. The weather is getting worse and worse. If I don't get around these cliffs, I'm going to be in serious trouble.
There's nowhere for me to land.
In dire need of a safe place to camp for the night, Charlie's options are quickly running out.
The sea state's getting bigger and bigger. I've only got a few hours of tide before it's going to be against me. And that, combined with the wind, means I'm not going to be able to make it.
The combined power of the tide and the wind proved too much for Charlie, who decides to take drastic action.
I have no choice but to scramble up a cliff and camp up there for the night and wait for this weather to turn.
Choice campsite tonight.
So I was locked into a cliff edge for a couple of days. I've got limited supplies and just be patient. And as soon as this wind turns, then I can get the hell out of here.
Forced to camp on a cliffside by the brutal winds, Charlie weathers the storm until it's safe to return to the sea. And finally, after 5 grueling months, Charlie arrives in Land's End, completing his circumnavigation of England and Wales with a renewed respect for the power of the elements.
Paddleboarding around England and Wales was extraordinary. The wind and tide did completely govern my journey. They were my God.
Earlier, we saw how part of Hawaii's Kilauea volcano collapsed, causing chaos across the island. With molten rock spewing from huge cracks in the ground, shooting hundreds of feet into the air.
Closest I want to get. Wow.
And magma engulfing homes and devastating communities. Watching the lava devour her neighbor's home is resident Lori Maximenko.
It was amazing. It was like a lava river right only 2 houses away from our house and happening right before our very eyes.
Gases escaping from underground continue to cause violent explosions.
I've never experienced anything that powerful or that uncontrollable.
Hours later, Larry and Jerry's home is also engulfed by the lava.
It was kind of devastating to watch it happen. See the power of nature coming through. It was almost a straight line going right through our house. So. You could see the lava coming through the carport and around the front of the house.
There was no use wondering whether we had a place to live later. It was gone. I just was in shock.
Hawaii-born Gabe Humphreys is busy helping others evacuate.
I'm gonna go help this woman. She might need my help. She's getting her stuff out of the house at the last minute. I noticed a woman dragging out household items over the lava flow.
Do you need some help? Do you need some help?
Yeah, it was a pretty emotional time. That was one of the most emotional times. Oh my goodness. I'll give you a hand. Just the heartbreak, you know, the uncertainty. This is a crazy place right here.
The Kilauea eruptions produced enough lava to fill 320,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Around 700 homes were destroyed, and nearly 2,000 people were forced to evacuate. Heath Dalton and his wife fled to safety, but their home was burnt to the ground.
I'd already knew I lost the house, but when I saw it, it was kind of a punch in the gut.
This is one of the first houses to go in this whole episode.
I just broke down. Where do we go from here? What do we do? How do we survive? We have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old looking at us going, what's going on? And, you know, we had to explain to them that the hot lava got our house. All their toys, their room, everything they had known about that house.
A few days later, Lori and her husband also returned to their devastated neighborhood.
When we got there, we saw that the entire community had been taken by lava. So we knew at that point that our home was gone. There was a sense of sadness. Our neighborhood was gone. Our home was gone.
The continuous lava flow covered more than 13 square miles, completely altering the Hawaiian landscape forever.
It just covers the land and it just burns everything down and just levels it all brand new. And it takes 50 or 100 years to get anything close to what the jungle was like at one time. It gets covered in lava. So it's pretty sad to see that go.
The eruption was so extreme, it took nearly 3 months for the explosions to die down completely.
It felt like a dream, like a bad dream. The volcano became our lives for 3 months. Every day when I'd wake up, that was the first thing I thought about, is what's going to happen today? Are we going to make it through this?
Tornadoes, they come and they go. Hurricane comes and it goes. This can go on for months to years, so it's the only natural disaster of its kind that just continues to go on.
This is just one of those natural wonders of the world.
I always knew nature was ruler. It does what it wants to do, and you can't really do much to argue about it.
It's like the hand of God coming down and taking control. It was out of our hands. We just had to let Mother Nature take her course.
Saipan in the Pacific Ocean is the largest of the Northern Mariana Islands and is known for its beautiful beaches and mountainous landscapes. But the downside of this tropical paradise is tropical storms, as resident Walter Goodridge knows all too well.
We're living here in paradise. You expect a certain storms every now and then. So it's not something that people worry about, every day of their lives. It's something that you keep an eye on and you follow the weather reports.
Some of the deadliest of the tropical storms are typhoons, massive cyclones that form in the eastern hemisphere. And in October 2018, a potent typhoon named Yutu forms over the northwestern Pacific and heads straight for Saipan.
We were aware that something was brewing in the area, so everyone was on alert.
Also preparing for the incoming onslaught are Janet Santos and her family.
The night of the storm, my husband and I sat there looking out, monitoring the wind, watching the palm trees go back and forth. The wind was getting stronger and stronger.
The intensity was gradually increasing. I started to feel the windows rattling. I have a glass door leading out to the balcony of my apartment, and that started to shudder and shake.
The frame for the sliding door is loose.
Yutu, rapidly gathering strength, is now at the most severe level, a Category 5 super typhoon, with impact imminent.
Just before the strength of the storm arrived, we felt it in the house, sort of like an earthquake. I felt the floor shook. Then everybody just went into panic mode.
Yutu slams into Saipan with ferocious 180-mile-per-hour winds. The storm is tearing through Janet's family home and trapping Walt in his apartment.
There was water being blown in under the doors, so my apartment was started to flood. Something like a Category 5 typhoon is nothing to be played with. This is definitely something that can take someone's life. So it's something that can get really scary because you don't know when it will end and you don't know exactly where it's going to come from next.
Typhoons are an ever-present threat to the people of the Pacific. And when they strike, the safest place to be is behind closed doors. In Japan, Typhoon Jelawat is battering this parking lot with 125-mile-per-hour winds. And it's not long before the terrifying typhoon shows its true power. Angrily tossing a car as if it were a child's toy. Luckily, there was no one in the car on the receiving end of this typhoon's tantrum. Unlike in Taiwan, where this man drives headfirst into danger. as the 140-mile-per-hour winds of Typhoon Moronti give him a brutal reminder of why he should have stayed indoors. Also in Taiwan, residents are left horrified as Typhoon Meggy rips the scaffolding from a 24-story building. The man-made structure is no match for Meggy's 100-mile-per-hour winds and is sent plummeting to the ground below. Sadly, 3 people were injured amongst the chaos. Back in Saipan, Walt's apartment is under siege from the savage super typhoon Yutu.
As the storm got more intense, I realized that the sliding door of my apartment in the back room in the balcony, it was going to become unhinged. So I had to stand up and hold the glass.
As the typhoon continues to rip apart Janet's home, her family are desperately trying to take cover.
We took our mattress and put it over us. My daughter was behind me, cuddling with us. I don't think I ever experienced that terror in my life.
Across town, Walt uses his own mattress to help protect his glass door.
If I hadn't barricaded the door, then if it had blown out, then I would have been more exposed to the elements, and something could have flown in from the outside, or the glass itself as it shattered, could have ripped me in half.
It was like a tornado in the room. I was really scared that the building was going to collapse.
I had to hold the screen door, pull it towards me to stop it from blowing out, and then other times I had to push it to stop it from blowing in. So for the next 5 hours, I stood in a pool of water in my bedroom, preventing my glass door from blowing out.
It felt like a very long time. We peeked out from behind the bed and started looking around to see the wind has decreased. That's when I started feeling the relief that it's gonna end and we're still alive. Thank God.
After fighting the fury of the 180-mile-per-hour winds all through the night, sunrise brings new hope.
By about 7 a.m., things sort of died down. By then, the sun had risen, so I could see the damage that was around in the neighborhood. There were trucks and buses flipped over. There was tin sheets in the trees.
Most areas were just wiped out. Every house we passed was ripped off. You find the foundation is all that's left. It was just very traumatic. And that's when I realized just the magnitude of Super Typhoon Yutu.
Super Typhoon Yutu was the strongest typhoon ever recorded to hit Saipan, causing millions of dollars in unexpected damage. Over 3,000 homes were destroyed, and tragically, at least 2 people lost their lives. The effect the super typhoon has had on Janet and her family is life-changing.
We love Saipan very much, but we're too scared to stay. I'm really scared that any typhoon is gonna come around again.
This is something that can change people's lives. It's very traumatic and something that shouldn't be taken lightly.
There's no doubt that bad weather can cause chaos, catastrophe, and cataclysmic carnage. But sometimes it's just downright inconvenient. In London, England, heavy rain has swamped a high street. But one impatient driver refuses to wait and dives straight in. But he's left with a sinking feeling.
Why would you go for that? What are you doing?
Much to the delight of onlookers. He won't be getting out of that in a hurry. This woman is enjoying a trip to an indoor shopping mall in China's Guangdong province when the heavens open. Rain accumulating on the roof of the shopping center causes the ceiling to collapse, bringing with it a deluge of rainwater that washes the woman away. A fellow shopper rushes to her aid, and remarkably, she suffers only minor injuries. But the incident certainly put a dampener on her day out. And film festival fans might also be left feeling deflated. At this event in Colorado, in the US. After organizers laid on blow-up beds ahead of a nighttime movie screening, a storm starts to roll in, and strong winds lead to a massive mattress migration. The wayward inflatables are sent tumbling across the terrain in what becomes a pretty climactic scene. It's less Sleeping Beauty and more Gone with the Wind. In this episode, we've seen weather at its absolute worst. We've seen how Mother Nature rules the roost.
This is insane.
We've seen her tear down, rip up, and completely destroy. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.